Hello, welcome everybody. I'm gonna work on my Bloons TD-like today because we're doing a game-like jam. Sort of like roguelikes, souls-likes, except Bloons-likes. Bloons TD is the topic for this every other month's game-like jam. So there is the project embedded in here, or the theme game. It is actually working now. The embed stopped working for a second, but they fixed it, so that's good. And yeah, it's a cool old game. Now you might be thinking, oh yeah, Bloons, I played it on my phone. Not that one. This one is the original, the first one that was made, and it is glorious because it is so simple. It is one level, and it has only a few towers with only a few properties. Wait, that's not a good start. Hold on, let me restart it. I didn't like how I started that. We can't, you gotta put the tech tower there. That's what you gotta do. Tech tower right in the middle there, and then monkey there. Right, and then some balloons come out, and it shoots them. It's a tower defense game. The big thing that makes it a Bloons-like is that we have these like tiered units. So that is to say, when you pop a red balloon, or well, let's say a blue balloon, it breaks down into a red balloon. The red balloon is actually the lowest level. And then it just kind of keeps going like that. So then there's a green balloon after that. The green balloon breaks down into a blue balloon. The blue balloon breaks down into the red balloon. Then there's a yellow balloon. The yellow balloon breaks down into the green balloon, which breaks down into the blue balloon, which breaks down into the red balloon. There's some blue ones. I said bled. Some bled ones. The balloons, they bleed. So yeah, so that's that. Now I am joining in on the jam a little bit. We already have some cool numbers here. 96 people are interested. I love that. We'll see how many people actually make entries. I think we had like 80 who joined into the last one, which was Frogger, and then we ended up with about 30 entries. So something like that. All right, so as for my entry, it is coming along. It is not coming along. I've basically had one coding devlog, which was about 11 hours long. So I spent about 11 hours on this, except for the art, which I've been working on in member streams. There's a join button below this video on the channel page around. If you go click on that, you can learn more about the membership. Every Monday, I do an exclusive live stream for members of this channel. It is just as long, sometimes even longer than the ones I do here. I'm gonna be here for, by the way, like 8 to 11 hours. So we're gonna be working. So yeah, so this is mine so far. Thank you, Luke. I appreciate that. That means a lot. You know, I still have to fix the UI and stuff. I still have to add a lot of things. There's still some adjustments I want to make. I kind of want to change the path just a little bit. You know, this isn't all together, this UI, but we're getting there. So what I do have implemented is I have every wave that like programmed in that's going to come through. So there's 50 rounds in Bloons, in the Bloons Tower Defense game, the original. And I've got all of those mapped out, so every single balloon that would come out normally comes out here in the same distribution. And then on Monday, I made assets for those. So these are not balloons, obviously. These are sweet treats. We got banana split, we got a cookie, we got a cake, we got brownies and cupcake. I think that's everything. Did I miss something? A donut. There's also a donut. So that's gonna be my concept is that there is a baby at the end of this path who is getting just like force-fed all of these sweets. But your goal is to buy toys. And so I'm probably gonna, those are gonna be the towers. I'm probably gonna set up the towers today. I'm definitely gonna set up the towers today. I don't have art for them yet, so we'll just use placeholders. But you're gonna set those up to destroy the sweet treats before they go into this baby who doesn't need all these sweet treats. It's too much. That's my whole concept. So yeah, so I want to keep it as similar to the original as possible, but also adding a little bit of my own creativity in there. So yeah, that's that. Now that wave wasn't the actual Bloons first round. That's like my debug round, so I can test them all to make sure they all look okay. But yeah, so let's get some more in here, because right now, look, I'm very happy with the fact that the waves work. That's good. That's excellent progress. but I need a little more than that instead for it to be technically balloons. So I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna code. So that's what I do in these public streams. I do all the coding here, and then I do like the art stuff, the visual stuff in the member streams. Johnny, yes, Papa Simulator. What is that? What is that? What is that? Is that bad? Johnny, yes, Papa. I probably shouldn't sing it. What if it's like NSFW? Oh, it's not. It's Coco Melon. Wow. Is that a, maybe I should make it look like this. I feel like somebody mentioned that actually. Maybe I should model my baby after that. I'm going to keep that in mind. I'm actually going to keep that in mind. A little homage, right? To like popular culture. Okay. So, the way that I have those balloons spawning in is these big ol' arrays. It's actually dictionaries of arrays, basically. I've never heard of it. A terrible nurse. You know what? I feel like somebody else, if not you, maybe somebody else, came through and said that same thing when I was describing my idea, and I did look it up, and I did listen to it. So, I've heard it only because somebody said it. And then I feel like okay, you know what? I just don't want to listen to it on stream because I don't want to get in trouble from the YouTube copyright smiters. But I can listen to it on my own privately. That's fine, as long as you guys can't hear it. Right, but like listening to it my own privately is actually pretty difficult. It's actually not that easy. I gotta open it like a different browser. Yeah, I don't know. I probably have heard it. I just forgot it. All right. Anyway, it is. There it is. It's a baby. Dude, you're gonna get in trouble. You're gonna get in trouble. You can't be playing this. All right. Anyway, so I've got these big old arrays here, and there's a big old dictionary of arrays, and this holds all of the data for every balloon. Now, what you saw at the beginning there was this debug wave. It's okay. It's quite all right. I actually appreciate it. In fact, I'm afraid I'm gonna forget it, you know, by the time I do the member stream. So I kind of need to take a note down. I'm gonna keep this window up. You've done me a great favor. So yeah, so I've got this debug wave data here, and that's where it spawned a ton of them, and you saw a bunch of different stuff. But if I come over here and I turn off that debug, then we'll see the true, balloonsitude. Now, I want to start doing towers, but before I work on towers, I want to give the targets, I'm calling them targets because they're not really balloons here. I want to give the targets hit points. Because something that I just like breaking down and analyzing the original, I just kind of like surmised, or at least like when I was thinking about making my own, I was like, you know what there kind of is? There's kind of like two possible damaging entities against the targets. There's the towers, obviously, which can hurt the targets, and the targets have these hit points. Obviously, they all kind of have, I'm gonna have to think about this. Like, for example, the brownies have 1 hit point, right? When they get hit by a tower, they die. Now, for the second tier, the blue balloons, or in our case, the donuts, those have 2 hit points, in the sense that 1 hit point will turn it into a brownie, and then another hit point will destroy it. So does it actually have 2 1-hit points, or does it have 2 hit points? And then at those different hit points, it changes its appearance. I don't know. I'm not sure. But the other thing besides the towers that hurt it are the end. If I kind of think about it, right? But you know, I already have them disappear. No, don't do that, Lise. Because when I was conceiving it originally, I was like, maybe when it gets to the end of the track, it just does a bunch of damage to it and it kills it, right? And that's what's happening to it. That way I can keep the same system for what removes it from the track as what takes down its hit points to 0. With that said, as I'm kind of thinking about it, that doesn't make sense, because we already have them disappear. I've already passed that point of giving them the same system, so I guess I do make its own hit pointing system. So what I would need to do is make sure that when it does get its hit points taken away from the towers, it does the same thing as this. So how do I have this working right now? I should recap that for myself. Basically, there is a collector. So there's this thing that exists outside this node, if you're familiar with Godot, that exists outside of the main frustrum or outside of the camera, away from the level. And I am calling that a collector. And there's the node right behind me there. Boop, boop, boop. And a collector contains all of the balloons or the targets that aren't being used. There it is. It's just chilling over there. So if we were to unlock the camera, we'll actually be able to see that, I think, probably. So let's check. Can we... Oh, I don't even know how to do that in Godot 4.4. Oh, how do you unlock the camera? In Godot 3.3, I could do this in a GIF. Maybe I gotta come to game. Oh, and then there it is. Okay. It's just all a little different. So Godot 4.3, there would be like this little camera icon here. You could click on it and it would unlock it in the runtime. But now it's in this game tab. So I gotta click on that and then I should have a free camera. Nice. Kind of weird, but whatever. So how do I control that camera exactly? Where's the control for it? I don't really understand. How does this work? I don't know. Okay, all right. We got a Godot 4.4 mystery to solve here. Override with what? Reset the 2D camera, manipulate from editors. Oh, manipulate in-game. How do I manipulate it in-game? What are the controls for manipulating it in-game, I wonder? I don't know. But let's just go to manipulate from editors. That should give me what the old thing was, the way things used to be. There we go. Okay, so now over here, you can see that there is some assets. So that's the collector. So all of the balloons or the targets that aren't currently being used are actually still there. They're just sitting over here. And then when it's time for them to be used, it pulls the ones that it needs out. So there's, I think, 250, because that's the most targets that will ever be on the track at once. So there's 250 of them just sitting there. So if I hit start, it's actually removing the ones that it needs from that stack and putting them in there. And then once it gets to the end of the track, it puts them back inside of there. So I did this for performance reasons, just to like sort of, because there's going to be a bunch of them. I want to make sure that we're not instantiating them and deleting them all the time. There you can see it flickers a little bit when they get added back in. So that's how that fundamentally works. So that means that when a tower attacks it, or its hit points get down to 0, I want it to move it from the track into that collector, just like when it hits the end of the track and stuff. So, in order to do that, let's go observe how that works. So when it gets to the end of the track, what happens? So the target itself is tracking its progress ratio. So these are... I have a Path 3D node, and the Path 3D node is keeping is sort of this like point. There are a bunch of points, I guess you could say, right? And they have like these lines drawn in between them, so you can kind of see those. It's a little hard to see there, but it's a little easier to see. There you go. So there's the path that the targets all follow. And in order for the targets to follow those paths, they need to be a path follower 3D. So I don't actually have that in my node tree because I'm instantiating them at the beginning of the game. So as soon as the game starts, it loads in those 250 targets over there in the collector. So they're not by default sitting there. They actually come in at the beginning of the game. And those are the follower 3Ds. So that's what this is. You'll notice it's grayed out. And the reason why it's grayed out is because I have the process mode turned off. by default. And so what happens is when it moves from the collector to the track, its process mode gets turned on. And what that means is it's not going to be running its code in specifically, especially the process function. It's going to be kind of dead. It's there. It's like a husk of itself. But it's ready to go when it's time for it to be on the track. So that's why it's great. So this is a path follower 3D node here, and that represents the target. So that's able to follow on there when it spawns. Now, because it's a path follower 3D, it has some of these nice properties, including a progress ratio. This progress ratio goes from 0 to 1, and when it, I guess I can't experiment with it here. When it is 1, it is going to destroy itself because it knows that it has reached the end of its path. So that code is being checked right here. If progress ratio is greater or equal to 0.99, then it is going to remove itself. And it does that by reparenting itself to the target collector, as we mentioned. It also changes its position, and it turns off its process mode. So I'm going to want this to happen whenever we are getting those down to the 0 hit points. Welcome, Aditya. Aditya says, and the function to a global script to reparent the targets and call it when the HP is 0 or it reaches 0.99 progress. Call the function from the global script. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I agree. So right now, it's not a function, which I think we need to fix. Right now, it's just a process. So let's make sure that it is a function so it can be called. And I think the way I might want to do that is with a signal. I think that might be best. And we need to be able to find that particular target, right? Because for now, it's not going to know who's the one who got 0 HP. Because each one is checking itself, did I reach the end of the path? Did I reach the end of the path? We could also, you know what we could also do? We could say that it has its own like internal hit points, which it does have its own internal hit points, and it can just check, are my hit points 0? So maybe I don't need a signal. I don't think I need a signal. I think signals are just gonna muck this up. But yeah, DJ, I totally agree. Okay. So let's at least get this in its own function, which is just neater anyway. So we're going to say func reparent to collector. And we don't actually need that to have any delta. So we're going to, I thought we did, but we don't. We're just going to pull this out of here and say reparent to collector just to neaten it up a little bit. So we do actually have a function. And yeah, I don't even know. Maybe I do. I was gonna do like a global thing, like you're suggesting, with like a signal. But I'm actually wondering if I don't need that. Because if they have their own internal sense of hit points, then they can just check, am I low on hit points? With that said, it might be, you know, to have that every single one constantly checking in the process function. Do I have low hit points? Do I have low hit points? Do I have low hit points? It's probably not going to be that much of a performance hit, but, you know, it might be nice if instead of the targets checking to see if they have low hit points, it could be that when they take damage, when a tower projectile hits them, then it finds out with a signal that, hey, do I have too low of hit points? And it could just check right there. Get set. Ooh. There's different ways to do it. Let's see. Do I want to do a get set? So I've traditionally avoided get sets because they confuse me, but I think they don't confuse me anymore. But I still haven't used them enough to like remember. So what did we use? Did we use a set? Let me see if I can find it. Welcome, Dungeon Martian. Dungeon Martian is a member of the channel. I think maybe some of the overwhelming number of gift memberships have cooled down, so maybe I could bring member songs back now. There was too many. Let's see. Set here. For the new level we did it. For the new level we did it. And yeah, oh yeah, you don't only get a member stream every Monday, you also get special emotes and they appear on screen when you send them. Okay. Which is kind of fun. Set new level. Is this when like the level changes? Target level. Oh, so this is when this says target level, what this means is it, the lowest level, that is to say the red balloon or the brownie in my case? Is it the blue balloon, level 2? Is it level 3, level 4? So that's what that's saying. And this changes, when does this change? I forgot how all this works. It's only been a week and I have forgotten. Target level equals new level. Yeah, that's all there. But where else? Level to assign. Oh, wow. Yeah, so this is a little complicated. So the way that this works on the target collector, it pulls from the global array to see how many of each it should spawn in and what level they should be at. And so it looks at that global array. So in this case, this would be level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6. That's what those all are. Although it might be like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So on the target collector, it checks each of these. Hey, Sable, welcome! Good to see you. And this is going to assign, depending on which slot it's in, it's going to, okay, it's kind of confusing. So if there's 12 in the 0 spot, it's going to make sure all 12 of those are assigned to target level 1. If there's 24 in the 1 slot, it's going to make sure that 24 of them are assigned to level 2. Welcome, Derek. Good to see you. So that's how that works. And then that's when it updates the new level, is right in here. So target to reparent, target level equals level to assign. So we set up level to assign here. If current array size is greater than 0, it's going to pop front. This is a little wacky, but it does do some things. It doesn't really matter, but it is kind of interesting to look at how it works. So it so this update wave array, like iterates through, and it does a lot. It does a lot. It's fun how this emote ends up being a flex on the live stream. Wait, what does? The Kirby? I gotta work on my asteroid balloons. I'm figuring out waves. Oh, nice! I love hearing about it. Oh, the salute. Yes, you gotta work on your... Nice, that's awesome, Derek. I love that. Asteroid balloons. Very cool. So anyways, I was just going through that because I wanted to just make sure I understood get set again, because I forget it, because I don't use it that much, but I should use it more. Okay, so is that relevant to this situation? Well, and what I could do is I could do my idea of the towers when the bullet hits the target, right? Because somehow the tower is going to need to be tracking the targets, right? Somehow it's going to be I still don't know how. I'm actually still working on that. I have some kind of wacky ideas for that. What I'm trying to avoid is adding a collision shape to all of the targets, because I kind of don't want to do that. Yeah, run code anytime the values change. So what we could say is, however the tower is detecting the target, the tower can say, okay, so I've fired a projectile. Really, the projectile? How are we going to do projectiles? Because not only will the tower have to detect it, the projectile will have to detect the object as well. And then when it hits the object, the projectile would say, hey, you have a hit point variable. Update your hit point variable via your set to be a different number. Yeah, I think this is good for sets. I think this is good use for set. I think what I need to figure out before I start giving them HP is how am I going to because it's not only how are the towers going to detect the targets, but how are the projectiles going to detect the targets? I think I need to figure all that out before I start messing with this. But it's good to think about. I just need to set that up. For wave 1, 24,000. How does this work for each wave? Yeah, all right, yeah, I'd be happy to explain that. So, all right, so here we go, right? We've got all these numbers in here. We did this last week, and it was a lot, but it was fun. So there it all is, right? There's the wave data, as it were. Jam games are like these. They are held together with duct tape, hopes and unintentional features. Bugs, yes. Agreed. Correct. That's the charm of it, though, right? Gets and sets are too magical for me. They are a little magical. I just manually call functions like an old foggy. Yeah, you know, that's what I've always done, but I'm with you guys being like, hey, try this. Why don't you do this? I'm like, you know what? All right, fine. Let's try it. Let's see. It's kind of one of the greatest things about live streaming my game dev journey is that people teach me things I wouldn't have done otherwise. So I'm with you, but hey, I'm also glad to be learning things. All right, so we've got wave data, and in there, wave 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, etc., 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 etc. The jam there is very fragile written on it. Correct. Correct. Don't break my game, please. I often think about that when I'm showcasing people's games. Like, oh no, I'm probably going to break it. So, all right, so how does that work? Let me remind myself how that works. So on the target collector, we're initializing a bunch of stuff, a whole bunch of stuff. By the way, this is a public repo. I think I have that in the description box. I certainly hope so. If I don't, I should. But if you are curious to dig into the code a little bit, you certainly can. Dude, they're nice. The get sets are nice. It really is. And it saves on things being a little wacky too. Your piercing dart reduces 2 levels at once on one balloon if possible. Not sure if I want to keep that or not. Oh, right, piercing. So that's the other thing. We got to think about the upgrades that are going to come later on, because just because we're not, you know, it's easy to be like just one hit, but no, there's actually going to be the potential for multiple hits. So I think my idea for that was to have, there's the repo in the chat. My idea for that was to have the projectiles have hit points. So if the projectile hits a target, it dies. Unless it is piercing, then the projectile will survive the first target it hits and then go to the next one. But we'd also have to think about it, make sure it doesn't survive for too long. It is a bit unintuitive, and it does save space once you get it. I agree. All right, so how does this work anyway? So this is on the target collector script, so it's initializing a whole bunch of stuff. Let's just do that as we come across it. So we've got in the ready function, we connect a signal. Let me move this so it's bigger. We connect a signal for when the next wave is happening. And then we also spawn all the targets. Now this is actually spawning a bunch of zeros right now. So it's not spawning anything, it's just running this code. So it kind of like gets everything started or whatever, or something like that. So it sets target to spawn, path follow 3D, target instantiate. It instantiates a target somehow. Pack scene targets. Okay, great. I think it should do 250 of them. It adds them to, it adds the target to spawn to the collector itself. So yeah, so this for loop should be happening 250 times, max total targets. That should be 250, and it is. So it basically adds 250 targets to the collector as soon as the game starts. And then we've got something. I don't know when I guess the nothing else starts yet. The timer doesn't start. So let's look at on start next wave. So when the next wave starts, it's going to see targets in current wave 0. So it's going to reset this value, targets in current wave, which is a integer. It is going to set that to 0, and then it's going to assign target counts. Okay, so I think this is the interesting stuff. So in here, this function is going to look at that. What is wave number? Integer 0. Okay. Oh, does this like wave key equals wave underscore plus wave number, which is 0 here. All right, okay. I guess the wave number increases, so maybe over here on the globals, I see. Okay, so when the on start next wave signal goes out, on the global script, it is going to increase the wave number by 1 every time. And then it is also simultaneously, back over here, going to assign these target counts. So it's going to check what the wave number is. In the case of setting that signal out first, it's going to be wave number 1. And so it'll be wave number 1, and it's actually constructing this key. And that key corresponds to these: wave 0, wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, right? And so then it is going to assign that to a variable, level 0 count, level 1 count, level 2 count. Now it's also pulling these numbers. We've got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's checking each one. So that is to say, for level 0, 1, 2, these levels mean, as I was saying before, red balloon, blue balloon, level 1 target, or brownie in my case, donut, cupcake? I don't remember. Cupcake, some. All right, so that's what the level means, is which one should I do? So it's going to make sure it sets up all those variables, and it's going to pull from the wave key that was constructed right here in wave data at these 6 different positions. Then it is going to run this function 6 times, which is not the most efficient way to do it, but again, game jam, slapping it together with duct tape. So it's going to run this function. It's going to call with the level 0, level 1, level 2, level 3 count, and then this kind of arbitrary number that is representing, you know, which level it is. All right, so update wave array is then going to iterate through for every, what is count? Count is the level. Okay, so oh, I see. So if it assigned level 0 count, right? So let's say if it's wave 1, that's going to be 12, right? So that means level 0 count is going to be 12. And then it also has this other number here, which is the level. So that is to say, I need, this function is going to say, hey, I need 12 level 0s, which is 1. So it's then going to append 12 of that level to the current wave array. And that's just a number. So it's going to append a number 12 times to the current wave array, is how that's working. Okay, so it's going to do that for every single one. Obviously, for the first wave, that's all going to be 0. But for subsequent waves, it could be a different number. All right, then it's going to shuffle that current wave array. So if it added 12 level 1s, or level 0s, if it added 12 level 0s, 24 level 1s, and 50 level 2s, those are all going to be mixed up now, so you don't know which one's going to be first or second. This is not quite how Bloons works, but it's going to be easier for this, and I'm fine with it being randomized. Okay, then it's going to set up this integer here, max targets in current wave. It's going to make that be the number of targets to move. Wow. So that's horrifying. Look how long that is. Oh my God. Number to move, integer equals level count. Oh, so this is adding them all together. So what this is doing is it's checking how many of the total are in there. So if there was 12, 24, 50, it's going to do 12 plus 24, which is 36, and then it's going to do 36 plus 50, which is 86. And so this is going to become 86. So it's adding all of them together so it knows how many it's supposed to add in total, basically. Because there's no way to just like add or sum an array together, unfortunately. So that's what that's doing. Then finally, we start the reparent timer. And this reparent timer is going, it's just a built-in timer built into the process function. Yeah, I'm just randomizing it. I didn't want to worry about making sure they appear in a certain order. It just seems like way too much work for no good reason. And so the timer is going to start, and it randomizes the timer length. So what this timer is kind of crazy. So what this timer is doing is it is saying spawn one, spawn another, spawn another, spawn another, spawn another. Oops, I smacked the microphone. Spawn this one, spawn that one, spawn this one, spawn it, spawn it. So I'm kind of like doing this at like random times, right? So that's what it's doing. It's randomly choosing a different spawn time, and you'll see that when they spawn, they don't all spawn at the same time. They spawn at different times. And that's what that's doing. And then there's also a divisor in there, or like a multiplier, if you will, that sort of, I haven't started messing with it yet, but in the later levels, it'll make sure that random timing, so you see how they're spaced out like kind of differently, that divisor is going to make sure that that random range of how quickly they, it's going to make sure that that random time is smaller and smaller. A smaller range that it's pulling from. So that way there's less space and they cram together a little more. And that's pretty much it. So that's how they get added in there, because when the reparent timer ends, that's when it's going to add them onto the track, basically. Wherever that is. I'm sure that's somewhere. I don't know where, but it's somewhere. It's definitely somewhere. Spawn targets. Maybe that's where it does it. Somewhere. Anyway, so that's it. That's pretty much how that works. I guess I would like to find the reparent target to path. I guess this is what runs. Reparent target to path. Oh, in process, right. So the timer is running in process. And it checks to see if the timer has reached 0. So it's like counting down, it's counting down, it's counting down. And then once it hits 0, it stops the timer, and it also makes sure that there's not too many. So it's like, hey, wait, did we spawn enough yet? And if it hasn't spawned enough, it actually increases. So it's actually counting, right? It's saying, have I reparented the number that that sum that we did, that 86 that we found, has this equaled 86 yet, is kind of what this is checking. And if it hasn't, then it's going to reparent it to the target path and run that timer again over and over. What's in my globals? I've been trying to figure out best practice for what kind of stuff to keep loaded. Look, I wouldn't call myself a best practitioner, but I'll show you what I have in there. For now, and look, I don't have the game. I haven't made the whole game yet, so we still got a lot more. This is probably going to get in it, but for now, I have the wave number in here. So that is to say, really the level that we're on. Are we on level 1, level 2, level 3? Which wave is it? Round 1, round 2, round 3. And then I have the wave data, so how many of everything is in each wave. And that's pretty much it. I also have in the ready function, we start the next wave signal. So my signals, not all my signals, I actually have like a messenger bus for a lot of my other signals. That's where this is, but I'm connecting that signal. So this is saying that this is when that, I do have a global node for signals, and that's my messenger here. So this just holds where my signals are. But what this is just doing, again, as we said before, when the wave starts, it's going to increase that wave number because that's held on globals. So we're updating it there. That's pretty much it. That's really not much in there right now. I have my debug wave data set up, but yeah, we'll see what else gets in there at some point. Random spawn rate, cool stuff. You sound like someone else wrote this. I sound like someone else wrote this? I mean, we wrote this together. We wrote all this together. And it is, but I mean, I came up with the logic at the end of the day, and I pretty much made it myself. But yeah, I mean, it feels that you come on, you never sit down, you look at your code, and you're like, right? It's so real to like just make it and then kind of put it out. And then I gotta come back and like relearn it. I mean, that's what I have to do. I always have to relearn it. What does reparenting it do? Is it because it has to be a child of a Path 3D? So the reparenting is just a trick that I picked up in another project I was working on to keep it from needing to be instantiated. So I don't want, when it gets to the end of the path, I don't want to have to queue free it and then instantiate every one, because I just have found that that can slow down the game, and there's going to be so many of these loading in. I just don't want to slow it down. So by doing the reparenting, instead of instantiating everything, it's object pooling, I think is what is the fancy word for it. Object pooling. So I'm storing the objects in another node. They're parented to another node, which you can almost think of as an array. They're stored in that other node, in that array, and then I move them, I reparent them to the path. And yes, they're path follow 3D nodes, and the path is path 3D. So I'm taking them out of the node and I'm moving them to the path so that way they can do their path thing. Yeah, it's just some object pooling. Looking back at my older projects, wanting to work on them more, and then realizing how terribly I structured everything and giving up. Yeah, I mean, look, it's hard. It's hard to be like, I'm gonna keep working on this thing even though it's bad. That's not an easy thing to be willing to do. So yeah, I do try to keep it the cleanest I can as soon as possible, but it's not always easy. Reparenting physically moves them. No, I actually do physically move them to the path. Well, kind of, sort of. It physically moves them. It does physically move them because of the nature of the path 3D and the path follower. So because I'm putting the path follower on the path 3D, it does physically move it. But once it gets to the end, I have to manually tell it to move. Yeah. We have to move them back to the origin. Yeah, exactly. But I don't have to move them to the path because the path already has a point built into it, right? So it knows that I need to go to the start of the path, which is right here. So that's why I don't have to repair or move it at first. But then when I'm taking it off the path, I do move it, and I tell it to go to the collector. So that's in the script here. So when I reparent it to the collector, I set its position back to 0. Yeah, so that way it moves out of the way. All right. So I think I did miss quite a few things there, but I think it was okay. Funny that I got Toys vs. Candy. I don't know if I'm going to say candy or not. We'll see. I almost settled for Grandma versus Balloons, throwing needles to pop them. Delightful. And of course, Rocket Launcher Grandmas for frozen balloons. Epic. I love it. Welcome, Mystic Fragments. Good to see you. I used ChatGPT and I figured out the wave data thing. Nice. So wave 1, for example, 0, 0, 0, 5 different types of balloons, so it will show 0 of each type. Lightning bulb. That's awesome. Wow. I'm very affirmed that ChatGPT also came up with that idea. I'm making an idle tower defense, nice, Aditya, with features to upgrade tower to earn faster and enemies to earn more each enemy, but makes the game harder. Whoa, I don't know if I understand that, but that sounds kind of interesting. Earn faster and you earn more with each enemy, but it makes the game harder. So the more you earn, the more difficult the game gets. And upgrade spawner, new enemy faster spawning. That's cool. It sounds like kind of procedural the way that it works. Like the difficulty. It's really interesting. Nice. Idle Tower Defense. I'd love to see a fun game with less predatory cash grab than the current Idle Tower Defense game. Interesting. Make it. Make that game. Chewing gums will retaliate by gluing turrets and slowing them down. Delightful. I think getting more comfortable with loops would be good for you. For me? Or for someone else? Hey, what's up, Seppi? I think I'm comfortable with loops. If you see the randomization, you get the same result every launch, and you could fake it. I believe you. I bet you're telling the truth. After 6 months of trying to learn game development, I'm still waiting for the magic wand gamers seem to believe game development has. When do I get one? No. I mean, you do get better. You do get better over time. But it's still hard. Game development is hard. It takes a long time. It's hard work. I know you're kidding, and you know that, but it's difficult. Yeah, go work on your own, Sable. Good luck. All right. So, I want to set up the towers and how they projectile. I need to figure that system out because for right now, dude, they do sound fun. Yeah, head over to the Discord because people are sharing them, by the way. And it's amazing. I think there were like 11 or 12 the last time I checked, and I think that number is increasing. So kind of exciting, kind of cool. So we have a section on the Discord for the Game Like Jam, and there's Sable just put an update. So many Bloons likes on here. Just love to see it. All these are Bloons likes. So yeah, it is exciting. All right, so for these towers, guess I'm gonna draw for now, just to like kind of wrap my head around this. So we have these targets that are, you know, flying around the level, whatever, in their little way. And then they get reparented at the end. Now I need each one of these to have hit points. In this case, one would have 1, another might have 2 hit points. We'll say for now, might change that system. Okay. And then I'm gonna want some towers. I'm gonna want something. I guess the first one's gonna be the army soldier, the toy soldier. Okay, so whatever. It's a toy soldier. Deal with it. So there's gonna be a tower, and here's where things are gonna get really crazy. All right, because I kind of want to detect the targets with geometry. I don't know. I have a feeling it's gonna go very badly, but I don't care. I don't care. I want to try because I want to have a very performant game. And I just have a feeling that having a bunch of Area 3Ds running around is going to be messy. So I want to use geometry to define a radius around the towers. And then if that's the radius. If the target is within that radius, it is then going to say, okay, now I need to put out a projectile somehow of some kind. Now I could fake it. We could just have the projectile be an animation, and then the things that are within that range, I guess we should actually make it be in the range. And then the things that are within that range just happen to get damage, and then we're just seeing an animation of the bullet, but it doesn't necessarily correspond to reality. That would be the most efficient thing to do. Because then I would only have to have the tower subtracting the damage, or subtracting the hit points, not another thing that's also detecting. But I don't know, I want the projectiles to be detecting. It's just like what I want. So if I create a projectile, it's going to also need to have its own little area that detects things. So what I'm going to use geometry for that as well. I mean, we could take the same code that's on the tower and put it on the projectile, so I only have to come up with that once. The difference is the tower is stationary, except the tower isn't stationary because it is rotating. And then the, yeah, we could do a raycast. Yeah, the raycast isn't a bad idea. The thing is, in order for it to detect, for the raycast to detect anything, there needs to be an area on stuff. Because a raycast can't just see a path follower. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so that's why I'm not doing a raycast, because it's sort of like we're creating our own raycast from scratch, in a way. But do you see what I'm saying? Like, how can the raycast see the path follower if the path follower doesn't have an area 3D on it? And I'm trying to avoid, or a body, or a collision shape. I'm trying to avoid adding collision shapes to all of these. It's my own self-imposition. Use the same math for the darts, but with a small... Yeah, exactly. You can move through the array of things on the path and check distance to G positions. That's true. That's true. But you know what I don't like about that? Is then I need something separate for drawing the area. Because in Bloons, right, we see the area around the tower. It'd be nice if the same logic that detects stuff is the same logic that helps us define the circle. And so if the circle isn't real, then it's going to be kind of hard to line up the math with like a visual of the size, which just feels kind of annoying to me. So like, see how we can see around it, like what it is? Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that we'll calculate a circle. Does that make sense? So we're going to actually use, I don't know, this is what I'm going to try to do. Anyway, what I'm going to try to do is calculate a circle with math. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. And we use that same math that detects if something is within that radius to draw the circle. That's the idea that I have in mind, all right? So I'm just talking it out. So yeah, it might not work in 3D. That's true. How do the bullets hit the enemies without areas or raycasts? Geometry. I'm going to try. Again, I'm just going to try it. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm curious. Look, I may be going down a fool's errand here, so I'm probably going to set a time limit on myself. If I can't seem to figure it out in a general sense by a certain time, I'm just going to move on and stick a bunch of areas and raycasts. I'll do that. That's my last resort, personally. Okay, so we have geometry somehow potentially detecting on the tower, and that's detecting targets. And then we want a projectile to be sent out somehow. Now, I do think this could be instantiated. Maybe I'll want to object pool the projectiles. I think it's going to be harder to do because I could try to figure out like the maximum number of bullets that would ever be there. You know, by like calculating the amount of money that you could spend in the tower that shoots the most bullets the fastest. It's just kind of crazy. We're also going to need different types of projectiles, right? There's the darts, or the like basic projectile. There's the tacks, the ones that come out in the different angle. Really, those are the same as darts. They just might look a little different. And then there's the ice bombs, and then the explosive bombs. So there's 4 different types that have to be kept in mind, unfortunately. So that's something else. There's a lot to think about here. And then that projectile will detect if it's in there. All right, so this is a mess. But what I'm going to start with for now is this geometry thing. I think that's the biggest problem I need to try to resolve. So in order to do that, I'm just going to have it, by the way, placing the towers. We got to be able to place them. This is going to be, I have a lot of work ahead of me here. So we're going to get in here and just try to see what we can do. So I'm going to slap together a little something. I guess it will be it's going to be a 3D object, ultimately. So let's do that. Let's make a mesh. I'm just gonna make it be... Oh, didn't I? Wait, I think I already started making a tower. Didn't I? Yeah, I did. Oh, okay, great. But that one's a node. I don't want to make it a node. Why make it a node? keep it, I mean, well, I might as well keep it as simple as possible. If it's only gonna be a mesh. No, because I want like animation. All right, yeah. You know what? Node is fine because there'll be other stuff bundled in there. But you still could make it a mesh at the top. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Could make an standard sphere collider, right? With radius value 1 and scale it multiplying by your range. Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to avoid it. And I might. Like these are the kind of things that I'm going to fall back on if I don't get this in time. But what I'd like to try to do is use geometry instead of that. But totally, definitely a way to do it. And nothing wrong with that. I just want to try to do it differently for fun. Are you going to have to use shapes to prevent the player from placing on the track? That's a good point. Right. Yeah. I would say I would probably want to use the same system. I would think. Except I guess I'd want like a smaller, right? So if we come back to this drawing, excellent. Thank you for pointing that out. We'd want an even smaller detection area in here, right? And that is its placement area. So it would be so we'd use that same code that generates the big radius and then have a smaller radius that is detecting the path, basically. What are the towers? A set amount of projectiles, let's say 10, for example, and you give the projectile states hidden, firing, etc. So you hide the projectile and send them back after they hit or miss. That's a good idea. I like that. That's a really good idea. Nice. Variable collide float equals target global position times detection sphere radius. Oh man, I don't know if I can read code like that. Like just in chat. Yeah, totally. I don't know what to do with that. All right, so but that's cool. I'm impressed. I just like my brain. I need to see it like in. It's really hard for me to read disembodied code. All right. So anyway. Let me cook. Vector 3 is a member function. Distance 2. Yeah. Exactly. Stuff like that. That's exactly the kind of stuff I want to do. That's what I want to do. I don't know, Rorik. We'll see. All right, so, but no, you guys. I mean, I'm not saying you guys should. Okay, I actually really appreciate it. So let's see. I need to. What's up, J. Jordan? Welcome. I need to go to my tower and let's make it work here. I'm gonna move this to a place that we know is going to detect things so we can test with it. And let's start making it do stuff. So this is where it's going to get weird. This is just experimentation, all right? So there's this thing called a geometry 2D node, or a class. It's not a node, it's a class. Provides a set of helper functions to create geometric shapes, compute intersections between shapes, and process various other geometric operations in 2D. So this is what I'm going to hope and pray will actually help me. So obviously this is a 3D game, but we're going to try to use this to generate it in 2D space. I don't know if it's going to work. Yeah, will the draw function work in 3D? I don't know. Might just want to try it and see what happens. I don't even know how to use the draw function, if I'm being honest with you. I've never used it. Not once. Control node. No, not draw order. No, not any of that. I mean, I could do like a viewport, but that's kind of insane. It would be nice to be able to. Okay, we're gonna do some research. I gotta hunt around. Draw function. It's all for canvas items. How to draw lines and points in 3D. 2022. Oh, it's from Acer. Oh, I did remember watching this. Let's see. Cool, cool, neato. And what are you doing? What are you doing there? You doing a lot? You doing a whole bunch? What you got going on? Mesh instance, sphere radius, radius times 2. This is interesting. But I don't see a lot of drawing happening in that code yet. Wait, how did you do that? How did you do that? How did you do all this? What did you do? Explain. Oh, here we go. Wow. Draw point and line. Mouse position. Yeah. But there's still some lines there somehow. So is it so for the drawing, is it, no, it says draw 3D. Look, draw 3D. What is that? What is that? What is that? Where do you get that from? Draw 3D, is that their own class? That must be their own class. It is. Okay, so there's the draw 3D script, and then they're doing dot line. Okay, here's their draw 3D script. Yes, I think you're right. I think you're very right. This is crazy. This is crazy, dude. I'm not doing any of this. I'm doing 0% of this. No. We're not doing any of that. That's a lot. There's a lot going on there. Oh, yes. You got a project. Let's go. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Hell yeah. Love to see it. Love to see it. Mesh.primitive lines. This is wild. Making a translucent sphere mesh ordered below the tower would look like a circle. Oh. Right, and then we could just apply the geometric radius to that. That's interesting. That's a really interesting idea. I kind of like that. Yeah, this is gonna get wild. I'm gonna play some music because my brain needs a little help. This is gonna be a little bit nuts here. Welcome, Anderson. Just started learning my Godot pixel art and coding a few months ago. You're still pretty new, but your content is really awesome. Thank you. That's very kind of you. It has been helping me a lot to understand Godot. Let's go. You're welcome. And you're welcome here. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, so I'm just gonna be kind of farting around here trying to figure out how to do this thing. If we could do that dungeon, but I'm worried about that. Oh, you know, it does kind of work. It does actually kind of work, doesn't it? But how do I make sure that it's like, you know, precise? Look at that. Look at that. If I just make its height like nothing, then we can just set its radius. Actually, that looks kind of awesome. That like totally works. Nice. Interesting. What if we... Would it be crazy to like... I mean, look, this is kind of obnoxious. But like maybe we could draw the math from this tower, from this like mesh here. Because the thing about a collision shape is it's just doing a lot of extra stuff that I don't really need it to do. We don't have any physics or anything like that. Like, what if we say that, like, this radius somehow... I think I gotta use the geometry. I don't think I actually know what I'm doing. Let me find a video. There was a good video that I had, but I don't remember where it is. Geometry, but is it gonna be in 3D? I think the geometry 2D class, it's not, I don't think it's locked in to like a particular, Oh yeah, this one's nice. I don't think it's locked into a particular 3D or 2D situation. Like, I think we can do it anywhere. Get closest, see, it's got all this built into it, right? It checks closest points. Get closest, stop. Get closest point to segment. Right, so if we calculate this space around, I'm gonna commit a crime, and I'm gonna ask, here's what I'm gonna do. I've got 3D, I'm sorry, but I got questions, and I'm not gonna search them. I got a 3D tower that is going to detect other 3D objects. I want to use GDScript 4.4's, what do you call it? Geometry. I'm just gonna get some ideas from it, see what it thinks. GDScript 4.4 geometry 2D class to draw or to create a 2D circle around the base of the tower that can find nearest things to it, the targets that are the other 3D objects, and report that it sees them. How would you approach this in a 3D project? Yeah. Circle shape 2D in combination with it. No areas. No areas. Don't use areas or collision shapes. Stop this. Stop this. Stop this. Stop it at once. I may not be able to get around it, and I'm willing to admit that. But I just want to try. Iterate through all the potential targets in the scene and calculate their distance. That's exactly what I want to do. From the tower's base using vector math. Yes, correct. In 3D, you can compare the vector 3 positions of the tower and the targets. For the 2D circle, just project their positions on a 2D plane. Define the circle's range, determine the radius, sort targets by proximity. Yes, exactly. Update the detection dynamically. Run these checks every frame or at set intervals to keep track of, maybe we'll do set intervals or something. We'll see. To keep track of changes in the target positions. Actually, we could do set intervals because you'll notice even in Bloons, right? The tower shoots stuff once in a while. It does have intervals. So that could be when it checks it. That way it's not running every single frame. That would actually be really perfect. All right. Continue helping me understand this. So we set up, it says detected targets. We set up an empty array. That's what it's suggesting. We define a radius. This is quite simple. I like this. For target in get tree, get nodes and group targets. So we add them all to a group. Totally would do that anyway. No. Stop this. Ensure all potential targets are in a targets group. Yep. It's going to assign a position 2D to the target that it finds. So it's going to iterate through. That's what I love about groups in Godot, is they are like a big array of stuff, and we can iterate through that array, and we're gonna fetch each 2D position. Then we're gonna fetch the tower's position. Oh, this is so simple. I don't need to use geometry to do this. Just vector math. But again, then I lose the opportunity to have the radius be drawn from the same thing. You know, that idea I had of making sure that the radius was exactly the same as the, but whatever. I'm ready to let go of that, because the thing is that vector that we draw from the tower that can just be the same length as the radius. I don't know. I might need some help in figuring out how to make that be the same. But yeah, I think on the circle, like that mesh that I slapped down there, I think if we just set the vector length to that radius, I have a feeling it's going to be the same. Just a hunch. If distance is less than or equal to the radius, it's going to then append the thing that it detects, the target. It's typing it as a target. Oh, it's... Wait, what? Why would you do that? And then the distance, it's typing to a distance. I don't really understand what this is. What are these curly brackets? What is this? I don't know what that is. I bet it's something, but I'm actually not sure what these curly brackets do in this context. I'm a little confused by that. Is that real? Detected target sort dot custom. What? Dot sort custom? Are you making this up? It is not making that up. Sort custom sorts the array using a custom callable. Wow. The curly brackets are not real, right? Like, what are you talking about? All right, that's not surprising, but we can fix it. It's the, you know, the logic that I'm looking for, not the code. Detected targets sort custom self sort by why are you doing that? If detected targets sort by right, the ones that are closest. I see. So it's making sure that the ones that are closest are first in the array. All right, that's cool. If detected target size is greater than 0, print what the nearest target is. And then it's constructing this. I mean, it's almost like it's making a dictionary. Which, can you nest a dictionary in an array? It works because it's not statically typed. Well, we can maybe fix that. Yeah, it reminds you why it won't be replaced. I mean, no, it's not. I mean, it's not going to replace everything, but it is. I mean, I think this is also is a demonstration of why it's valuable as a tool, right? Because it is able to understand a very specific problem that I have and propose a logical approach to resolving that problem that I, for accessibility reasons, whatever it may be, am not able to think of off the top of my head. So I think it's an incredibly valuable tool. It just requires knowing what to realize isn't working. And yeah, so the likelihood of AI being able to actually code an entire project and it works, not a very high probability. With that said, it definitely still has value for learning things. You know, otherwise I could go into a forum and ask people or something, but nobody likes that. Okay, that's the old thing. Okay, so if it's a text zip, but I totally feel you with that ultimate challenge and relate to that. Sort by distance, AB, return it. Return a distance less, oh, I see, that's the function that it created earlier, right here. Sort by distance. For the sorting. This is cool, this is interesting. All right, so I think what I'll try is I will definitely set this up very similarly. So let's go to our tower code. And I'm going to make a, we'll say detected targets into an empty array, which we know that these are going to be follow paths. So we're going to say variable array, it needs to check for, let's see if I don't remember what it's called, path follow, sorry, 3D, put dictionary inside another dictionary. You can put, yeah, so actually it might be doing something real. I think it might be doing something real. It just maybe did it in a weird way, or we're not used to it. We'll try it. We'll see what happens. Okay, so we're creating an array. We also want to do an radius. So detection radius. I think 10 is probably a pretty good guess, because I think that's about what we've got on our tower. 7.5, so we'll just say 8 for now. We can change that. Probably want it to be a float. Would be good. So we're defining this radius. I would love to even like have it applied to the thing underneath here. I guess we kind of want it a little bit above the track, so that way it looks a little better. And the per dungeon suggestion, we can make it a little transparent, right? Probably don't want to do it that way. I mean, it should be fine. I mean, it should be okay if we do it this way. So we'll see. We can adjust that as needed. I'm going to call this radius. Let's say visible radius or something. I'm going to access it as a unique name, and then I'm going to on-ready it. And we can say, so this is going to actually change depending on what upgrades you have. So I'm going to say function I guess upgrade radius, we could call it. And this could call with amount or radius, maybe. And that's going to be a float. And I'll want to run that in the ready function. Func ready void. And this is going to also be void. In that ready function, I'm going to want to run upgrade radius. And we're going to want to just pump in the detection radius that it already is. And then I'll say visible radius dot. Now, I don't know how to access that property. Maybe I gotta do like mesh. Let's see if I drag this in. I don't actually know how to access that radius. Look for a mesh instance. I'm searching up radius here in the documentation. It's tough because it's a very specific shape, isn't it? It's the sphere. So I might actually have to look for that instead. I don't know. Let me look for mesh instance 3D. And this is called a sphere mesh. I guess I could search sphere mesh. There we go, sphere mesh. Okay, radius. So do I need to like type sphere mesh? I don't know. I actually need to try this. I'm not sure. Let's just see if we can actually do this. I'm gonna say radius equals radius. Let's see if that much works. I'm gonna make the radius something quite different. Let's make it super tiny and see if we run it, will it make it that size? It will not. Yeah, it doesn't exist. Okay, cool. What if I do mesh? What do you think about that? Nice. Cool. Okay, great. So we got the radius around there because I added radius.mesh.radius. That's how it accessed that. Great. So if I were to make this 18 and restart it, it's now going to be quite large. Excellent. Now I want to use that for drawing the vector for detecting things. We also want to make sure we can find everything. So I'm going to go to the target and make sure we're adding it to a group. If you add ready, make sure to add super ready to it. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Thanks. Thank you for reminding me. Wow. And what are we doing here? We're adding a group to it. I mean, we could probably do that on the class here. I don't think we need to do that anywhere else, right? We already have our ready in here. Yeah, so let's try that. Add to group target. That way it's in an array for us to fetch. Just to make sure that that is getting set up correctly, this is going to be an enormous amount of things. But let's just have it print. Let's see here. How does it access it? I've done it before. I'm not sure that I need to do it that way. I'm going to look at a previous project and see how I accessed everything in a group. I had this like scoring system where you grab stuff and you dunk it into like an orb. And I think in here we iterate through a group. Get tree, get nodes. Oh yeah, so that is what it suggested. Okay. So I'm just gonna say print the targets. I just want to make sure. Yeah, I mean, you could do size. It should be 250. Then we don't have to have 250 prints coming out, per se. Okay, it's the size of 0. So that's not great. That's not what we want to see. Let me try. It might be that it's not there yet. So let me try actually printing it. Let's do globals. And let's say every time a new wave starts, it's going to print the new size. Let's try that. 250. Okay, good. We got it. Excellent. So that has all of them in there. We're cooking. We're cooking. So what it's going to do is it's going to compare it's going to need to know what those positions are. So let's do a function for, and we can have this be at the start of every wave. It would be nice to only fetch the ones that are actually within the wave. That way it's just less, again, it's just less that it has to think about. Let's do that. So I'm gonna use the signal that we already have. Messenger, start next wave, connect on start next wave. I love using signals this way. It's just my preference. You know, I can come in here and I can search on start next wave. I could do connect since I always do it this way. And now I see every script that connects the signal and I can just hop to them and see what's going on and how they're using it. Just kind of the way I like it. And this is gonna be on start next. Whoa, wrong row. On start next wave. Don't believe that calls with anything, right? Does it? I don't remember. I don't think it does. So when the next wave starts, we want to check that group. And we want to specifically set a variable for targets on path, we'll say. And this is going to be, well, really only want the distance. So we're going to say targets pause on path. So this is going to be a vector 2. Let me check in with its code. So no, it's setting that up in the process. I don't really want to do that. I guess we could set it up in that function. Target position 2D, a vector 2. I see. So it's making sure every single one in that group. But I only want it to be on the targets that are in the path. So in order to do that, I actually don't want all 250 to be added to that group. Instead, so let's go get that out of there. Out of the target script. Instead of adding it to the group target, we can say that once it gets reparented to the path, that's when it gets added to the group. So right here, when we set the target to reparent, we make its process mode be active, so that way it's actually doing stuff. And we set its level to the right level. We can also say target to reparent, add to group, let's say target on path. Okay, now I'm gonna come back to the tower script. This is gonna be target on path. Every time it starts a new wave, it's going to iterate through that array. Let's set a variable for this. Variable targets on path. That is going to be an array of vector 2s, all right? Whoa, I didn't mean to stop the music. Continue. An array of vector 2s. And it's gonna be empty. So we're gonna say for targets on path. Well, we want to make sure we add them. Yeah, it's just empty right now. It's empty right now. For target, in targets on path. Well, but they're not in there yet. I see. That's not what I meant to do. That's not what I meant to do. I kind of wanted to have the array. You need to also say how do I type that? I don't even know how I type that. Get nodes in group. I mean, it's going to return an array. Right? Pretty sure. But the array is going to be of nodes. Right? So I think we want this to be path follow 3D. Which we already set up here, detected targets. But no, that's detected targets. That's different. So targets on path are the ones that are here. When the next wave starts, we're then going to check what those are. Let me make sure that's working. Can assign array node to variable targets on path with specified type. Okay, so it doesn't want me to be specific. Whatever. All right, so print this. Print targets on path size. Let's just see if that's working. So every time I start a new wave, if I've done this correctly, we should get a print out here that tells me how many are in that wave. Okay, it said 0, so that's not good. It's definitely not working. All right, cool. Curious, what if I just say this? Just to see if I just didn't set up that variable correctly or something. I think it might be a timing issue. But then I would think it wouldn't say 0 in there. It would say something else. So it should be reparenting them here. Start next wave, but start next wave happens after, because start next wave means that this happens. I almost need another signal here that a target has been reparented, so that way it knows that it should be added to the group, right? But that's gonna happen a lot of times, because this is reparent target to path. Could we like check the path? Can the path return what's on it? Probably not. Child entered. Child exiting. That's just any node. Right, it'll just be a child. Dude, we can iterate through the path. We don't need no group. Oh, that's what we're doing. That's what we're freaking doing. So I'm gonna actually make the path a class. Right? No, we should do a static reference. Something Dungeon Martian taught me. We did the static reference here for the collector. So this is a little trick that lets me reference this from anywhere in the code. So right now we have, this has a class name, target collector. We set up a static variable called ref, and then in the initialization function, we just set that ref variable to self. And now, because it's a static variable and a class name, we can point to this. It's almost like it becomes like a global thing, which is really nice that we can reference. So let's set that up for the path. Now the path doesn't have a script on it, unfortunately, but let's give it a script for this singular purpose. I'm just gonna call it path. And on the path, I want to make sure it has a class name. And then we're gonna say static variable ref function init void ref equals self. Now, back on my tower, instead of dealing with this group stuff, so let me actually pull out this reparenting, or sorry, yeah, this reparenting add group situation. And instead, we're gonna assign this to path.ref.getChildren. So that's our new array. Then let's print that. Now the timing still might be weird. But at least I don't have to add in all this group stuff that doesn't need to be there. Oh, nice. There it goes. So we can't just do it on each wave because they don't all, it's good. They don't all spawn at the same time, right? They spawn one after the other. So the array is constantly updating, meaning we need it to keep checking. We should have it check every time something gets reparented, it needs to update the targets on path. So we don't want it to actually happen on start next wave. We want it to happen when something gets added to the path. I wonder if we could have Well, but the towers, we can't do a static reference on the tower because there's multiple towers. I think this is a very good use case for a signal. So we're gonna make a signal for it. I have this at warning ignore situation here because since Godot 4.3, it has like a default built-in warning that it sends out in your debugger if a signal is detected as not being used within the same script. But because I'm using this messenger bus, I'm not going to use the signal within the same script. I'm using it outside. So I was really just trying to tell you, hey, you have a signal you haven't used. I have used it, I just haven't happened to use it here. So that's why I have that at warning ignore unused signal, so my debugger isn't blowing up with things that aren't helpful. All right, so we're gonna say target added to path is our new signal. And on a tower, we're going to want, so every tower, this means every single tower is gonna check, hey, is a new target added to the path that I need to potentially look out for? Might be good on globals. Maybe we should put this, maybe we shouldn't put this on every tower. This should probably be on globals. That way we don't have every tower running this function. It's only running once and the tower just checks back to globals to learn about it. Yeah, we can turn it off. That's probably correct. But the reason why I don't want to turn it off is because what if I actually want it sometimes? You know, like if I declare a signal within a script, I would want it to let me know if I stopped using it. So that's why I'm not turning it off. Because it just so happens only on the messenger bus, I don't want it to warn me. Anywhere else, I think it's a good warning. But yeah, that's absolutely true. So then what Dormouse is talking about is if you go to project settings, we can probably just, let's see. I already forgot how to do it. I forgot quick. Debug. So it's in debug. Which section is that? It's kind of hard to find. Why is it? Oh, do I have to do advanced settings? I think I have to do advanced settings. Maybe not. Do I? Yeah, I guess I do. Alright, advanced settings first. Then you can find... It's funny that you can search for it. Wait, where is it? I'm bugging about this lack of debug. I just want to scroll to it, you know? Stunningly, it isn't scroll toable. I have to search debug, and then it appears. I don't know what that's about. But anyway, type in the filter debug, and then it'll appear here, and now you get all of these different settings you can change. So unassigned variable, have it warn or do an error. Here it is, unused signal, warn, you can have it be an error or you can have it ignore. That's what Dormouse is talking about. Variable target equals get children as array path follow 3D might work to get auto completion. Oh, thank you. Hey, Psychotic, welcome. Thank you. I haven't been passing out credits today, even though I probably should. I can think of 4 people off the top of my head. If I forgot about you and you said something that I used, I apologize. Oh yeah, man, I really should have been doing this along the way. Because we got a lot of new people giving credits. These credits do not entitle you to compensation, by the way. Just a credit in the game. I don't plan to sell this, but you know me. Cover my butt. Okay, we did have some helpful thoughts from Aditya. Make sure I'm spelling it right. Buddha Cody. Let's say, we can say Godot Consultant. Mystic Fragments. We're just gonna, oh wait, you're already on here. We're just gonna add a bunch of Godot Consultants. Psychotic, it's good to see you. Okay, wait, no songs for people who aren't members. Rorik, just so many dungeon, obviously, for some reason, probably. Dormouse, of course. Okay, hopefully I didn't forget anybody. Are you on here twice? Yes, you are. Let me consolidate your credit there. Oh yeah, surely I didn't give you 2 for that. I probably just like dragged it and it like copied it or something. Good catch. All right. Sorry if I forgot you. Please let me know if I did. I apologize. So let's try that. That's helpful, Psychonic. So over here in the tower, if I want to set this up, get children as array? That's crazy. This doesn't work. I don't know if that works. It's so helpful they're on the list twice. I don't know. It sounds cool. Oh right, I was supposed to do path follow, but I don't think that's it. At the end of the line. Oh, gotcha. I see. As path follow. I gotcha. I gotcha. And then we want to make this path follow. Maybe. Possibly. Did I do this right? But maybe you're also saying not to type it here at all? Like just do it like that? Oh. So I'm like not. So is this the same as static typing, just like in a different way? Like we're typing it at the end instead of in the middle? Is that technically a static type? Did we do that? As array path follow. Thank you. All right, well, if that's cool. Thank you. Thank you, guys. That's awesome. Wow. Weird. Okay, let's make sure that still works. I'm sure it does. We obviously have the problem of it calling at the wrong time, but yep, it's filling it out. Nice. Put the static typing back in for better type hints. Oh, it'll work now. Oh, so it'll work now. I see. Because I actually correctly got it. Matched it. Gotcha. Awesome. Thank you. Nice. You guys are the best. Okay. So now I don't want this to run on next level. I'm creating a new signal, a target added to path. That's going to come over here to the collector. And I don't really care what target it is. Target, let's see, messenger. Target added to path, emit. You know, at some point I might want to add an argument in here that just says like, you know, target to reparent or something, but right now I don't really feel like I need that, so we're not going to. But in theory, someday we could. So instead of connecting start next wave, we are going to add target added to path, and then I'm going to also change this on target added to path Same thing here. On target, added to path. Okay, so now that should update every time a new target is indeed added to the path. Let's confirm. So it should just print it a new... Oh, unless I did it wrong. Trying to assign array node to a variable type of... But it worked. But it previously worked. I think it's called an assertion. Basically, getChildren can return anything that extends node, but you're telling Godot to expect a certain type instead. Interesting. How did this break already, though? What happened? I didn't change, like, anything? Other than when this function gets called. That's the only thing that I did different. I wonder if that's the problem. Like, it needs to not call it the first time. Because as soon as we start the game, it runs a wave 0. And I wonder if that's the problem. Is there a node that is a child of the path that isn't a path follow? There shouldn't be. But evidently, there must be. Here, let's just run it and let's see what's in the remote tab. Wait, now it's working? Oh, when I click start wave. Yeah. Alright, so let's look at the remote tab. Path. Table mesh. No, that should be on path. No, there's actually no children on there. There's no children in there. Path 3D is the thing that has the script on it, not the tower, or the node above it. The node towering above it. It's this. So there currently are no children. It's empty. So I think what I need to do is I need to say... I wonder if because it's empty? Maybe if I change like the timing around? It's quite surprising, actually. I really can't change that timing very much here. I mean, this is reparent target to path, which runs right up here. Start reparent timer, which runs the next one. Maybe just check that children isn't getting... Ooh, that's a good idea. This is actually a much better place to put this anyway. Okay, still have the issue. So let's do that. It's a really good idea. That's like a smart thing to do anyway. If getChildren, or rather, if targets on path size is greater than, or if it, well, I don't know. There's different ways to do this, right? Because is it null? It's not really null, per se. How many likes we got? 15 likes, and there's about 15 of you here. Alright, so that's fine. But if you guys haven't hit the like button, hit that thumbs up. You may have forgotten that you're here, and you haven't pressed the thumbs up yet. Just thought I'd remind you. Oh, that didn't do anything. If targets on path is not set to null, I guess we'll do that. But why? But it's not null. It's seeing it as a node. Sorry, I covered that up. An array type. I'm very confused. This is quite an annoying thing to be hung up on. But it's definitely the timing, right? Because when I changed it to on start next wave, it was fine. It was as soon as I said target added to path. I guess I could check. You know, from an effort perspective, I hate to do it, but if I do my undos and redos correctly, it might not be too bad. Alright, so here's the old way that it was. Wait, is that the old way? Now I'm very confused. What did I do differently? What did I change? Did I just like change like one little thing? Hey Henry, welcome. I'm trying to add some towers to my Bloons-like. Try path.ref.getChild as array path follow. Whoa. Okay. But like, why did it work before? I don't understand what changed. Did it work? Oh, did it work when I wasn't typing it? I don't think I tested it after we added in the typing. That's what changed. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. That's what was different. Okay. Now I get it. I needed it to make sense. Now it makes sense. So I can actually add all this crap on here again. And we can make sure that it functions. So if I remove the typing, now it's going to happen every time a target gets added to the path. I just want to see it. I want to see it to believe it. No more errors, and now it's printing. Okay, alright. So, try path.getRef.getChild. Path.ref.getChild. Wait, where am I putting that? In quotes? Where? As the static type? We're just trying to static type just to be, you know, good hygiene, good code hygiene. I'm so confused where I put that. Where does that go? What do you mean? We have so much more things to experiment with. This is barely all of it. Oh. And you said in quotes? Or just like that, just like in parentheses like that? And then I can potentially type it? Hey, what's up, Andres? Welcome. I'm static typing. Really, I'm trying to set up the towers for my game. But now I'm trying to figure out the chaos of GDScript trying to type an array. Which is surprisingly chaotic. That didn't work. But it's not terrible. I guess I just don't get to statically type it. I think I just don't get to, and that just has to be okay. Like, I could ask ChatGPT. I don't think it's gonna do a good job. Especially with the static reference. I don't think it's gonna know what that is. An empty array is still an array in this case with type node. You could try using and if. Oh, it could duplicate it. You could try using and if get child count is greater than 0, or just don't bother with the static. Yeah, I think maybe you just don't bother with the static typing. I don't think the other chat's gonna really know what to do here. How do I statically type this variable? Ref is a static variable initializing a class script as a reference to itself. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just telling me the same thing. It looks the same. But Godot says it's calling as a node, as array node, even though the path.ref is empty at the time. When getChildren is called on an empty node, it cannot determine because there are no elements to infer from. By default, Godot assumes the most general type, which is array node. To address this, you can ensure type safety by explicitly creating a typed array, even if the source is empty. Whoa! Oh, this might be kind of like what Dungeon was getting at, like in general. But like didn't quite. It's just like so close. So but also you were saying like a duplicate, which is kind of what new is doing a little bit. Wild. Let's see if it works. ChatGPT can study documentation like no other. And it immediately doesn't work. It'll study it, but it won't make the right guesses. Identifier not found array. Alright, so it has no idea what the hell it's talking about. I don't even understand like what it's talking about. Identifier not found array? What does that even mean? All right, I think we're gonna skip the static typing. I think that's the phase that I'm at. I'm not gonna go round and around with the AI. It's not fun. All right, cool. No type then. That's how it's gonna be. Double check, make sure we're back in a state of working, and we are. Let's keep going. So, we set up this targets on path. Where were we? We set up this targets on path equals path reference get children as array path follow 3D, and we're printing them. We don't actually want to print them. Every time a new target gets added, we are wanting to store its vector 2 into an array, and that's it. So we're gonna say targets positions, target positions. We're gonna create an array of vector 2s, and we want that to actually be an iteration. So we want to say for target in targets on path. If you hover the mouse over targets on path, does it show the type? Oh, let's see. Variant. Unknown! But yeah, variant. Which, I mean, I could type it as variant, but isn't that kind of pointless? Sure, you can be anything. Anything you want. Won't their positions change over time? They're... Yes. Correct. That's a good point. That's a really... Wow. Alright. Yep. I think I would have realized that, but by the time I did, I would have wished I had realized sooner. So thank you. Thank you for helping me there. I guess we should start being more specific now. Path following. Really, this is, we'll say towers. We're just going to say towers. That is an excellent point. So what I'm thinking is we can still set this up here, but we can make sure that this is updating in the process function. That way I can kind of minimize the load ever so slightly. I mean, look, if there's 250 of them on at once, every little bit that I can slice out of the process function, the better. Okay, so we definitely want to check at every frame. I mean, could we do physics process just to just so it runs a little less frequently? Is that so wrong? For target, in targets on path. So it's going to iterate through. That means we need to make sure that this is declared globally. Like that. All right, so that's ready to go. Then in the physics process, we're going to iterate through that, and we're going to make sure we get every path follower's target position. So that's going to be set to the target's position. I guess we want its global position. Now we only want the X and the Y. So I said vector 2, but really it's a vector 3, right? So that means I'm gonna have to construct it as a vector 2, which is fun. So let's say variable target XY. We want to say vector 2 target global position X target global position Z, not Y. Okay. We're only fetching its like 2D values. So then that's going to equal the target XY. Now target positions is a vector, it is an array, I mean. So that means we actually want to append here. So I guess we're not really setting that up. I guess we're just keeping this empty right now. And we're saying target positions append target XY. No? Sorry, positions. Alright, so now we'll have a list of every target's position in theory. Every time the target's added to path, let's see what that's updating to. So I'm going to want to see, well, target positions, if you're declaring that here, that's not super useful, is it? I guess I might want to do that globally. Or initialize it. We'll see, it depends. I might not need to do that. But for now, for checking it, I am. Alright, let's see. if we can find all of those positions every time a new one spawns. There we go. So there we're getting all the XY positions, or XZ positions as it were, for every single one. Input overflow. Yeah, that's fair. Alright, great. So now we have an array, after all of that, of every single position of everything that's on the path. That is good. I am now going to, let's remove the print though. I am now going to make a commit of this progress. Begin tower stuff, every, let's just say begin tower stuff. Every target is tracked by the towers as having an XY position as they are added to the path. Okay. So, wasn't I gonna make something global? Whatever. We'll do that if we need to. Now that we have the XY positions, we want to detect how far away the tower is, or which one of these in this massive array, this ever-expanding array, which one of these is the closest to the tower within a certain radius. This is where I'm gonna redefer to the other chat. So we need to set up a vector, so we need to define what that distance is. So we want like kind of like, I guess, the center position of the tower and then the radius. So that's like the distance vector, right? So it's setting up the tower position as a vector 2 and defining the distance as, oh, it's using distance 2. Oh, nice. The vector, so it's actually creating, it's checking between every single position in that array. This is the code that the other chat gave. It's checking its distance between every single one of those. Wow. Okay. All right. Roger's side missions drive you further than ever reasonable. I have a Jetson Nano I haven't touched in 3 years, but now I guess it's AI cluster time. Those words must mean something. I bet they do. I think I know what you're saying. You're saying you find yourself intrigued by different tech coding various things. And in this case, it has to do with some kind of device and AI. Am I close enough? Good to see you, Roger. Alright, so let's define the position of the tower. I haven't gotten the first boss. That's kind of how I play those kind of games. Life kind of be like that, though. I love that. That analogy is cool. I kind of like these to be in different functions. I hate this. I'm gonna say, update target positions. Let's say update targets to track. I can't stand having this many. This many things. Just like in a function. It's so much nicer this way. Okay, so update targets to track. And then we also want to establish the position of the tower, which could change, right? Because you're placing the tower, but you can't move the tower. You can destroy the tower, but you place it once and then that's it. I don't think I want that in the ready function. We probably want a function that says tower is placed. When the tower is placed, that's its position. Right now, that's just in the ready function because it's starting out placed. Raises the question, if I want to go ahead and set up a way to place it. No, we can just say, we can do that later. I'm gonna say, but how will I do that? Am I gonna instantiate it? I think yes, I am gonna instantiate that. I guess the moment you click on it in the UI, it instantiates it on the cursor, and then you move it, and then when we click it, or we could have like, are we like dropping it down and then it fixes in place? Or is it that there's always a preview available when you click it, it moves that preview to the cursor, and then when you go to drop it, it instantiates it and it puts it down. I guess either is fine, depends. So it doesn't really matter. We just know that either way, there's gonna be a moment when the player says, place it here. So let's say tower placed will be the function. Not sure, I mean, I guess that could be a signal. But it would need to know like which tower was placed. I think it makes more sense to instantiate it when we click on it. And then once it's placed, we tell it that it's been placed. To me, that just seems like that makes more sense. But then again, what if you decide not to place that tower? So you've selected it, you're hovering, and you're like, actually, I don't want that one. Get rid of it. Give me a different one. You know what I mean? Hanging out in the background. Thanks, Murphkins. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for supporting the channel, all of y'all. I decided not to do member songs. The chat was a lot earlier, which is great. I love that. But it led me down the path of not doing member songs. I'll try to bring them back one day. But it's good to see you all, and I appreciate you all supporting the channel. I hope you still feel love. Yeah, because if it instantiates it when you grab it, then we'd have to queue free it if you change your mind and instantiate another one, which could kind of get a little messy if you're just like, someone's like clicking a bunch of them, you know? Whereas people aren't likely, if at all, to be clicking a bunch of towers because you're gonna run out of money. There's only so many that you can spam. But if we're instantiating stuff over here, you're gonna have the chance of potentially like crashing the game if you're just like constantly instantiating them. So actually, I think I would rather it be when you click on the UI button. I keep pointing up here, but I think it's gonna be down here. When you click on the UI button, actually I have it a little bit set up, barely. They're not real buttons. It's not how they're gonna look, but when the button, when the button gets clicked on, it's going to teleport. So I just did this just to press on the button. When I click on the button, it's going to teleport a preview of what it would look like to the cursor. And then once you drop it, that's when it instantiates it. And so if that's the case, I think it would be a signal. And the signal would carry, well, no, it would, I guess our cursor would have some kind of info. It would say, okay, so we're currently placing a tower at the position of the cursor right now. Instantiate something and drop it. So it would be in the ready function. All right, ready function. Still gonna make this, but that means basically I was deciding, do I want to put an underscore here or not? Do I want to say on tower placed or just say tower placed? I think we're just gonna say tower placed. So tower is gonna be placed in the ready function. And so when it does that, we want it to capture, but it's good because it helps me just think about these different things as we go. Oh, did I put the cat cam in a bad place? Underscore at the start of a method makes it private. I honestly, I'm gonna be really honest with you. If it isn't obvious, I have no idea what that means. I'm still a noob. What does that mean? Let me move the cat cam. I mean, if it's private, like, what is that? What if it's private or not? Like, I love you, Trav. You're a sweet boy. You're a sweet boy. You're a sweet boy. Oh, because all that I thought about for it was, oh, it's it's for letting everyone know that it has a certain property about it. I thought it was more just like a convention, more than a syntax, like a style choice, more than an actual like meaningful communication with the engine. Okay, so when the tower is placed, we want to capture its position. And that position is going to get used to calculate the distance between every target. Okay. So I'm going to set that up here. I mean, we already know what the tower's position is. It's kind of pointless. This is kind of pointless. No, because we're setting up its XY. Variable tower XY vector 2. And we want to do the same thing that I did down here. Very down here now. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it in, except this time, instead of target, it is tower. And it's just going to be its own global position that it sets in here. Expected end of statement, found colon instead. Oh yeah. Okay. So its XY position will be set at the beginning, and then we want to calculate its distance constantly. So that's going to be in the physics process. Update targets to track, and then track target distance will be another function that we make. Func track target distance. I forgot to type some of these functions or specify what they return. Let's practice good code hygiene here. All right. So when we track that distance, we wanted to we're gonna pass that variable. This isn't a really something I do very often. Especially this, I've never even heard of this sort custom. It's really cool. It's useful. So we're setting up the variable for the distance. If the distance is less than or equal to the detection radius, hey, welcome, Raphael. Then we want to append it to the new, okay, I got it. I see what you're saying. So we're just gonna say variable distance. I'm setting up my towers for my Bloons-like. And I'm trying to avoid using collisions. Because I want to try to do it this way. So the distance is going to be a float, I would guess. And that's going to be tower XY distance to... Is that correct? Yeah, it is. Distance to... Now here's the problem. We established target XY here. So this is an issue. So track target distance, we actually don't want to be in the physics process. Instead, we want that to call from the update targets to track in that for loop. So every time it iterates through a new target on the path, it's going to update the track target distance. So I guess I'm actually going to call this update target distances, let's say. I'm just gonna take a little side trip because what Camwin said, I'm now curious about. What is a private method function underscore G-script? Like, what even does that mean? The only functionality underscore has is that the variable is ignored by auto-completion. Why would I want it ignored by auto-completion? Why even do it? Convention says you should just have an underscore appended to the function name to mark a function as private. Yeah, but why? It should be best practice to put it before variables that must not be accessed outside of the script they are declared in. Oh, okay, that makes sense then. So the reason why I might want to do that for functions, if I'm understanding this correctly, which I might not be, but if I am, so with signals, in theory, I'm going to be calling that signal across multiple different scripts. So that function is going to be on script A, on script B, on script C, on script D. And so I don't want to necessarily do like an autocomplete for it because there's multiple different instances of that function. Instead of representing like a true unified version of it. Normally a private function is not a callable from outside the script. I feel like I've been able to do that. To call an underscored function from outside of the script. I think I've been able to do that. Internal only. But maybe I wasn't able to do it. And I was like, why is this not working? Godot has weak encapsulation. So if you wrote object.privatefunc, it might still work. How strange. Well, that's interesting. I think that could be a learn-along topic. So right now, we do the Game Like Jam every other month. Hex annually, I like to say. And that means January, March, May, July, September, November. On those in-between months, these streams where I do a devlog for my Game Like Jam, on those in-between months, what I want to do is learn-along streams. Where we just, like, learn stuff. Like that! Where we just spend, like, a whole chunk of time just being like, let's figure out private variables and functions in Godot. What do they mean? Do they matter? I think that's a great topic for that. Something that I'm kind of thinking about, which I haven't mentioned before, but something that I'm kind of thinking about, guys, I kind of want to learn JavaScript. Would that be interesting to anyone? I think I might want to do some learn-alongs about learning JavaScript. Private function slash variables. Prepending with underscore. What does it mean? What does it do? Does it matter in Godot, and how much does it? Alright. It's there for a potential future learn along. I think that it will still work unless it was changed in 4.4, but I don't remember seeing anything about it. Interesting. Alright, we're updating the target distances. We're running that in the process function. We needed to call with some things. So it says target XY isn't in the scope, so let's make it in the scope. I'm just gonna say target pause. Well, make it target XY. Is that the only thing we needed to call with? I think so. Target. I suppose I could do the tower, but the tower position isn't gonna change. I don't see the point if the tower position isn't gonna change. So we'll just do it like that. It's target SY, that's gonna be target pause, and then we can say your target pause, so it knows that distance. I'm just gonna keep it the same. Now that we have that distance, we need to check, is that distance within the radius? Now, every time we update the distance, we want to... do we want to check it? I guess we'll check it there. Yeah, I guess we do need to do that. So I'm going to create another function in here. Function check distance from target. And that will call with the distance. I always feel weird naming a function argument the same as a variable unless it actually is reading that variable. Because like technically I could make this whatever I want as long as it matches in here. I don't know, on some level I worry that it's like kind of confusing, but no, this is fine. Wait, if I make that pause, will it highlight it when I hover over it? No, so actually it's probably better to keep it the same, so that way the like when I hover over this while I'm pressing the control key, you can see it underlines it and then underlines the one up here as well. It's kind of nice if I keep it the same, because then it underlines all of them, so I can actually see the whole chain. Alright, I'll keep it the same. We could probably just have this be... we could probably consolidate this a little, right? And we could say... no, I'd want to separate it, because we could do it where this returns the distance. That's fine. If distance is less than or equal to detection radius, we'd want to neutralize that thing that's in there. Now it needs to be able to find it. Not only does it need to... this could be a little messy, right? We have to be able to know, okay, so we know that it sees something that's at x1 y negative 40 or whatever, but how does it know that that one that's at 1 negative 40 is the same as target 46? I assume that the other chat's code accounts for that. So it's going to append. Oh, so it's keeping it all in the same here. I see. because it's in the same for loop, I think we actually need to do it. Like, I was like, I'll do what I want. Perplexity AI works better with Godot since it uses the web for answers. This uses the web for answers as well. This is Copilot. ChatGPT also uses the web, but this is Copilot, which is Microsoft's, which is integrated with Bing, of course. So it searches Bing and stuff. And this also does that. But yeah, I think it helps. I actually really like, I like DeepSeek too. DeepSeek seems to do a good job with like logical thinking. Although, I find it harder to use because it often has a busy server, and that's not great. But then DeepSeek isn't searching the web. But yeah, I've never heard of that. Perplexity AI. Yeah, so I think I needed to keep it in here because it's in the same for loop that it's converting the target's global position to an XY is the same place where it keeps that reference to what that target is. So I have to make sure that we can come back and get that target, which I think we can. So we don't only want to pass update target in update target distances, we don't only want to pass the position, we also want to pass what the target is, which is a little messy because we're not actually using it in this function. Does that mean I can still pass it if I do an underscore? No. So I would have to do underscore here. But if I do underscore, it's not going to see anything, right? Array.filter. You know, disembodied code is very confusing. Don't know what you mean. What do you mean? Let me see if this actually works. I feel like it's not going to actually work because I did this underscore thing here. But since I don't know, I'm gonna find out. Let's see if it prints something. Oh, it does! Oh, it totally works! Nice! Yes! We got collisionless detection! Awesome. Awesome, 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 awesome. It's only updating when it sees it. So if I clear this, and you can see behind me here the number of things that it sees, the number of times it sees a thing in the physics process. So nothing, nothing, and then it's printing. It's printing. I see things, 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 I see things. And then once it's out of that area, it doesn't see it anymore. Yes, then it sees it again. Once it's in there, let's go. Let's go. We don't need no collisions. We don't need no collisions in this house. I gotta take a victory bite. You want to apply a function returning Boolean to all members of an array and get an array of all true. Huh? I do? So even though we're printing, we're printing the target. So it's printing the target that we're seeing. I think we kind of got it at this point. Your cat and my dog are the exact same shape right now. Adorable. Welcome, Jonas. Yeah, he's pretty happy right now. Chilling. I'm setting up towers in my Bloons-like right now, and I'm trying to do it without collisions. So I wanted to use vector math to calculate vector math. It's just like a distance to calculate whether it sees something. That's very interesting, Cam. I bet that, like, does do something. But I think we can get away without using it right now. What's your plan for picking a specific target? Right, so, okay, so that was actually the next thing. Well met. So what I want is, I want it to be at an interval. Right now, it's checking it on the physics process constantly. I think what I'd actually like to do is to have it check it on an interval, because targets on path, filter, check distance from target. Whoa, okay, that's more helpful. Where do I put it though? Targets on path. And then only if check distance from target returns Boolean if it is a valid target. I feel like you're saying something that makes a lot of sense and is a good idea. Only if check distance from target returns true or false. So if it's true, then it will have a valid target. Interesting. So this would return bool in what you're saying. It's gonna check if that's true. So we would say return true. Otherwise, return false. And then this would be a way to keep it out here. I did want the distance check to be out of this, but you know, that's okay. I guess it could still be. It replaces the for loop. Oh. But it still doesn't tell me which one it is, which target it is. Where does it return the target? Do you know what I mean? How does it know which one the target actually is? Honestly, I'm just gonna keep it this way. I think what you're saying would work, but like, this already works. And unless there's like a really specific advantage to doing it that way, I think I'm just gonna keep it this way. But I gotta give you credit because you're definitely suggesting some very interesting stuff. And maybe at some point I'm like, you know what? I should have done that thing that Cam was talking about. And then I'll come back and find it. All right, so if the distance is less than or equal to the detection radius, I want it to, well, for now we were just saying print. Oh, dang it, whoopsie. Okay, I kind of messed this up here. That's supposed to be this target, and then we don't use target here. Then we pass the underscored private in there, and then we say target distance. Okay, cool. Then we want to say print target. Let me make sure I actually fixed it back to functionality. Yes. Mad respect, Camwin, because that sounds like that would work. 100%. but this also works. So it's gonna know what the target is, and then based on that, we can just say in there, target -1 hit point, or whatever. But something that I do want to think about, what Mervkins is asking, what is my plan for picking a specific target? So what I want to do is, actually instead of using the physics process, I want it to be on an interval. So over here on Bloons, we can see that the tower here, and we'll see it once it comes back into the circle, the tower is gonna shoot, 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 and even if it has multiple in there, so let's run it again, even if there's like 5 in there, it's only gonna hit some of them because it's on an interval, right? So it's missing all those others. So I'm thinking that it just sees whichever one is closest to it at that interval moment. So I do wonder which one is what aiming at. What is it in your statement, your question? So in my case, it's aiming at the nearest one. In here, maybe the same thing? The monkey? I'm guessing that the monkey is the nearest, but it could be different. The monkey could behave differently. I don't know. In mine, it's gonna just go to the nearest one. But my guess is at that I mean, that's what it looks like. Yeah. So the monkey doesn't actually track the entire time, right? It just sits there. And then when that interval hits, it jumps to the one that's the nearest to it, and then it hits it. I think we could keep it similar to that. Except maybe instead of jumping, we can interpolate it a bit. It absolutely does not aim for the first in line. There's a 0% chance that that's true. You can even see it. Watch. Wait. See? Look, right there. It's not shooting the first in line. You see? It's shooting the one that's closest to it. There's not even a doubt in my mind about that. So watch it. Now, one thing that's kind of interesting about it is it seems like, I think why you think that potentially is at the moment that it goes to fire it. Yeah, but it's hitting the closest. And I think at the moment that it goes to fire it, so let's say one passed right in front of it, right? And it said, okay, my interval has struck, that's the one I'm going for. It may move by the time the dart actually fires. And so there might be a bunch of others that have come up behind it. So it doesn't necessarily do the one that's the closest to it at the moment of the arm shooting out. But at the moment that interval hit, it picked the one that was right in front of it, even if it has moved up here. And then that's the one that it goes for. So there's a little bit of nuance there. Jonas says, goes for the first in line, but you might be making your tower overthink it. I have my Dart Monkey build an array of passing balloons as they enter its range and removes them when they leave the range. Nice. And when it shoots, it aims at the first in the list. Oh, that's a good idea. Nice. That works. That works. That's so cool. I love hearing of the different ways you guys do it. Cam's enemies track their steps on a Fitbit. And the tower picks the one with the most distance traveled. Wow, that's cool. Ooh, I like that. That's awesome. So you're not using collisions either. Or maybe you are, but then the more granular version is that you're checking which one is the furthest along. Yeah, that works too. Rifkin's worried the tower will get stuck trying to shoot a balloon out of range due to bad timing. Totally. Well, the monkeys can miss. You used area 2D, get overlapping areas. I am brave. The monkeys can miss. So I think that instead of getting stuck, when that happens, I think it just doesn't shoot it. So if it picks a target and it goes outside of the area, just no shot happens. I think that's the way this original one actually works. BTD1 monkeys miss. The super monkey, I think, misses balloons. They can miss. I think they usually don't when it's the slow one, because you don't notice it, but maybe the fast one is more likely to miss them. So I could implement the missing, potentially. But you're right that that would have to be considered if I'm gonna emulate that same thing. I don't know. I mean, to me, it should just do what's right in front of it. I don't really care to emulate exactly what Bloons does. I want it to generally feel and look the same, but down to every minute detail isn't something I'm prioritizing. So I think instead of it picking one as it passes it and then doing that one, I think it'll be more that when the interval hits, I don't know, we'll just see. I'm not really sure what's gonna happen. I tried to add the balloon velocity to the target position so the towers could lead shots, but it didn't work. Oh, whoa. Complex. So, where are we at? Maintain the first balloon in as target, and then it picks the balloon that's closest as its next target for now. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I might do that too. So right now it's just printing the target. In later series, you can set towers to target first, last, closest, furthest, strongest, or weakest. Oh yeah, you can! I've heard about that. True. That's awesome. That's really cool. I'm glad I don't have to worry about that. Alright, so where am I at? So we've got print target, and then we don't want to print target, obviously. We want it to pick the one and then destroy it. Oh, I want to set up the interval, so that way it's not constantly tracking them all the time. It's only tracking them on an interval. So that means every tower needs to have its own interval. Not only every tower, but it needs to depend on the upgrades. So let's see here. Yeah, setting a priority, right. I'm gonna go look at, even though I could just pull up the game, I'm just gonna look at my roadmap that I made, because that's gonna be easier. Thank you. So this is gonna break down into shooting multiple darts. It doesn't really shoot, this isn't true. It doesn't shoot 2 darts at once. Darts shot survive longer. Darts shot have 1 extra hit point, is really what that is. Upgrade 2, further projectile range. So we're not adjusting the interval on the tower. We have decided it has an interval factor of 3. I think I arbitrarily assigned that as just something relative to the others. The tack tower, however, does have faster shooting, so that would change its interval factor. And I do want this tower code to be able to work with any tower type that it might be. The ice tower doesn't get its interval updated. The bomb tower doesn't. And I didn't even set up the supersonic monkey, but the supersonic monkey does have just more range. It doesn't change its interval. So the only one that actually changes its interval is the tack tower. So I do need to keep in mind that that interval time does need to be adjusted. And we have the... Did I set the interval over here, maybe? Interval factor of 1, the ice tower. Yeah, because it's like kind of... It's happening very frequently. The bomb tower is a little slower. Wait, 3? Wait, is that saying faster? Wait, am I saying that... Oh, I guess it's the other way around. Sorry. The ice tower is... I didn't know what I meant by interval factor. I didn't define that at all. So I guess the higher the interval factor, the faster we're saying it's going. Okay, very good. Does anyone know how to make 100 levels in 1 or 2 hours? Proceduralize them. Alarms in Game Maker do all the intervals for you, which is kind of nice. Oh, that does sound nice. Alarms. That's a cool name for something. So we're actually saying that the dart tower is the fastest, and then the tack tower, when upgraded, equals the same speed. All right, I mean, I already analyzed it, so it must be true. So, I mean, if I set up this tack tower right now, I should observe that the monkeys... Yeah, the monkey's faster. Yeah, you can see the monkey gets off like 3 more before the tack can get another one. All right. Understood. So I think I'm going to set up a timer built in. I just think that that's nice. Andrus uses resources for the waves and choose one from an array filled with different wave presets to make my waves random. Whoa. Nice. I think you just like are in the inspector tweaking it or something. Nice. So let's set up a timer. I'm going to set it up just like I have it on the collector for when it spawns stuff. So I'm just going to borrow all that code so I don't have to type it all from scratch again. Although I probably should for practice sake, but nah. So this isn't a reparent timer. No. This is a attack timer. So we'll just rename that everywhere. I don't know that I need a divisor, so we can actually get rid of that. We do want a length. I don't know if we'll need a boolean, maybe. Copy the wiki column into a notepad and save it as a file and wrote GDScript to load it as some nested arrays. Nice. Yeah, it's basically what I did. And actually, except I asked ChatGPT to fill it in for me. Okay. Is that what Raphael was referring to? I don't even know. I think Raphael was maybe talking about something else. Okay. Setting up the timer. The interval timer. Or the attack timer. Minimum, maximum length. We don't need that. Because we don't need to adjust it, really. That way. We don't need to randomize how long it is. It's going to be constant, steady. Oh yeah, this awesome, like... Which one of you suggested that? Was that Cam? I love that. The move toward timer, so good. And then Dormouse originally got me into this timer. Alright, I'll copy this. I'm gonna need not most of this, but that's okay. So we will put this in the process function. I guess I have a question for myself, which is, do all of the monkey towers have the same interval? Nope, they have their own... Wait, actually I can't tell because there's not 2 at once. Yeah, they have their own interval. Okay. Alright. That seems like we could make them the same interval, but probably shouldn't. I could like have like a randomized offset. No, that's silly. And it could pull from a global timer. And then just like offset that timer on each one. If I didn't want to run a process function timer on every tower. But it's not that many. It's not like the units, or there's 250 of them. Their own personal reload time. Yeah. I think I'll just run the timer in the process. Okay, so we're gonna add that in. If attack timer is running, we want to make sure that the attack timer gets updated. If it gets down to 0, we would want to stop it. I know I could use replace, but I like going line by line. Stop attack timer. We don't need to do any of this. Basically what we want to happen for right now is only this. So we can actually get rid of this entirely, and we want update targets to track. Just gonna run that during that interval. And then we do want that timer to start again. So after that does what it does, we could say start attack timer. We'll want that to happen in the ready function, so I'll just keep this above the start attack timer. And what did we have that do before? Oops. Just makes running true. That's it. That's all it does. Make sure these return void. Okay. Good, good, good. So in the process function, it's going to keep checking, is the attack timer running? If it is, move it to 0. We want to make sure the attack timer is set to something at the beginning. It's going to be 0. Now we want that to be different depending on the tower. So every tower is going to have its own special situation. Now that's another question, is like, how do I want to... I guess we can make this a class script, and then the children could have their own stuff set up. So class name, tower. And I guess I want attack timer to be an export. Well, I'm gonna actually say attack timer length. That way it's just separate. I think that'll be nicer. Attack timer length, float, and that can be something different. Let's say that the base interval for the first tower is... I don't even know. I guess I could try to count how often I think it's shooting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, it seems like it's like 1 second, basically. So we'll set it to 1. Whoa. Oh, I already had an attack timer length. And then I'm going to make it an export variable, so we can change that on a per tower basis. And then when we go to start the attack timer, we'll set its length. Dart Monkey's cooldown. Oh, it's in the wiki? It's 1.2? Really? Thanks. Wow. All right. I mean, I'm just taking your word for it. You're probably right. You did say, if I remember correctly. Let's get you a no compensation credit, but a list of your name in the game. Okay. It did feel like a little longer than a second. Yeah, I could check, but I just don't care. It's not that important. What's 0.2 seconds difference? Is this about 1.2? Alright. That's so funny. Someone was like, it's about 1.2. I can detect things by the 20th second. Okay, so we're going to start the timer, and we're going to make sure that it sets the timer length to that. That way, in case it changes based on an upgrade, it'll be able to adjust it. And then it'll start the timer. Okay. That's definitely a way to do it. I'm trying to avoid doing that. I much prefer the process timer. I think it's just like nice. I like it. You're right though, like in this case, I'm not like as dynamically adjusting it, but again, I'm trying to avoid adding a bunch of nodes. You've never done it once in your life. Because adding nodes just adds a lot of extra things that I don't necessarily need. You know, in a pinch, like a game jam, a 1 hour game jam, I think I would do that, but I'd rather just write it into the code myself. More malleable. Creates an invisible timer and releases it into the wild. Okay. Well, we've got a way to do it. We got a way to do it. So, let's make sure that this is working. So I'm just going to run it, and we're going to see, hopefully, that at a 1.2 second interval, when it sees stuff, it's going to print which target it sees. There we go. Target's printing at an interval. Perfect. Now, we want to do damage to that. I'm going to actually commit it at this point. Towers detect targets at an interval. So let's give the targets some hit points. They don't really need hit points though. Oh, the projectile. I forgot about the projectile. I totally forgot about the projectile. Okay. Alright. I gotta do this projectile. Dang. Dude, no. 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 I'm not gonna do a projectile. What we're gonna do is we're just going to... So that distance 2, I think all we have to do, since we have the target position and we have the tower position, we just need to animate something that moves between there, right? We really just could interpolate something that starts here and ends there, and there could be a slight delay to allow for that interpolation to take place. So that way, when it contacts That's when it happens. That's what we do for the projectile. And then we don't need hit points on the targets because, well, actually the targets do have hit points. The target's hit point is its level. Here, target level. And we set it up, thanks to Dungeon Martian's insistence, we set it up to be a setter, which means it's going to change its texture and its speed at the moment it gets hit. So, okay, we could actually, okay, let's do this. Ooh, this is gonna come together fast, kind of. So instead of passing, or instead of printing here, I am going to say target new level minus equals 1. Now, we're not actually, hold on a second. Yeah, the setter, yeah. Dungeon Martian has gotten me into them. I'm all for it. I need to actually be spawning ones that aren't level 1. I actually don't know what's gonna happen if it hits a level. Wait, I don't think there's anything for if it's 0. I just realized. What's it gonna do if it's 0? I should probably figure that out. Yeah, because there's nothing below that in the array. That's gonna be a problem. Because it's already at level 0. So that means it's going to become -1. So that needs to be dealt with. So we need to say if target level is above 0 or is above -1, I guess. If target level is above -1, make these changes. Otherwise, we want to send it back to the collector. So now let's make that a function, which we didn't have as a function before. Func reparent to collector. We don't need delta. Reparent to collector. And then put all that code in there. And now we can say, I think, reparent to collector here. So then that should kill it. In theory. We're also going to want to check that everything is out of the path to determine that the round is over. Stuff like that. Okay, so now that that's reparented, let's make sure that I'm using my debug wave. So that way we can see it actually level things. And then I'm going to bring this down. Let's just make it like... Let's make it 1 of each. That way we can just really see what's happening a little bit more clearly. With minor 0, I made it ask to be sent to the object pool. Yeah, exactly. Or in this case, it's going to be -1. Was there a reason to choose pre-made path rather than letting player to be full in control of the path with the tower placement? Welcome, Lord Overflow. What? The player be in control of the path? I don't understand what that means. Why would the player be in control of the path? I mean, at least if we're basing it off of Bloons TD, like those tower defense games where you build a maze out of towers. Yeah, I mean, so this, yeah, I see what you're saying, Overflow. Yeah, so this is for the Game Like Jam, which I should have promoted it a little more clearly, more often. There's a link in the chat if you want to join up. And, oh yeah, there's supposed to be a bot that's doing that, but I forgot to mark it. Let me make sure I do. Let me make sure I do. join a jam. So in Bloons TD-1, which is what we're basing our game on, you actually are just working with a fixed path. So this is the point of this jam, is to have scope decided for you. Yeah, you got it. The idea is to have scope decided for you ahead of time. So that way you don't have to think about it. You know, whereas in most jams, in most game development challenges, unless you are, you know, working with a big team and your job isn't to be the designer, you have to think of, okay, what's the end of the game gonna be like? What's the units? What is the this? What is the that? You don't have to think about that with this jam. With this jam, that's already figured out for you, and you're just figuring out how to build things instead. Now, you can also make a creative twist on it, and you're encouraged to do that, but ultimately, the big advantage of this game jam is that you don't have to plan out what the game is. And in this game, the path is fixed. So that's why we're not moving the path around, because that's not what this does. And I want it to be something that I can realistically do in a month, and the less extra features, the better. But those are cool, where you can define the path for sure. I feel like those, I see what you're saying, like where it would try to avoid a tower or something, or maybe something else. I feel those, and some games, yeah, you do like build like a maze path. I know what you're talking about. I feel like those could work great with nav agents, since instead of path 3Ds, since the path constantly changes. Yeah, it could. Thing is, you gotta rebake. Yeah, exactly. You gotta rebake it all the time. Godot has navigation, so that might be a good project to test it out. Yeah. I play Bloons TD-like sometimes with my son. Great game. Yeah, right? Alright, yeah, we're going back to the OG, because this one's only one map. So it's like, don't have to worry about that. I still haven't really played the latest one, but I have been watching videos about the latest one. And I'm feeling like I should probably get it soon. I don't know how they keep making it better every sequel. I know, I mean, this game originally came out in 2007. And they're staying strong. It's an amazing success story. For sure. Oh, I should put it on my wish list. That's a good call. Alright, let's see if these towers are destroying our targets. $4, nice. Alright, immediate error. No problem. Invalid access to property or key, new level on a base object of type. Oh, wait. I think we want to say target level, not new level. My mistake. New level is just created for the sake of the set, not what you actually access. Nice! Yes! Did you see that? It changed. Let's go! Alright, we're cooking, baby. We're cooking. How far are we? 3 hours? We got so much time! We're not even halfway through the stream. See that cake just changed? There, it just killed that brownie. Let's go. Obviously, we need a pop, or for it to destroy somehow. But they're going away. Alright, this will spawn a bunch of 1 hit point. Okay, we got some problems. We got some problems. Do I have specific goals for today? I mean, right now I'm making the towers. My goal is to finish the game. But in particular, I'm adding the towers on here, and then whatever else I have time for. I mean, there's more than I want to do today. I need to do a lot. But yeah, I'm not big on setting goals. I'm too ADD for that. I just kind of go at it. And I know I'd usually put a task at the top of the screen, but I'm starting to not like it because I forget to change it. And then it's like saying I'm working on towers when I'm actually working on something completely different now. And then I'm like, oh crap, that was just lying this whole time. So yeah, I just kind of got to go with the flow. Make the towers fruits and veggies. So here's what the towers are going to be, Andrews. The towers are going to be toys. And then at the end of the path, you kind of are getting to the idea of what the idea is. At the end of the path is going to be a baby. And all of these sweet treats are going into a baby, which is not good because a baby should not be eating all these treats. It's not good for a baby. And so just trying to go with that theme of like baby, like kids. The towers are actually going to be toys. So this is my little mock-up. And I've got a little toy soldier, which is going to be the dart tower. And then a spinning top, which is going to be the tack tower. And it's going to... It's cute! It's cute! And it's scary. It's a little bit of both. So the spinning top is going to be spinning, and it's going to throw sparks out. So that's like the tack tower. And then I've got a snow globe for the freeze tower. Toy rocket, just like rockets, for the bomb tower. And then a water gun for the super speeding. Never zoom in again? What, like, you mean like this? What if I just creep in? What if I don't zoom? I just kind of creep my way in real slowly. It is a very realistic mouth. The reason why I did that is because I wanted to remind myself that I want the baby to be like, nom, nom, nom. So I'm probably gonna design the baby soon, but I want the baby to like actually have a mouth and it chomp down on them. So that's why I added the scary mouth on there, just to remind me. You got here grinding all your game sprite while watching the stream. Nice! I did that on Monday in the member stream. Join button below, by the way, and on the channel page if you want to become a member. It costs less than a Twitch subscription, and it will get you access to that Monday member stream where I grind out my sprites and stuff, and sometimes other stuff too. Terrorists should be cafe customers that try to eat pastries. Right, and so the thing is like, then it's like, okay, then I have to create that, right? And so what, like, they're gonna like reach a hand out and grab it and put it in their mouth? Like, there's so many steps to that. It's like the scope starts to balloon. So I had to pick something that would at least keep something similar to Bloons, where it's just shooting a projectile out. With that said, I love that idea. There's so many cool ideas, right? And that's what I try to like get out of this game jam, is saying no cool idea. Go away cool idea. Let's just do what the game has already so I can get it done. But I love that idea. Delightful. Try to make the upgrade menu go away when you click on an empty track. Whoa. Nice. The scope starts to balloon. Not balloon, but balloon. Make a mom customer tower that throws her baby to eat the pastries. No. No, we want the baby not to be eating the pastries. What if the towers are you and the creeps are scope creep? Tripping me out. All right, so we have a problem and I need to fix it. The problem is that it is shooting multiple at the same time. So you see, it just converted like 3 donuts into a single brownie. This is not good. That is not what we want. And if it's brownies, it just destroys 3 of them all at once. So I needed to actually just pick one. It's somehow finding multiple, which needs to be dealt with very much. So it's hard to see when there's a bunch spaced out. So here it'll be much more obvious. There it did 2, it did like 4. It just says everything that's in there. And that's because we're fetching all of the ones that are in that radius. it's not yet checking which one of those within that radius should it pick. So we just have to adjust that. Yeah, they are called creeps. That's right. That's honestly, it's kind of brilliant, Cam, what you said there. You deserve an award for that. You want to see disembodied hands picking up brownies and throwing them into the mouth at the top of the tower, Dune style. That sounds awesome. maybe for Toys versus Candy 2. All right, let's make it pick one. So right now, the tower is wherever it's doing it. Here. Right here. It says check distance from target. It's kind of not true, so I'm going to actually... Whoops. We need to get more specific here. You can make it programming themed where towers try to kill bugs in code. You totally. You should do it. Do it, Lord Overflow. There's still time. There's still 18 days left in this game jam. I'm just saying. I think you can make that game. I believe in you. All right. So we don't just want to say if distance is less than or equal to detection radius. We want to pick the one that is actually the closest. So for now, I'm just going to print I would actually like to print the distance to each one. Just to like see what we're working with. So like somehow I need to pick the one with shortest distance. I don't actually know how to do that. Okay, so there we go. Oh, I see. So probably the lowest number, whichever one has the smallest number of those that it sees in that moment would be the way to do that. I see a cat in this moment. And I like cats. Speaking of this moment and things I like, have you guys hit the like button? It only takes a moment. There's a thumbs up button right either on or under this video if you're watching it on mobile or desktop respectively. Press that thumbs up button. It means more people will find out about these streams when they happen. So thank you if you're willing to do that. It means a lot. Get those thumbs up. It'll play an animation. Who doesn't like an animation? Okay. So not only if the distance is less than or equal to the detection radius, too ambitious for a game jam, try to make it so more bugs the tower is killed, better the game works, like fixing the game while gaming. Well, that's what makes the game-like jam such a good jam for you, because it allows you to practice not overscoping, you know? Because it forces you, or it encourages you, to stay within a certain scope. I'm just saying. It might be good for you. So if the distance is less than or equal to the detection radius, but we only wanted to pick one, the one that is the lowest. We kind of need to add it to an array. But that's tough because I'm going to need to iterate through that array. That's going to be kind of hard. I actually don't know how to do that. Off the top of my head. So I'm going to ask the other chat. How would I find the lowest number in an array? GD script. 4.4. Hyper Smash said thumbs up button. Thank you, Kai Guy. Welcome. Thank you for supporting the channel. Anders's game is practically unplayable at the beginning, but you gotta push through and deal with it to make the game playable. Yours? It has crippling lag and it crashes when you place more than one. Oh no! Oh no! That's not good. Oh, minimum! I didn't know that was a thing. I did, but I forgot. I totally forgot. Starting simple, asteroids 4 types. Nice. Oh, that's great, because like the shrinking asteroids. Oh, that's so smart. And just have 4 spaceship types to shoot and upgrades. Nice. Oh, you're even removing a type? I love that. Well done, Derek. Okay, not your game. I was really worried. I was afraid for you. Oh, Lord Overflow's idea. I see. 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 Okay, that makes more sense. I'm so sorry, Andrews. Lord is like, yep, that's right. Okay, so we're gonna need to add all these to an array that we're gonna create right now. Unbugifies itself while you play. And we're gonna say variable. Don't we already have that? Oh, but I never used this array. I forgot to ever use it. I don't really need to create that here. We can create that down here. I forgot about that. So we got detected targets, an empty array, and we want to make sure we add detected targets, append target. Then we want to say target level. Well, let's say this. Variable target to attack. Path follow 3D equals detected targets min. And then we say target to attack. Target level minus equals 1. Now, we still might have that problem Mervkids was pointing out earlier. I'm sure we will eventually. Where it might see something that is outside, or it's going to seem to attack something that goes outside of it. Okay, so it's kind of hard to tell there, but it looks like it did do 1. But let's make sure for sure by sending out an ocean of them. Oh, that didn't work at all. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Great. Good. Good, good, good. Cool, 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 cool. Well, because this is running for everything it sees, right? And we want it to not do that. Per interval. Remind me what calls this? Update target distance, which runs on the interval. So it actually should only run 1 time. Can it just print for me target to attack? My attack tower, like? Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I don't think so at all. I actually disagree completely. Because this is actually already acting like a attack tower. I'm not going to use collisions. I'm done with that. I'm way beyond collisions. I have ascended beyond collisions. But this is already behaving like a attack tower, and I'm trying to fix it to stop. So actually, we've made the attack tower at this point. Oh, I removed the removing. So I was trying to study this, but I got distracted. Actually, you know what's going to help me? Let's do a breakpoint. It's acting more like a freeze tower that does damage. Yeah, I guess you're right. Can we cross that bridge when we get there? Don't think balloons have collision except maybe with, okay. All right, hold on a second, guys. So I'm going to work on my game. I'm not a big ahead thinker. I try, but there's a point where I just need to, like, you know, start doing it. So, print target to attack. I'm gonna add a breakpoint in here after the first time it runs, so that way I can isolate what's happening here. Let's restart it. Start the wave. Oh, that breakpoint did not work. Oh, because I need to put it on something that actually exists. Let's see if we can breakpoint on a pass. How did I avoid using collisions? Vector. So we're creating a radius. We're defining a radius. And then we're capturing the position of the tower. And then we're tracking the position of every target. And then if the target is within that radius, you know, so like is a vector, like the tower is saying, you know, I'm here, target A is there, target B is there, target C is there, target D is there. And I know that it's there because it's entered my radius. So it's constantly checking every single target that exists based on its distance and the position between itself and the position of the target. And then if that distance, so like if you imagine here's the tower, there's the target. Its radius would be like here, right? And so if the target distance is here, then it sees it as nearby. And right now it's seeing a bunch of stuff within there. And then we need to isolate it so it's just one, if that makes sense. Okay. I want to work on this, so that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, so we've got a breakpoint in there. Now, there it only saw one. Okay, interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah. And then this circle around here is basing its radius on that radius that we set otherwise. Alright, so just hold on a second, guys. I'm just gonna work on this. So what I want to do is I'm gonna increase this considerably, so that way we get a lot more. Because I want to know if at any point it's seeing multiple. Okay. So we're gonna start it. We've got a breakpoint. Check the output. It only saw one. So it only sees one. So that means it's actually doing a bunch of them all at once. But we actually just want it to see one and then stop. So that's actually going to be really easy to do. But now that I see that, it makes more sense. Okay. And that's on a per interval basis. So I'm gonna say target hit for interval. We're only gonna want to say if target is not yet hit for the interval, then hit it. So I'm going to say variable target hit for interval boolean equals false, and then once that happens, I want that to become true. Now we need it to become false again once the next timer starts. So back in start attack timer, we want to say that target hit for interval is false. And let's see if that will hit only 1 this time. Hopefully I got rid of my breakpoint. Nice. It's only hitting 1. Beautiful. Wow. It's missing so many. I can't even tell. And there it just killed one that went outside of its area. Which is something that we want to account for and actually consider that just a plain old miss. And it just do nothing at that moment. It's a little hard to tell because there's not like an animation that something got hit. Could be nice if I so I don't actually want to print this. It'd be nice to have some kind of like indication that it hit something. So let's just say print. It was pretty far out of it. It was far enough that it's a problem, but we'll fix it. If I can tear myself away from chat. You know I love chatting with you guys. This is a game jam. I gotta get it done. Okay, so there it's printing what it just hit there. So it's hitting it no matter what, even if it goes way outside of it. You know what would be a good test? Let's put the fastest one on here. And only a few. So I'm gonna go to globals and we're not gonna do the basic one. The fastest one is the 4th one. So let's print 3 of those, we'll say. So it should be really obvious. I think the fastest ones are cookies. So if a cookie changes into something else, then we'll know that it got hit. So there we saw that cupcake just got hit. And it was just, that one was just a little bit outside of the circle. But sometimes it might be more outside. There it was within the circle, changed into a cupcake. But it's not always going to be the case. And I don't know if we'll replicate it easily in this. Oh yeah, maybe we could just, I mean, that's probably what I'll say. That's a great idea. If its distance is still greater than, or if it's still less than, that would be the way to do it. Maybe I'm bugging. Maybe it isn't actually going outside of it. Oops, let's restart it. Swedes are on top of the tower. Yeah, maybe. I'm not really designing the tower yet. I'll do that in a member stream. But yeah, you're right. Oh, look, that one looked like it was way off. Although it might have like come back in once it reached over here. It's kind of hard to tell. Which is fine, and that's not bad. I'm just gonna take some time here to study it, see what's happening. I think I'm just to speed this up a little bit. I'm gonna actually just copy this to my other waves so I can test it multiple times here. Whoops. Well, that's okay. And then we'll just call this 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Oops, gotta reload that because that's a initialized thing. So I want to add a range if any portion of the candy leaves the circle or once the candy no longer touches the circle. I don't know. I don't really care. I think I'm pretty okay with it just being the origin of the candy. I think that's fine. You see there, it grabbed it when it came back around to this little slice, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's like it marked that one for death, perhaps, and then it didn't. I don't think so. I think it was just timing. I don't think it marked it for death. It looks fine. I'm not seeing it. No, I don't think it is. I think it's when it gets in that slice. I think it's working just fine. I think this is fine. I think it's totally fine. I think it's working really well. All right, good. Excellent. No complaints. All right, let me catch up. Dang, I missed a few. Welcome, Seth Copley. Getting closest distance to an array of nodes is what I'm working on in my game right now. What? Let's go. Oh, I'm so glad you're joining us. Let's go. The code isn't the same since I'm using groups, but the distance check code should work if you want to see it. Yeah. I mean, I don't particularly need to see it. You should post it in the Discord, and then in my free time, I'll check it out or whatever. But, yeah, I've got it pretty much set up at this point. But thank you. Thank you. That's awesome. Nice work, Seth. Let's go. Does your Dark Tower use a raycast or shooting, or does it fire a physical bullet? None of the above. So it's just calculating the distance between itself and every target. And if one of those targets is within a certain radius of the tower, it's going to pick it, assuming that it's the closest one at an interval. That's how it works. There's no physical bullet. So that's what I kind of want to work on next, though, is having something travel from the tower to the target at the moment that it gets shot. So I'm going to kind of simulate a bullet. It's really just going to animate the appearance of a bullet going to it, is my plan. Delete the logic? Yeah, this is definitely going to be reused for every tower. How would one know what is more performant? Collision checking versus radius checking every object. Definitely collision checking is less performant. 100%. Every time. Collisions have so much more stuff. You know, they're like whole little coded components that are ready to do 100 different things. Not 100, but a lot of different things. Right? Like, I mean, if I pull up a collision shape, in my case 3D, but even a 2D would still have a bunch. But if I pull up a collision shape, 3D, I don't know that this is where I want to actually be. I know that there's a shape 3D to a collision object 3D parent. So if we have, so that would mean that I would need an area 3D or a body or something, and that has all of these things built into it, right? All of these stuff that it's this collision object that it's willing to check for, that it's ready to set up to do There's so much stuff, and it has to, like, you know, it has to set it up at every point. It has to make sure it follows everywhere. There's just a ton of stuff that comes along with that, and that's happening every frame. Whereas what I'm doing is just like one little tendril instead of a whole bunch of stuff. You know, it's like packing light. Like if you're going on a trip, do you bring like 6 suitcases, or do you just bring a backpack with a couple stuff in it? You know, using the collision shape, you're bringing 6 suitcases. With the way I'm doing it, it's just a little light backpack. That's the way I'm thinking about it. Use a node, instantiate it, and move it, and detect the collision with 3Ds. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Like I don't want anyone to think that another way is bad. You know, it's just the way I want to do it. And something I've been meaning to learn for a while is a way to avoid collisions, because that's the way Godot is supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be something that's easy to pick up and figure out for beginners. Grab this, stick it in, make it work. Game jams, quickly put something together, make it work. And I'm just interested in figuring out how to do it without necessarily using those components. Especially for this, where I'm going to have 250 of these things on screen at once, and it's going to be a web build. I want to prioritize performance. It's just something I want to learn. But I think doing it any other way is also a-okay. Quick way to show number on those things and then print that number which got hit. Yeah. So I would just print it in the output. Breakpoint, yeah. Godot's physics system is pretty fast, but if you run into slowdowns, you can substitute usages of physics system for custom code. Yeah, there's no physics in this. Some games use 2D for distance, even though game is 3D or 2.5D. I definitely wouldn't try to code my own physics. Oh, it depends. If it was a really simple game, actually I might. It depends. I think it just depends. I think sometimes coding physics is not so bad. Some games use 2D for distance, even though game is 3D or 2.5D. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, I'm basically converting it to a 2D distance. Okay, so what's next? So they get hit and they change. I think I want to try to do the path that the bullet is going to travel. I think that's an interesting thing to tackle next. So let's do that. And then, yeah, also, to Kai Guy's suggestion, or observation, it's a pretty simple thing. I think all I should really do is just do no depth test on the tower. You want to try the C++ bindings? I don't even know what that means. Is it because like Godot's written in C++ or something? Okay, so for the tower mesh instance, yeah, so the thing is I just don't have a material on it yet, so it's going to depend, you know, on like what I set that all up to be. But we could do that now. Just add like a material on here. Could give it a color. It's gonna be green, the first one, this tower that we're making anyway, so make it green. And then if I give it a no depth test, I'll go to transparency here. We'll say no depth test. We do lose the shadow, which is unfortunate. Bindings make other languages work as scripts for Godot. C# is officially supported. Okay. Maybe there's a way to get the shadow back. That's hardcore, Cam. But if you know or are interested in those languages, I can see that being valuable. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to get the... Oh my goodness. I don't know if there's a way to get the shadow back. So that's a little annoying. You might have to add like a fake second one in there so it has a shadow. Oh, why is it a little invisible? Is it because the radius... Okay, maybe depth test isn't quite what I want. So something like that. Anyway, I don't really want to worry too much about it right now. But there's ways we can get it to be on top. I'm not sure I really understand why it's disappearing like that. It's a little surprising to me. Because right now, all of those, the other thing too is, do I need to have the targets have no depth test right now? They have a really high render priority, the sprite 3Ds that comprise them. Oh, I don't need to do no depth test on those. There we go. So I just took no depth test off of the units, or the targets. Now it's underneath. I still don't really know why no depth test was making the cylinder vanish. But we're manually, originally, before I did this, I needed no depth test for them to like render in the way that I wanted, but I'm actually defining each one's render priority. So when it spawns it, it assigns a different render priority number to each one. And then that's making sure that they appear on top of each other. But now it's underneath it, because no depth test also was meaning that it was appearing above the cylinder, which wasn't good. So there we go, fixed it. All right. Bullet stuff. That's what I'm going to do next. Let me actually make a commit. So I'm going to say towers. Tower chooses one to kill. We'll just say that. Make sure we don't have a bunch of rogue print statements or something floating around. Don't need this. Okay. So here's how I'm thinking we do this. Is the moment that it decides to attack, it's going to emit something or instantiate something that moves between the position of the tower, or not as necessarily the position of the tower, because let's say it's like, you know, the toy soldier with a gun, I'd want it to come from the tip of the barrel. So I might want to have like a marker for each tower about where the shoot point is. So we'll define a shoot point. We'll define a shoot point, which might be, you know, right there. And then we're gonna also define, let's get yellow. We'll define a shoot point, and then we'll also define where is the target. Then we'll have a thing, which will be the projectile, that starts at that shoot point, and it's going to interpolate its position. It's going to move from that shoot point toward this. And when it gets to that point, it can get rid of itself. But it'll need to know. I guess we're just instantiate it. Someone was suggesting having them like already like on the tower. I don't remember who that was, but that was a good idea. So maybe we can pool them here on the tower, like in the tower. You know, besides the super fast one, I think that's doable. But then we're gonna have more than we need all the time. And with multiple towers, I think this is one place I'm willing to do an instantiate during the runtime. I think this is fine. Am I sure the cooldown is working correctly? Sometimes it feels like it should already shoot, but it doesn't. Maybe it ignores enemies that are inside the circle when the cooldown ends? I don't know. Maybe. I think it's working. We'll see. Might be easier once I set up more things. But yeah, so it's going to miss sometimes. I think it seems to be working correctly to me. I just made a GitHub push. You are free to go look at it. I think there's a link in the description box. But I'll put a link in the chat if you want to see. Maybe you can find a gap in the logic or something. Okay, so I need to define the shoot point position. And then we already have the target position. We also need something to instantiate that represents the projectile. Now, depending on what it is, it's going to have a different projectile. So I want that to be flexible. For now, I'm just going to make it something kind of simple and no big deal. So let's make a fresh thing that represents that projectile. I'm going to make it in the scene, so it's just kind of easier to tell what it is and where it's at. I think it only needs to be a mesh. I don't think it needs much else. And this is going to be a projectile. Let's make it, for now, just a box mesh of a such. I could try to make it more visible. I think it'll be pretty visible. So that's what it's gonna fire. It's a little gigantic. Maybe we could make it a bit smaller. Let's make it half the size. And this, I'm gonna want it to shoot out. So on the tower, let's add a shoot point. I'm gonna make a marker 3D. And on each tower, we would adjust this. It is a box of death. Now, one thing we haven't set up is rotation, right? So it looks at the target, which you really can't even tell with this tower example. So let's actually add a way to tell. So these will ultimately get removed once I design the actual towers. But for now, we can use this. Oh, they're linked, right. All right, well, I'll just scale it down. That way it doesn't matter. It's gonna grab its transform, decrease the scale. It's very short. Well, then we're gonna stretch it chaotically enough. It does look like a Mario pipe. Oh my gosh. Accurate. All right, so there's that. Now, one kind of weird thing is like, you know, it's not gonna point down or up. We could make it point down or up. I don't know. I think that's gonna look tacky. So it's gonna be imperfect, but I don't care. It's fine. That's the way Bloons is too. But Bloons doesn't have a three-dimensional component. That's okay. Okay, so then actually before I do that, I'm gonna move this marker to the tip of that cylinder, more or less, for a shoot point. I'm gonna rename this shoot point. And we're gonna want to set that up or unready it. So they all need to make sure they have a shoot point. Although this is going to be a class, and if you're going to have stuff deriving from it, are we safe to on-ready things? Maybe. We'll see. So we need to set this up at the moment that it normally attacks. So check distance from target. Now I kind of want to put this in a different function, the attacking moment. If not target hit for interval. So let's say target to attack is detected target's minimum, which is declared right here. So let's do a function that says attack target, and that's gonna call with target to attack, and then we'll put this code in there. That way I have, that way I'm not like, oh yeah, we attack and check distance from target. That's confusing. Okay, if not target, oops, hit for interval, then do that. Now, at that same moment, I wanted to choose something, so I'm gonna say aim at target, make that its own function, and now it's gonna base that on, we want to create a distance to. So we're gonna say variable distance to target, I guess. I don't know if I know how to do this. I've done something like it before. I think that's what we want to do. I think I'm doing it right. I'm still a little green on my vector math. So I'm just going to confirm with some other code that I've written. Don't you have the distance already? Yeah, but I want the distance between the shoot point and the target. But you're right, I have that code, but it's not just, so what I want to do is I want to take it and I want to make it rotate. Yeah, the look at, yeah, exactly. Exactly, but what I'm trying to, well, that's a good point. I could just do that, but so I'm trying to figure out. I'm not sure. It's actually a little confusing. I'm kind of getting mixed up on some different things. Yeah, you're right. We could just do look at. That's a good point. But I need more than just a look at. Yeah, maybe I don't need distance, but I do, because for this interpolation to occur, it needs to know how far it's going to move toward, right? Okay, maybe I can do this. So hold on. And I think, oh, Dormouse, that's what I was gonna find when I went and looked in there, was look at. But you saved me that a few clicks. So I'll give you props for that. So when we do aim at target, we can just say, because this is the tower itself, cast array using loop and sine and cosine. I bet you're right. A point at? I mean, this is that. This is that. So that's going to be looking for a vector 3, which is okay. No, but we need to do it. We don't want it to be 3 dimensions, so we need to set that to 0. So we do have to fix that a little bit. All right, set this to target to attack. Target to attack. We're gonna get that target XY, which we do kind of have already, but that's like way back here. So I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Variable target XY full vector 2 equals, well, we also need to get the, I could just pass this down the line. Yeah, maybe I'll pass it down the line. Yeah, alright. Chill. Let me do this. Target XY. I don't have to read chat. I really don't. Why do I do that? I don't know. Target XY. We're not actually using it in this function. We would pass this along again. And then we're gonna pass it along even one more again. Pretty obnoxious, I'll admit. I mean, we are using it. It's kind of wrong to say we're not using it. It kind of has no point in doing the underscore here, because it is being used. It's not like it's totally not being used. Target to attack, target XY. But is that going to be the same value all the way through? This is silly. This doesn't make any sense, because the target XY is changing. So I should have just stayed on the same path. So we're finding the XY position, so we know what to look at. But we're actually good at, we actually don't want to say this. We want to say target look at pause. Because I actually want this to be a vector 3, so we can pump it directly into look at. So this is going to be target to attack X. Global position X. It's going to be kind of long. Target to attack. For the Y-axis, we actually want this to be 0. And we need to make sure we set this as a vector 3. Target to attack, global position, Z, like this. Then we can come in here and say target, look at, position. Okay, so then it should look at the target at the moment that it's gonna shoot it. And we can actually check this right away to see if that works. Assuming it sees a target. There it goes. Nice. I swear sometimes it's moving. But it's not actually attacking it. There's something weird here. Is there something weird, or am I bugging? Actually, maybe it is fine. It's kind of hard to tell. I'm gonna adjust my debug a bit here. Oh, I guess we'll do it this way. Yeah, globals. Let's add a bunch more in, so it's just a little easier. Actually, you know how I should do this? I should put... There's a lot of different ways I could do this. But I'm gonna put multiple cursors in here. And then we'll do that. Can I print the cooldown? The cooldown's always the same. I guess we could print the moment. I mean, it is printing the cooldown. It's printing the moment that it hits it. But what does that mean? I'm not sure what you mean by that. How much is left? I think that's gonna be kind of hard. I mean, maybe. Why? If I feel the need to do it, I'll do it. But I don't feel the need to do that just yet. If I do, then maybe I'll do that. It just seems like it's pointing at things that it isn't necessarily actually doing any damage to. This is not a good debug. Let me actually change this. Oh, I just got rid of all those. Yeah, the pop animation. Yeah, I might do that. I'm gonna try to set up as much as I can without doing that, but I probably will do that. Momentarily. Okay, let's make that 0. So we're only gonna see that one type in there. See, that one just turned to a donut, but it didn't turn to it. So there it turned, but it didn't attack anything. So there's something off here with the timing. So let me go figure that out. Interpreting chicken bones, you say? All right. So it checks the distance from the target. It then runs attack target. And it attacks, when it attacks the target, well, we're aiming at it, that would explain it. That would very much explain it. I need to move that into the if statement. Nice, there we go. Much better. It definitely feels like they go a little outside. You know what we could do? We could make the radius of the circle be a little bigger than the radius that we actually set. So in here where we set the mesh, so I have visible radius, instead of setting the visible radius identical to the radius, we could say radius plus 1 or something. So that way it's a little bigger visually. Maybe we even want to go bigger than that. Let's try plus 2. And it's tough too because it's kind of at a new position at the moment that it actually ends up hitting the thing. So I kind of think it needs to keep tracking it beyond the moment that it sees it for the first time. But maybe I'll not worry about that. Let's at least do a move towards here. So I'm gonna say, for the look at, I want to actually move toward from whatever position it currently is. Right? Oh, then we need like an interval. So maybe we run this. Maybe this would be good for the process here. A successful hit, turn the tower. Something like that. I mean, it should already kind of be doing that. So I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say is aiming. And I'm gonna make that true. In our process, which doesn't really need to be processed, but we already have it. In our process, we're gonna say if aiming, I need to define aiming. If aiming, then run aim at target. Which, oh, it needs to call with target to attack. Alright, so target to attack can be a global variable. There's only one thing at a time anyway. This is going to have to be different for a different tower type, right? For a tower that attacks one target, this works. But I'm going to need to make some changes for a different type of tower. That's for sure. Alright, cool. But I'm just gonna focus on one at a time. I mean, you really just have to run it. No. You just run that function multiple times. No. This is fine. Variable target to attack. Path follow 3D. Hopefully it's okay if that's null for now. Hey, good night, Overflow. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Take care, and thanks for just being here chatting. I feel like you deserve some kind of credit. I'll give you a moral support credit. You've done more than that, but just want to say thanks. Instead of closest single target, will the tag shooter attack the closest 8? Yay! I don't know. Stop being my executive functions I don't have. Okay, so I don't have them for a reason. Okay, so we do need, so we got target to attack. Aim at target is happening now every frame if it's supposed to do it. We'll get there. I will definitely try setting it up today. I'll make it the next tower that I do. Probably. So we're gonna move toward blah 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 something something, closing parenthesis. Yeah, I didn't finish this. Because we want the delta, right, I need delta time here. So and then we need target to attack, which I just set up as a global variable. Or a script-wide variable. Then we'll call delta in there. Now we can put delta and get delta for the move toward. You have to inherit your tower as something to override the aiming and shooting function. Yikes. Okay, so I still need to do aiming. Hey Donnie, welcome. I want to organize this a little better. I'm getting a little irritated that I'm not organizing this. Targets on path in an array. Target positions also in array. Target's position on path vector 2. Target hit for interval. I get what that means. But I'm going to replace that with during. It's just going to be a little bit more readable to me. Target hit during interval, false. And then I'm gonna get the wait, where did I put the target to attack? Wait, are we still declaring it? I thought I already dealt with that. I guess not. Did I like do an undo or something that I forgot about? Okay, maybe I never did it. I could have sworn I did it. Path follow 3D. Okay, tower XY, target hit during interval. Let's put that up here. Let's do the attack timer a little sooner. Just trying to organize my initialization section a bit more sensibly. My on readies, I'm gonna do at the top. It's an export. That's fine. Okay, a little bit better. I did do a lot of Control Z's. Oh, wow. Whoops. That was an accident. That's okay. Okay, come over here to process. If I at least understand what I'm doing every step of the way, it's not that big a deal. Oh, you know why? It was the reload changes on disk. That's why. That's why it overwrote it when I did that. Irritating. I hadn't saved it at the moment that happened. Oh, because I also had the runtime up. Oh my god. Okay. So let's do aiming Boolean false. We want to make sure this calls with delta. I hope I didn't lose more that I didn't realize. We'll fix it if we have to. What about the radius change? Okay, we got that. So we didn't get too far back. Okay, then the look at... Oh, I gotta type that again. The look at is a move toward from the tower position Well, no, this needs to be a float. Hold up. That's looking for a float right there. Oh, God. So wait a minute. We got some serious constructing to do here. Oh, dear God. That's devastating. I mean, it's running every frame, so it'll redefine this position here, which means we can say, this is going to be quite a lot. Move toward from global position X to target to attack global position X at a rate of delta. And then we gotta do the same thing here. I could move this into a function if I wanted it to be a little neater. Global position Z to target to attack position Z at a rate of delta. Then we say target look at position. Okay. Well, are we still setting aiming? We gotta set aiming true and false. So aiming is false. We want to say if aiming, do that. So that's only if aim at target is called in the first place. Well, no. That's gonna be here. So aiming, let's put it here. Aiming becomes true. So it's gonna do the aiming. This is where we need that moment of when does it get destroyed. That's when aiming needs to go back to false. Well, I think this is actually a good place for figuring out when we're moving toward. So when we instantiate the projectile, we want to say that when the projectile hits it. So we could say that the projectile is when it lets it know when to stop aiming. Cam already knew that a while ago, but I wasn't able. I can't just like jump ahead like that. I gotta find my way there. But you were right. Not that I'm surprised you were right. But I see now where you were right. Okay, so let's go to that projectile and let's set it up. So we're gonna take a bit of a detour here to get the projectile going. Now I actually want to set the projectile up very similar to the tower, where it's gonna have this radius for where it's looking for its target. And then based on that radius, if the target is within there, it'll hit it. Which means we need to track the targets, which is fun. Now we do have in here some of this work already done. We have the targets on path. Right, I was thinking of making this global, like on the global script. Now I see why. So that way I can access this information. Yeah, this should be global. Maybe, we'll see. I'll keep it here for now. Because what I can also do is I can make sure the projectile is instantiated as a child of the tower, which means, in theory, it could look up and see its parent to find the information about targets on path. So for now, I'm going to make the projectile a target of the tower, a child of the tower, and let's give it a script. This is gonna be crazy. I might have to rename this to a different kind of projectile. So I want this to get its parent once it first joins in. This is kind of crazy. Class name, projectile. could do a ready function here and say maybe we'll create the same variable here and just update it based on the parent. Or I could just make it global. That might be easier. I'm just gonna make this global. Yeah, we're gonna make this global. This just makes more sense. I don't want to be doing all this mess. I do need it to look for the parent so it can find the shoot point. So for this on target added to path, I'm actually gonna pull this out here. I'm gonna take out this too. And instead of anything else, I'm going to assign this to our new globals targets on path. So let's go find that by making it. Variable, let's actually put it below the wave number. Variable targets on path. And then we'll connect the signal here. Create that function. And now it should be accessed globally. So everything should work pretty much the same. Let's just confirm that nothing has been broken. We do have the move toward, which is not complete. So I actually need to finish that. Code probably would be smart. Because we don't have aiming ever going to false. For now, let's just say that aiming becomes false. It's not going to look right, but I just want to make sure that we're getting the targets on the path correctly. I don't think we are. It would not appear that we are getting them correctly. Okay. Good to know. Debugger. Target to attack is shadowing an already declared variable at line 17. Right. Yeah, I guess I should deal with that. Oh my goodness. Oh, because this is in the ready function. We need this to update all the time. So make this that. So actually, we do want that to be running here. My mistake. We want to keep this in here. The signal, target added to path. We still want that to do that. And we still want a function based on that. The difference is we want to set it to globals targets on path. So that way it's staying updated all along the way. Nice. It's aiming at the wrong place. I probably have to adjust that move toward position. It seems to be doing the opposite. We'll fix that. Probably need to do like a negative or whatever. That's always a thing with look at. I always forget about that. I guess I can fix that real quick. Would that be X or Z? Both? Let's try just making it negative. See what happens. Nope. Ugh, this is why I hate using look at. I mean, it's fine. It's not a big deal. I just had to fix it. How do I fix this? I don't know. Well, its global position doesn't need to be negative. It's not a start position. It's I think the ending position that maybe needs to be negative or something. I don't know. We're just gonna try stuff till it looks correct. Nope. Wrong. You learned about the clipboard history shortcut? Yeah, it's amazing, right? I love it. I can't get enough of it. Dude, how do I make look the right way? I hate this so much. I'm gonna ask the other chat. I gotta do something. How do I ensure this is actually looking at the target? Currently, it's looking away from it. I always forget the right way to do this. Target position needs to be a valid vector 3 coordinate. Yeah, I know. It has this y component set to 0, which might not align with the target actual height. Do you think that's what it is? Use the target's actual y position. Yeah, but then it's going to point down or up, and I want it to stay forward, to stay level. Yeah, ignore the y component. Use the tower's y position. Whoops. Are you sure that's all it's gonna need? Are you quite sure? I guess that makes sense. Nope. That did not fix that. I wonder if it's something else that's causing it to look the wrong way. Yeah, the forward vector, right. It's a negative z, right, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, right. So how do I do that? Rotate degrees radius. Just rotate it? Just rotate it. Is that a real function? Yeah, it's making stuff up right now. Slow the wave down to get a better idea of what it's tracking. And maybe if I was doing the move toward, I could slow it down. That didn't help. Wrong. I always have this problem when I use look at. I've never not used look at in 3D without having this problem. Every single time. I always forget how to do it. I always forget how to do it. It's good, Mystic. It's good. Oh, wait. I think it's actually pointing... Wait, maybe it is correct right now. Wait, no, it's not. It could be a timing issue as well. Also, the move toward is definitely not working because we're not giving it enough time. What happens if I get rid of the aim thing? It's only gonna work the first time correctly. Oh, interesting. The reason I wasn't doing slower units is so that way I can just tell that it's changing. By only doing cupcakes, I can see which one is different. Otherwise, I'll have to see if it's gone or not. Vector 2 angle to determine the direction of the turret. Interesting. Yeah, I don't like, I hate using look at. What is that? Returns this vector's angle with respect to the positive x-axis. Ooh. Interesting. I hate losing look at. Okay, so if I say variable tower xy, oh, we have tower xy already. I think we've already defined that. So in order to do the angle, you can go to the editor and rotate the tower until the cannon is facing the z-axis. That way look at will point the cannon. That's what it was saying? Really? Calculate a vector of where you want to shoot. Right. Okay. That's what I was thinking. So target to attack, we would want to say variable target xy. Make it a vector 2. And say target to attack. Global position. Rotate the model itself in the node. Oh. I'm kind of interested in this though. But if I get frustrated with this, I'm going to do that. I gotta give you props for understanding what it was saying though. Nice. I don't know, whatever. We'll just say consultant. And we'll give Cam another credit here. Oops, that's not Cam. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be a vector 2. Target to attack, global position X. Yeah, exactly, Mervkins. It's exactly like that. When I was making the Harvest Earth alien look at, it's exactly like that. And I had the same, like, friggin' issue. And I'm so over it. Oh, I might have to do both. We'll see. X, and then target to attack. It was like, yeah, Mervkins, whenever it happened, I was just like, ah, yes. My old friend look at pointing the opposite way. We meet again. Okay, so there's that. That's the target position, and then we already know the tower position. So this angle thing, what are we going to do with that angle? So I would want to say, I don't even know what am I even doing with this? Returns the vector's angle. What do I do with the angle once I have it? Also, set rotation. Oh. Yeah, I gotcha. So we'll say global rotation. Maybe we'll want to say local. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Oh, that could have also been the problem, is that I was using global stuff. Let's just do a... yeah, so we want that to equal But we have to, but see, that's a little tricky because that's going to be a vector 3. So we have to say, what do we have to say? Well, the vector 2, we're trying to do the angle between 2 points. That's what the angle. So actually, I'm doing this angle wrong, aren't I? Returns this vector's angle with respect to the positive x-axis. Oh, maybe we should do angle 2. Look at that. Right? I still have to make it into a vector 3, which is annoying. But won't it return like a float? So actually, no, we would just say on the y-axis is what we would do. Angle 2 is a trap. That tells you how many radians difference to your target. Really? Returns the signed angle, I don't know what that means, to the given vector in radians. You want dot angles, so you get the float of the angle. I'm gonna take your word for it. But how do I know? But I still need it to be relative to the target. How do I make sure it's relative to the target? Right? So we'd want to set its rotation y to something. Oh, illustration. What? This means nothing to me. Am I supposed to be able to understand this? It's relative to the target because it's based on a vector pointing directly at the target. I don't know what this means. So how do I type it? Like, I don't know what to type here. Like, are you saying I just don't know I don't know what I'm doing here. What am I typing here? So am I saying tower xy dot angle So how's it gonna know if it's relative to the tower? Returns this vector's angle with respect to the positive x-axis. I don't understand. How's it gonna know where the tower is? That's the x-axis thing? Angle converts the vector arrow to the number angle of that direction. I mean, it's doing stuff. I don't know much, but it's doing something. So I guess then I just need to do my aiming boolean so that way it doesn't keep going all the time. It's weird, like it's weird. Something is weird. I guess when it loses a target, it doesn't know where to go. Would be my guess. I mean, this is not gonna work well. It's probably just gonna jump quickly. But hopefully it'll stay wherever it jumps. Nope, now it doesn't move at all. Okay, cool. I guess after it applies the rotation. It's doing something. It's doing stuff. Nice. Oh, it just moved away from it. It's still doing the opposite. So then, is that where I have to like change it, like its orientation anyway? Like in here? Like instead of having it facing that direction? Currently its rotation is 0, 0, 0 everywhere. Oh, maybe I just need to like move the... Oh. What if I just like move this? Maybe this is like my up vector, more or less, that I want to define, right? Is the position of that sticky outy part. Not to there, though. Not to that place. I like how I spun it around. That was unnecessary. Okay, try it there. It seems to depend on where it is. You might want to change the orientation or add pi to the angle. Because it was like right for a second, and then it was wrong. Dude, what is happening? So there, it looks correct. Why is this so hard? I hate this. I hate this deeply. This kind of stuff is very confusing to me. It's just, it's not correct at all. I'll tell you what I will do too, is I'm gonna get rid of the aiming check for a second. Oh, well, if you can't do that, because then it won't have a target. All right, maybe it'll have a target here. Okay. So it's actually aiming at the collector off screen right now. Oh wait, we got an error. Yeah. So it still can't find a target. So actually I do need to have some kind of limitation on it. Oh my god. If target to attack is not null. Okay, so at least now we see it all the time. Like, what is happening? I don't know that I really understand what that's doing. But it ain't right. I'll move it over here. But it's definitely doing something. You can't argue with that. The dimensions are swapped. What does that mean? God, I hate doing rotation. Which elements are used to construct the vector 2? The vector 2 is constructed with target to attack, global position X. Oh, maybe I need to do local position. Maybe? Or maybe I need to do local rotation. Well, this is anyway what it is. So the target, it's X position, and then it's Z position as well. It's global X and it's global Z. But maybe we need the rotation to be applied locally, not globally. It still might be just needing to be flipped or something. No, that didn't help. Y is up, not sideways? What does that mean? Y is up, not sideways. Oh, wait. You mean this? Well, the rotation Y should be rotating it on the Y-axis. So if the Y-axis is here, it would be rotating around that, right? And it is. It's not like it's going this way or that way. Or, sorry, this way or that way. It is going like this. So I think that much is correct. Unless you meant something else. You mean like the Y here? In this case, it's only X and Z. The targets don't have a changing Y position. Their Y is constant. Alright, this is... I gotta be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. We gonna figure it out. We gonna figure it out. Enjoy the music. Leave a like. Give me 2 minutes. You only guess to swap X and Z. Oh, that's a good idea. Maybe I'll do that. Alright, wait, before I BRB. I'm gonna set it to spawn a metric crap ton of things. So many things. Alright. I'll be right back. And then we'll try that. We'll try stuff. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. little bit of the problem, but that's the fun. The problem's the fun. All right, let's swap X and Z and see what happens. Let us try this. Back, 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 back. Z. X. Swapped. Show me the perfect functionality. Right? Right? Nah. No, I'm afraid not. Unless it's something else. I mean, it does do this weird, like, drifting thing. It almost kind of, like, starts to go the right way. And then it, like, starts drifting back somewhere else. It's gotta be a clue in that drifting. I'm about to ask the other chat. I think that's my only hope. I think that's my only hope. Is straight up asking the other chat. Now, there was the other thing where Psychonic was interpreting what the other chat was saying, and I didn't quite try that. But the problem is I just have to explain this to the other chat, and I don't know how I'm gonna do that. I've got a 3D tower that needs to track 3D objects that are moving on 2 dimensions, X and Z. I want the tower to only rotate on its Y-axis to point at the tracking objects / targets. The tower should not point down or up, just rotate around the Y-axis. Can you make a debug object to show the point where the tower is trying to look? I don't even know. I don't even know why it's trying to look there. I don't even know. What does that even mean? A debug object to show the point where the tower is trying to look. Oh, I see what you're saying. So, like, the target. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, that's a really good idea. I see what you're saying. Okay. That kind of makes sense. Let me see what it suggests real quick. So, it says, get the tower's position, the target position. So, it's getting global position, and it's getting the target's global position. It's flattening it to the XZ plane, which we were doing. Oh, but it's keeping it as a vector 3. That would probably reduce the chaos a bit. And then it's just using look at. Vector 3 up. Oh, this is... Oh, we didn't define an up before at all. This is actually intriguing. Yeah, you're right, Cam. Let's try this, because I think this... I mean, I'll do it. I mean, because I really want to not use look at, but, you know... I could do that, Cam, but like I'm kind of like, oh, this actually makes a lot more sense, and I think I'm just gonna do this. I think we're back at look at. I think we've returned to the look at. Full rotation circle. So the only thing we have to flatten is the target's position. We don't need to flatten that at all. Oh, I love that. I hadn't even thought about that. It's setting it to the tower, which we did do. Because it told us to. So we don't actually need an XY for the target. Get rid of all this. Thanks, AI. Very cool. So we're just gonna say that the target... I mean, we already have the target to attack. That's the vector 3. Except we need... Okay, now we do need to say target look at position, which is going to be a vector 3, and it is going to have, forget the move toward, we do not need the move toward. I don't know what I was thinking. I do, but it was wrong. It was so deeply wrong. It would be embarrassing, but whatever. We're gonna say vector 3. I'm really glad I get to learn this a little more intentionally. Vector 3, target to attack X. Then we want to say, or global position X. Then we want to say its own global position, or is it local? No, it's global. Yeah. Okay, got it. Understood. Global position Y. Target to attack global position Z. Because it's like actually pretty simple. It's just like I have a really hard time wrapping my head around it. So I think AI might be good use for this. Okay, so there's our flattened target look at position. And then we want to just run look at. And we need to use the vector up. We have to use the up. That was kind of what we were missing, I think. Potentially, maybe. We'll see. We might have some other problems too, because I still think maybe the way that you know, arm cylinder pointing thing, I still might need to change that. So it's gonna look at target look at position. You're done? Nice, Sable. How'd it go? Kinda tired. Take a break. You've earned it. Hope it was good progress. Target look at position, and then we're gonna establish the up vector. How do we do that again? Was it vector dot up? Vector 3 dot up. That's crazy that exists. What is that? Up unit vector. Oh. Ah, yes. The up unit vector. A lot of miscellaneous features. We have all turrets working and animated. Nice! Let's go! Go, Sable Spirit team! So that's it. I might need to rotate it around a bit. The position of the arm that points out. I think that's likely. Oh, it seems correct right now. Actually seems rather correct. If I say do so myself. Sharing super secret cheat code with the Hyper Game Dev viewers. Press S 3 times to get debug money. Okay. in your game. Okay, nice. Maybe I'll remember that. There's some weird stuff still happening. It's like almost okay, but then it's like not. Aim at target. Let me make sure this is happening at the right time. If target to attack is not null. I guess I'm still not sure. I really need it to come back to like a central place. Really, I just want it to stop. I want it to stop at where it's at. You know? Isn't global position already a vector 3? Yeah, so this we're flattening it out by... Oh! Nope, just kidding. I almost said oh, but I was wrong. I thought we did something wrong. We didn't. So we have the global position Y. This is set to the tower. So we're taking the X and the Z of the target, and we're flattening out its Y-axis to be matching that of the tower. Dude, I hate this so much. I hate doing this. This stuff confuses me. It's cool, but it ain't working. So, you know, there's that. Oh my god, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I hate this. I hate radial vector math. It's so hard to me. It confuses me. Okay, let's do what Cam was talking about. Try to find a debug. It's just gonna be, it's like a lot of setup. where it should be pointing. I mean, it would be nice. I would love to control where it, like when it points at something, I'd like it to stay, but it keeps going like, like it's doing so much. I hate look at. No, but it's not going instant because we're running it every frame, so it's catching up along the way and it's tracking the target. But yeah, that's true. But I hate look at for other reasons that are not clear at all. I don't even know where to go here. How do I get it to... So right now, every frame, it's looking at something. So when it doesn't have a... What it's doing... I don't even know what it's doing. Slurp moves a percentage of the way between you and the target. Okay. Alright. How do I get it to... Well, I don't want it to look... It should only... Right now it's in the... Oh my god. I actually don't know. If you want it to lock onto a single target until it's out of range. And then I want it to stay in that same spot, even if it's out of range. Like, I want it to choose a spot and stay there. Even if the target is gone, it's still there. Until the next target comes in, then it moves over there. Then it moves over there. That's what I want. But I find this, like, mind-boggling. I hate it so much. Okay. Here, let me put this in here. Let me do it in the attack timer. Let me try that. Hey, Coffee, welcome. Good to see you. Long time targeter, first time look at her. Nicely done. Good to see you, Coffee. Okay, now it's jumping at least. Okay, good. We got the jumping. I want the jumping. I'm here for the jumping. But I'd like it to jump all the way. I can't say that it seems to be actually jumping all the way. Dude, I'm wasting so much time on this. I hate this. I hate this so much. I have no idea how to do this. I just like don't know how to do it. All right, I guess here's what I'm gonna do. I guess I'm gonna go look at my other project. I feel like I think that's the correct answer, where I've done it elsewhere. I'm not gonna load the project because it's gonna take forever for me to load it. You have to trust me that it does it. Sorry. Okay, so... I mean, this is going to be harder because it's very different, but... In this game, the player's head looks at things that it's holding. Not just things that it's holding, but, like, at wherever the cursor is pointing. And I'm just going to study whatever it's doing. Oh gosh, I don't even know where the player script is. Let's just search for the player script. Yeah, that one. Find me a look at in here. That's a lot of look ats. Oh, we're using an X-form basis? Oh, that's for the bone... That's for the arm to stretch. That's quite a bit different, actually. That's not the same. Head rotation. Where do we do the head rotation? Rotate head to direction. Oh, but that's doing a bone, so that's quite different. That's very different. Because we're doing bones on an armature, which isn't what we have. Heard of Unbound? I have. Yeah. I was gonna stream it, but I didn't. It's a fledgling modeling use SDF. Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool. It's got some coding stuff in it too. Yeah, unfortunately this is just quite different. I do see something interesting here where we're doing this ATAN, this negative ATAN 2. I commented it out. Very interesting. So we define a vector 3, so that would be like our target for the player, or the unit, the balloon, the sweet treat. And then we get its X, we get its Z, and we set the Y rotation of the tower, negative ATAN 2. You know what? Let me try that. Let me give that a try. That looks like something. That doesn't look like nothing. Global position, or global rotation. Now that's also doing local. That was just rotation Y. Which again might be different for this application. And we could say target to attack X, negative target to attack Z. What is that like? Work correctly? I mean, it works. It just isn't aiming. It's a weird. It aims at some and then not at others. Oh, what did I do? Invalid access or key X. Oh, duh. Forgot to say global position. You added something. You're gonna put your game maker code in. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe that will help. I'll take a look at it. Unless this magically is my solution. This is such an awfully specific thing. Now, I did have it commented out, but I think I commented it out because I didn't want the player to rotate. Doesn't mean it didn't work. Oh yeah, it's not doing anything. It is doing a little bit, but it's barely anything. It's so tiny. It's such a tiny amount of movement. What if I make it a global rotation? That doesn't help. Well, that didn't work. It didn't work at all. I wonder why. Let me try well, you know what else I think? I think one thing that caused it to be weird is when I nested it in here. Here, let's take it out of there. And then I probably still want this to be not global. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like the same thing to me. I mean, obviously, we could make it face the other way. Let me make it positive instead of negative. Yeah, that's incorrect. It's very incorrect. I'm just changing some values kind of arbitrarily. Nope. I don't even know what it's hitting. Yeah, I see. It's kind of hitting some stuff there. Dude, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this. I might have to start over and like oh man. I am not pleased. This is not something I want to be stuck on. Because there's so much more to do. Assign degrees to radians. Oh, Dormouse has something. Oh, nice. We got some sign. Yeah, okay. This is intriguing, Merv. This was hard in yours too. It's something that like I feel like the mathiest among us would be able to figure out very quickly. And it's just like without that like fundamental understanding of like mathematical concepts, trigonometric concepts, it's just like so frustrating. Variable target direction, normalize. Oh, I like that. Take the global position of it, subtract. Oh, it says we're finding a vector. Got it. Target angle, atan. There's our atan. It's like the combination of everything. I love this. Oh yeah, Dormouse, let's go. You have some other math around it so it doesn't snap immediately at the target, but that's the core. Nice. I also do wonder if it has been working, but like the way that I'm running this aiming is a problem. I certainly hope not. Okay, let's try Dormouse's code. Okay, target to attack. Okay. Okay. Let's see what happens. Still, obviously, getting the arm in the right place would need to be a thing. I don't even know if I'm running this at the right time, so there's that as well. Ooh. I don't know. I always say that, but I'm too excited. Too soon. Okay, I don't know that that's doing. I really think that it has something to do with the way I'm running it, you know? So maybe a way to, I mean, if it could, this is hard. This is hard, because with the constantly changing like targets, right? And telling it to like abandon, I feel like I need to get that straight. And Cam was calling it a long time ago. Can you do a shorter wave? Yeah, I could. Is it failing to get a lock on? It might be, yeah. A math teacher in high school who told you never use advanced math, but you had to learn anyways? Was all, yeah, watch me not. Yeah, it turns out that was the wrong answer. Yeah. I know. They should have used game dev to teach us. Okay, so if I'm going to do that debug of seeing what it thinks it's aiming at, I mean, I don't even know that I understand how to do that, though. Like, I don't know that I know how to do that. To be honest with you, I can't even get it to aim at something. Yeah, I don't really know what to do, truth be told, because I keep redefining the target position, you know? Vector 3 member variable to track where you are aiming. But there isn't. I mean, there's the target to attack, right? The target that it's supposed to be attacking. There's that. I mean, we could use that. But, you know, then I might as well just, I don't know, it just seems kind of weird. And then I have to like instantiate something, so I could like instantiate the projectile. Oh man, this is brutal. I'm affirmed that other people struggle with this part. Alright, I'm gonna get that projectile out of here, I guess. Let's make it really tall so it's super obvious. And then I'm gonna go ahead and save it as a scene. That gets instantiated. I'm gonna remove it. And then we'll just instantiate it, I guess. So go to the tower. And we're gonna need that file path. I think we do something similar in globals. No, we don't. Or was it? It was on targets is where we did that. In here. We make it like a constant and then we preload it. Yeah, I remember now. So on the tower script, we will say constant projectile, which is going to be a packed scene, and we're going to make it equal preload projectile.tscn, and then we'll try, but you might be right, like maybe the fact that I don't have that is revealing of why things aren't working. Like, what if like everything we've done has actually worked in theory? So when it goes to aim at the target, and let's actually go back to where this is first called, I'm going to also say, we'll just say emit projectile for now. Func emit projectile. It's a crazy place to put it. Okay. And, well, you can't do that because you need the position. Well, it'll be a target to attack. So it'd be the same as this. It's the exact same. Target to attack. Target to attack. And then we just say projectile instantiate or variable. Let's just call it shot bullet. Which is going to be a whatever it is. I think it's a mesh instance. Then we want to say shot bullet or add child shot bullet, which means it's also going to rotate and stuff. So I probably need to actually have a projectile collector. So I'm gonna make a node 3D. I need this anyway. Projectile collector. I'm gonna give it a script. And in the script, we're gonna give it a class name. Projectile collector. What do we call this one, by the way? Target underscore collect. All right, we'll stay consistent. Underscore collector, and then we're gonna do a static variable ref. Nope, just ref. Thank you though. Static variable ref func init. It is ref equals self. Now we can reference it. Go back to here. Wait, not there. Back to the tower. And we're going to add the child to projectile collector dot ref. All right. Projectile collector not defined in the current scope. Oh, what do you mean? What you talking about? What do you mean it's not defined in the current scope? Are you quite sure? Are you quite sure about that? Did I not just declare it? Oh, it's because the runtime was in the background. Okay, all right, here we go. So I forgot to set its position. That would help. That would make this more correct. So when we do add child, we also want to say that projectile global position becomes the target to attack global position. So I mean that's the thing, is I feel like it's going to a new value to a constant. What are you talking about? What's the constant? Oh, I see. I need to rename this. Sorry, shot bullet. My mistake. Shot bullet. There we go. So the thing that it instantiates is what I needed to change the position of. Okay, so now we're seeing its target printout. And you can see it's slammed a whole bunch of things down there on the path. Kind of interesting. We should probably get them to remove themselves. Would be helpful. That's very interesting. That's some information, if I've ever seen it. You said that a long time ago, Cam, and you were definitely right. You knew you were right. I knew you were right. I just wanted to wait until the right moment, and now we're doing it. So let's say that it Q-frees itself, not immediately. We need it to be after a certain amount of time. I'm going to use an await. It's just going to be easier. So let's just say destroy self. And just for this purpose, await. Get tree, right? Create timer. Make it 0.3 seconds. Timeout. Just for the sake of this debug tool. It would have been blaming ChatGPT for the code? Yeah. Yes, of course. Yes, it does. That's right, Dungeon. But it's just a debug tool. But you're not wrong. Oh, I forgot to make it do something after it awaits. You're very right. You're right there. Look at you. Yeah, I did forget. You're ready to go. That's amazing. I say the word await. It's like a alarm gets set off inside of your typing in chat brain. Okay, so now we see it moving. Yeah, it's just a wait for fun. Now we see it like moving and showing us what it's tracking. And that's totally not the target. Because if you look, hopefully you can kind of see, it's very interesting, right? This reveals a lot. So I think our rotation is quite correct. It's actually, the rotation code has probably been right for many previous iterations. What's incorrect is something else, I think. Probably, right? I don't know. But you can see down here, this is where it tends to be hitting something. See that change to a donut, that changed to a donut, that changed to a donut, right? But it's aiming up here. It's actually following what we're telling it to look very well, quite well. The problem is that what it's aiming at and what it's choosing to destroy are two different things. So I need to get the right target to attack. Oh, there it was correct. It was correct there because all of these were gone. Just somewhere in my code. So it's trick shots. It's managing to get it behind it. I don't think it is aiming upside down. I think it's aiming correctly. I think what's happening is it's sensing these targets right here. Because in fact, the first ones are correct. It's just some ricochet. It's actually doing it just fine right now. Where it's a problem is when there's so many of them that it's saying, oh, I see this one over here, I see this one over here, but that's not the one that it's actually killing. That's not the one it's actually attacking. Now, the timing is still a little off, where it takes longer to get to the target. But we can adjust that timing for when the target takes the damage. It's kind of amazing how slow it is. It's so slow. So we actually don't even notice the problem for the most part when it can catch up to it. The problem is when there's multiple in there. There's a few problems, but so if I restart it, we're gonna get the super fast or the super large amount of them, which is where it's gonna start getting really bad. So there, see, it shot it before it got to it. So I might want to speed up that turret, but now's where it gets weird. Because see, it's aiming at the nearest one to it. Not the nearest one, but like the most recently nearest one. Instead of the one that's actually ending up getting shot. So I need to find where is the discrepancy between the one that it sees closest to it most recently and the one that it has actually marked for death. Okay, so let's look on that tower code. Damn, I gotta give you serious props, Cam. Like that was the way to solve this, and part of why I was going crazy, not because that the rotation stuff was broken, but because the aiming was broken. Definitely gotta give you a debug credit. My gosh, incredibly so. Alright, let's see what's happening. We're gonna go over the whole script. So, we're connecting the signal that a target has been added to the path. So when a new target gets added to the path, it is then going to run on target added to path. We're also in the ready function upgrading the radius, so that is to say, what is the range that the tower sees, and it's going to upgrade that. If like you get an upgrade for the tower, it'll change the radius, but in the ready function we're just upgrading it to the default. And then we also have this function for a tower placed. In our case, that's just going to happen right away. It's getting placed immediately. When it gets placed immediately, it just captures its X and Y position, or its X and Z as it were, and setting that to X and Y, or whatever, a variable called tower XY. In the process function, whoops, we are checking to see if an attack timer is running, and if it is, we're just counting down to 0. So it's a timer that just keeps counting down to 0 over and over and over again. This is the interval, so it'll shoot, wait, shoot, wait. It's a cooldown. It's basically a cooldown mechanic, right? Shoot, wait, shoot, wait, shoot, wait. And it's moving towards 0 constantly, and every time it hits 0, it stops the timer, and it updates targets to track. This is kind of the key thing here. And then we have, if target to attack is not set to null, aim at target. So this is happening in the process function. If there is a target that's seen, I think that's your problem right there. I'm gonna go ahead and say that's a problem. I think that is your problem. I can't imagine any more obviously a place a problem than that. So what if I have delta come in to update targets to track, right? And we say, forget all this crap. And update targets to track, we're gonna call delta with it. For target in targets on path, it's gonna iterate through the array of targets on the path. It's going to assign an XY position for that target for every target that's on the path, and then it is going to append its positions to an array. And what this does is this is saying, okay, I see all of these. You're at XY this, you're at XY that, you're at XY this, you're at XY that. Got it. That's what that's doing. And then it's running update target distances, where it calls with what the target is and with that XY position. And now we want to add in a delta. And also starts the attack timer, so for the next interval to begin, once it iterates through this. Okay, so I'm a little worried about that, but it might be okay. We'll see. Because if this is running because this only runs when the timer is 0. No, this is fine. This is good. I'm not worried about that at all. Okay, great. So update target distances. So update target distances is calling with target XY, and then now it's going to also come with delta. It's going to calculate the distance between the tower and its XY position that we defined earlier when we placed it, and the target's XY position. And it is then going to pass that information along to check distance from target. And we're now going to also pass in delta. We're just passing delta down. All right, check distance from target. In here, if the distance that was calculated between the tower and the target is less than or equal to the detection radius. So when we do like the upgrade kind of situation, that's where it's pulling it from, is from the detection radius. If that distance is less than or equal to the detection radius, then it is going to add detected targets to an array. So before, it wasn't just detecting which ones are near it, it's literally looking at every single one that's on a path. So if one is at the beginning of the path, near the end of the path, whether it's in the circle or not, it added it to an array. However, this is isolating to the ones that are only within a circle around the tower. And it's adding that to this array, as the path follow 3Ds that they are. We are appending them in there, and we are setting target to attack to the, so this is saying right here, this is kind of important, this is saying the lowest number in the detected targets, so the one that is nearest to the tower, is going to be target to attack. Which is probably that one, I'm not sure, maybe that one that it kept going back to, I don't know. We'll see. But this helps it focus on just one to hit, and then it's going to run attack target, which we want to call with delta. So that brings target to attack. We also want it to have delta. Finally, we've got delta. Don't know what the furthest along the track. You know, other people said that. We can always change that, but I don't know. I think I would rather it be the nearest to the tower. At least when I look at Bloons TD-1, it looks to me like it's the nearest, not the farthest along the track. All right, so attack target, target to attack delta. If a target is not hit, okay, so what this is saying, this is keeping it from hitting a bunch of them at once, I think. So target hit during interval. Do we have that going to false? Target hit, I think that's in the timer is where that gets set to false. Yeah, okay. So what this is saying is, when you hit one target, now make sure you're not going to hit other ones, because you're a tower who just hits one. You don't hit 5 at a time, you hit 1. So that's what it's going to do. It's going to have that. And then it's going to set aiming to true. I am not using aiming, but I might end up using it. Target to attack, target level minus equals 1. This is what makes it go from a cupcake to a donut, from a donut to a brownie, from a brownie to being dead. target interval to true. Okay, so we've kind of reached the end of the line here. Where are we using delta? The aiming. Oh, right, the aiming. Ah, yes. So I would want to run aiming somewhere in here. I might want to do it before the attack target. Yeah, dude, don't pass it down into here. Now, I might want actually attack target to run when the projectile reaches it. So I'm probably going to want to change that. Change to attack when projectile reaches target. So we'll deal with that in a bit. Let's not worry about that right now. So here's where I wanted to aim it at the target via delta. And then emit the projectile to tell us where it's aiming. Target to attack equals detected targets minimum. So that way it's only picking that one. Okay. And then at aim at target, we have delta. All right, let's see what happens. Let me see what happens. Where are we at? Nowhere good. Actually, no, it's definitely not working. There are so many of them. So it's showing every single target that it sees. And I guess the minimum one that's being picked. Yeah, but the thing is, you can't just pass delta into there, Lise, because just because you've been passing delta doesn't mean that it's running on the process. So this was, I made a grave error here. What I want, I still want aim at target to be in the process. The difference is determining when it receives the target and it tells it to move to that target. So that was a huge mistake on my part. All right, we gotta fix it. So there's, I just gotta try it and find out that it was wrong. So let's fix it. So I do not want to put this in here. That was so very wrong. Incredibly wrong. Let's move all of this away here. Oh yeah, it does? Alright, well, I don't really care. But that's cool. I bet you're right. Okay, so let's come up here and make sure we remove the deltas that I absolutely don't need. My mistake. We don't need that in there. Make sure I got rid of it everywhere. Okay, I did. I would almost say if time to attack then aim at the target and emit the projectile. And so here's how I'm going to deal with that. Variable, time to attack, Boolean, false. I'm sure we'll figure. I probably, you know what I need? I need a state machine at this point. We'll get there. Let's just make sure it works first. So I'm going to make a signal. Messenger. Actually, we could probably keep. I might want the signal to not be like a global signal, right? It could be something it receives from the target. So the target could say, I have a signal, it's called I'm attacking, or I'm being targeted. So then I guess the signal Yeah, I guess we'll say that I'm being targeted. So, okay, if I go to the target, and I create a signal, I don't know if this is gonna work the way I want. Am I doing this right? I'm confusing myself a little bit. Because this would have to find its child to connect it. So, well, you wouldn't connect it here. You would connect it when it picks it down here, right? Target to attack. Target attacked. Emit. And then we, how are you gonna connect it? I don't actually know what I'm doing, if that isn't obvious. I guess we could do it in the same place. Target to attack. On target attacked? Func on target attacked. I don't usually do signals this way. And we would want that to call with the target. And then I would set time to attack. It's not really, did I really call it that? Can we just call it attack? Can we call it attacking? Then we'll set attacking to true. Probably need a state machine here. An enumerator. But let's just start with this. If attacking, then do this. Aim at target, emit projectile. But when is it going to do attack target? That's down here. So I guess I could change this, again, when the projectile reaches the target. It's kind of tough. I don't really know. We could say that once it aims it, I don't know, there's something really wrong I'm doing here, that's for sure. Then it can run attack target. Now, where is it getting that target to attack from? That might be different. That might be a different target than before. I don't know what, I've completely lost what's happening. I don't understand anything anymore. Okay. Show me things. Okay. It's slow, but it's fine. Oh, much better. Wait. Yes. Much better. Oh, wait, this is good. It's slow to get there. But now it's only hitting, it's pointing at the one that it's hitting. This is good. This is This is very good. All right, let's not spawn that many. So I can just better understand what's happening here. This is good. This is very good. So this should let it start tracking one that's further down. Okay. Nice. Yeah, this looks pretty good. I mean, that was... So it just removed one. It seems... Well, if it Q-frees it, it can't track it. So we don't actually want to Q-free... Well, it's not Q-freeing, it's reparenting it. But it's also... Okay, so it's reparenting it. I guess it stops aiming at it once it's outside of its radius. So when it reparents it, it goes outside of its radius, and so it can't track it anymore or something. But it does. It still tracks them. I'm not sure what happened when it destroyed it. There's still some funky stuff going on here. But at least it's aiming correctly. You see how that got changed to a brownie too late? It's like stuff is changing after it leaves the radius. And you can see that it's still aiming the target at it, right? Because those projectiles are still sitting there on top of it. So that gives us a clue that it's still seeing it. And we want it to not see it. And once it's out of that radius, doesn't see it, I don't want to see those projectiles emitting anymore. It actually should stop emitting it as soon as it exits the radius. You're not sure a minimum we get the closest object since detect targets array has path file 3Ds, not distances. I guess it gives a minimum instance ID or something. So I printed it earlier and it was just a bunch of floats. That was its position. Its distance. I don't know. I think it's fine. I could be wrong. It's really hard for me to tell. You could be right though. I just don't care that much. I want to see it aiming and hitting things. It is aiming and it is hitting things, but now it needs to stop hitting things. I kind of am getting lost in this code right now. I'm probably setting up a multitude of bugs that I'll have to deal with for the rest of my life. So when we emit the projectile, I don't actually want it to emit a million projectiles, right? We only want it to emit one projectile. So when does attacking become false? Oh, never. That'll do it. Okay, great. Easy. So we can say when it emits the projectile, attacking becomes false. Okay, let's see if that's better. Forgot about that. Forgot to tell it to stop. So it's constantly attacking. That was definitely a problem. Okay, so but then it's not going to be aiming constantly. So we do want it to aim constantly. We just don't want it to attack constantly. Kind of, sort of. I mean, it's anyway. That's kind of true, it's kind of not. So I guess that's where the aiming comes in. Oh gosh, we really need a state machine. Badly. If aiming, aim at target. If attacking, emit projectile. And then we need to set up aiming correctly. It's set to true when attack target runs. I don't think that's what we want. That happens in aiming, so we would need to change that very much. So when do I want to start aiming? I want to start aiming whenever attacking became true. Oh, so the target, let's say on target. This is kind of crazy. On attack target detected. I know that's crazy that I'm changing this. I could, this is a good place for replace, the replace function right now. Or the replace operation, whatever. Now I gotta come to the target itself. Change this to attack target detected. It's just is gonna make more sense. Logically, readably speaking. On target, attack detected, target to attack, void. Attacking true. Sure. Aiming true, attacking true. Get this out of here. Aiming false is happening. Aim at target after it is attacked. That could work. I don't know. Maybe. Let's see. Nope. Inbound access property target attacked. Oops. Attack target detected. And that's why replace is useful. Start it. It is only doing one projectile now, so that's good. We're not seeing a ton of projectiles at once. Very, 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 very good. Nice. That's awesome. That looks good. The projectile hitting. That little block. The vertical block. That looks excellent. That looks really, really, really good. And the reason why, guys, I didn't really care about whether Bloons TD does this or that. Like, at the end of the day, I want it to generally look and feel like Bloons TD for the sake of scope, but I don't necessarily want it to be perfect down to the very minutia, similar to Bloons TD. So, like, to me, if it feels wrong, like, oh, you know, it seems unfair that it's attacking that one instead of a different one, maybe I'll change it. But to me, this looks fine, other than obviously it's not pointing at it, but in terms of what it's choosing to shoot, I don't mind it. I think it's good. Okay, and then, at least for now, I need to get it to actually do the aiming correctly. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say in the process, which is kind of unhinged, print aiming. I know, it's kind of horrifying. Yeah, okay, it's false. Yes, lots of false in the output. And if I hit it, wow. I mean, it's true for such a short amount of time. I don't even see it appear in the output on the bottom left there. It's such a short period. What's up, debugger? What you got? Signal attack target detected is already connected to given callable in the object. Oh, right. We only have to connect it one time. Yeah, that makes sense. Right, so how do I make sure it only connects one time? Because I can't put this in my ready function. Unless I do another Boolean variable. Kinda hate that. I'm not actually sure how to do that. Is there a way to check if it is connected or not? Like, if connected, otherwise don't? Well, it only needs to do it. I guess we could say if it changes, it could keep track of like the one that it saw, and if it sees a different one, then it reconnects it. I don't actually know how to do that. Or what to do to make that work. I've never connected a signal like this, but I think it's useful. I could also just set like a Boolean on the object, on the target itself, instead of using a signal. No, because we want this to run at a certain time, and I want it to run a function based on that. I guess as soon as we know what the target to attack is. But it picks it right here, that's the problem. I'm a little confused why that's happening. Like, if there was like an is connected or something would be nice. Is connected. Oh, there is an is connected. Returns true if the specified callable is connected to this signal. If target to attack target detected, is connected to on attack. If it is not connected, this is kind of crazy. I guess we would only want it to emit it then there too, right? Let's see if we get that error to go away. So the debugger just has some warnings which I should deal with, but for now let's just not. Make sure it doesn't go red. Alright, well it's not going red. And the functionality we've achieved is not compromised. Nice. Good. Okay. So the aiming is not quite happening like I want it to. So let's make it happen. Aiming becomes true when that signal happens. Which makes sense. It's when it's becoming false that seems to be the problem. Now, it's supposed to be when a projectile reaches the target. But it's weird because it's not even actually getting there. It's very slow. Oh, delta time. Maybe because we have... So this was from Dormouse's code before. I didn't even, like, do anything with it. What the heck is all this? I didn't even, like, look at it. I should probably do that. Wait. From float to float, Wait, it linearly interpolates between two angles by a weight value. Between 0 and 1. What is that? Similar to lerp, but interpolates correctly when the angles wrap around. At gdscript.tau. To perform eased interpolation with lerp angle, combine it with ease or smooth step. If you put all the vectors in an array, you could use min to find the shortest one. They are all in an array. That's exactly what's happening. We're already doing that. Already doing it. Detected targets. Detected targets. All of these are XY values in detected targets. Well, okay, it doesn't actually, they're not. I lied. I didn't lie. Wait, no, these used to be. Wait. No, these used to be distances. Now I'm confused. No, they're supposed to be XYs. No, they're supposed to be. I'm confused. What happened? I swear to you, there used to be an array that was XYs. When did that change? Target, check this is from target, brings in target, target XY. Dude, it was supposed to be that. Distance is what I want to be in there. This should be distance, right here. Dang, you guys were right. I meant to do that all along. I swear, I just mistyped it. I don't even know how it was working. Okay, wait, that actually didn't work. Trying to assign a type of float. Oh, because now that's what target to attack is becoming. Right. Oh, we're kind of in some danger here. So I guess what we need, oh, I remember why we changed it. We changed it because I wasn't able to find a way to match the X and Y to it. So here's what I need to do. What I need to do is keep that as such, except instead of just doing min directly, I need to create another array. So I have to say for detected target in detected targets. I'm not typing my for loop, which I should do. For detected target in detected targets. This is crazy, dude. Tower targeting is hard. We want to create another variable here. Well, another array. Detected targets positions an array of vector 2s. But we actually want the distances. The distance is what we want. This is kind of crazy. Well, but if they're in the same places in the array, actually, we don't have to do, this isn't as complicated as I thought we have to do, actually. Right, so we would just say detected, we would just say detected targets positions, because they would be in the same place on each array. Right, hopefully. It was still able to perform a comparison if it does not return nil. That's kind of amazing. Like, what was the comparison? It's really interesting and kind of cool. Detected targets positions age. Oh, maybe. Okay, that's not what we want here. This is going to be detected targets positions. And then this is going to be target pause to attack. Variable target pause to attack. But I don't even care what it is. What I want is a position on the array, right? So what I do like... Actually, we're still going to set target to attack. We want to say target detect, okay. Detected targets like that. But it has to be, if it's doing minimum, we want it to return the index or something. What is it? How do you find the key? Find something like that. Just find returns an integer. I'm not sure. I don't think find is what I want. I'm gonna ask the other chat. I want to find the array position that is a minimum. Oh, Precipier! Thank you for gifting a membership. Welcome. That's so nice of you. VBM, congratulations. You're a member. Hi and bye. See you later, Pressy. I'm adding towers to my Bloons-like. It's hard, but fun. Take care. Thank you so much, Precipier. I'm gonna sing you a song. Oh, Precipier, you're dropping in just to give some love. Ah, Precipier, you're on fire with your gifts that you gave. I'm so thankful to you. Oh, Precipier, you're on fire with your gifts that you're giving to people. I appreciate you. I hope precipitation comes and douses your fire so you don't burn to death. Thank you so much for the gift membership. I appreciate you. See you later. Goodbye. Okay. And congrats, VBM. You're gonna get access to member streams, emotes on screen, extra emotes, stuff like that, extra places on Discord. Make sure you connect your Discord to your YouTube account so that way you can access those Discord features. Create a dictionary mapping the vector 3 back to the path follow. Once you find the smallest vector 3, look up the path follow 3D in the dictionary. Oh, that sounds like a good idea. Yay! Let's see if the other chat agrees with you. You kind of got there faster than the other chat. I want to find the array position that is the minimum value in detected targets positions and assign it to target to attack as an int. Pretty sure I'm doing it wrong. Make it work, please. Yes, 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 yes. Emotes on the screen. It is using find. So it's setting the minimum index. You got your piercing upgrade working. Nice, Merkins! Let's go. Let's go. That's important. Gaga, yes, put those emotes on screen. Show the power of membership. Detected target's positions, minimum, and then it's gonna find that, and then it pumps that into there. Oh, okay, I was just kind of doing my order wrong. I bet what you said works too, though, Cam. I bet it does. Detected target index integer equals detected targets wait, what? Positions dot find. Oh, so it's like on itself. Food, glorious food. It's like familiar. What is that? Positions find, and then in here we do it again on itself. It's your lunch break. Nice. What is that? Is that Oliver? No, I don't know what I'm talking about. Positions. Yeah, cheers to eating some food. Let's go. Let me get a bite of that. Okay. And then in here, we say minimum. So find. Is it Ice Age? I've never seen Ice Age. Famous last words, but I think all I need to do is code the sell button and my UI is done. Nice. Nice. Wow. Yeah, famous last words, but at least you see an end in sight. That's positive. That's exciting. It is Oliver. Okay, cool. Understood. Great. You're trying to make a circle happen when you place or select a tower. Oh. Like the range? I love knowing where you guys are at. It's crazy. Like, we're all just like working on this thing together. But separately. We're working on separate things that are similar but together. But separately. The range circle, yeah. Okay, and then I want to say that target to attack equals detected targets. Detected target index. That's the target to attack. So then it will actually find the nearest one. I think our pointing is still messed up. Okay. Now it's doing the nearest one. Let's go. Good catch, y'all. I gotta remember who gave me that. Hey, what's up? You do see that. You see it. We got functions. Good to see Cheeky Boom. We had Cheeky Boom and Coffee Stain come through. Dreams, fam. Did the range upgrade to draw that circle bigger? Oh, and Kai Guy, of course, is Dreams fam. But Kai Guy be coming around. Yeah, that is a thing to think about, like actually making that get larger. You wish you could say you started on this jam. You could lie. You could, yeah. That's fine. I'm surprised it doesn't hit those donuts at the end. I guess the interval just doesn't work out, which is pretty sad. Kind of feels, I feel like the interval's a little too long. I think it could be a little shorter. Yeah, that cooldown is brutal. I'm gonna make the interval 1 second instead of 1.2 because maybe 1.2 makes more sense approximately for all the other speeds in Bloons, but I think maybe in mine the other speeds might be a little different. But who knows? Also, maybe it misses it. These are pretty fast ones. Yeah, so doesn't catch it. All right, whatever. Okay, so this is good, but now the problem is still that the aiming isn't happening when I want the aiming to happen. And hey, you still got 18 days left. You still got 18 days left to work on this. All right, so let's try to get that thing actually pointing at it. So we have confirmed that our thing points correctly. It just isn't, it doesn't have enough time to get there. And so what I'm concerned or confused about is what this lerp angle thing does. This code that was given to us by Dormouse. Started in dreams, it's so underrated. Wish it could have kept on, but life happens. Yeah, I know. A lot of the people who worked on it wanted it to be so much more than it was. But at the end of the day, it was owned by PlayStation. And PlayStation does not give a crap about making great software be accessible to everybody. They just care about that dollar. Making money. Well, let me rephrase that. They care about whatever they think is gonna make them money. Whatever the board thinks is gonna make them money. You know, whatever we think it could have done wasn't necessarily going to translate into what they think will get that done. The shareholders, we have to think of the shareholders. They're too afraid. Get rid of this dreams thing. It's a risk. Or not get rid of it, but keep it from being what it wants to be. Alright, lerp angle, rotation wide, target angle. A lot of you don't know what I'm talking about. Dreams is a game on the PlayStation 4 specifically. And it allows you to make games and art and other stuff and music, and it was nerfed considerably. It was nerfed into the ground, but it had a lot of potential. You have plans this Friday and next as far as the Friday Hyper 1 Hour Jam. Dang, you got some, you can take a break from game dev. The 2.0 is the lerp angle is the speed. That is the speed. Okay, thank you. I was reading this and it's like, wait, what? Okay, so that's essentially the speed. Thank you. And I guess lower is slower. Let's make it 20, see what happens. We're probably gonna have to, we still have to change timing around a bit. But I'm curious if this gets us further or less far. Further! We're further! Alright, I'm gonna make it 200! See what that does. What you gonna do with 200? Nice. Not nice. Wait, what? Oh, because it's going all the way around. This is terrible. I don't know about this. It needs a lot of speed. 200,000! Very, very, very fast. Okay, I'm a little concerned because it doesn't seem to always be quite aiming in the right place. I put it at 200,000, and maybe this it can. This is something is wrong here, right? Zeros, so many zeros. We can't get enough zeros. Something is not right here. Something is wrong. I changed a random thing to negative instead of positive. It didn't help. In the direction of the white hit marker? It isn't! It should be though, shouldn't it? Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how to explain what's happening anymore. We could try a different rotation thing. I wonder if this is the best way to do it. I mean, oh god, we're back to this friggin' chaos. I mean, if I unlock the aiming from any particular condition, and we just say it's aiming all the time. Oh, well, there's a problem right there. If you have it at no, that's not a problem. Never mind. Okay, so what if we take it out of here, and we just say it is constantly aiming, right? Just always freaking aiming. Why do geniuses and artists make dreams happen only for number crunchers and corpos to crush them? I know, capitalism, mostly. Oh, right. Because it doesn't always have something to aim at. So then I have to say, actually, if a target to attack is not set to null, I think is what is missing here. So this is not good because this is not really what it's supposed to be aiming at all the time. All right, yeah, it could be aiming correctly. I'm just gonna bring down that 200 bajillion number. Let's bring it. I'm gonna bring it back down to 200. See if that is a bit more sensible, perhaps. No, it is not. All right, I'm gonna bump it up to 2,000. Wait, what? Now it's not moving at all? Oh God, I am so exhausted with this rotation stuff. Oh, just kidding. I guess I had to restart the runtime or something. All right, make it 200. So it's 200 right now, just trust me. Start it. Okay, let's go back. You know what? Let's go back to 2. Why don't we put it back to good old 2? How about that? Okay, so that's obviously a little too slow. But we can see it constantly adjusting now. So it's aiming quite well, actually. Okay, so we didn't need it to be 200. Let's make it 20. See where that gets us. It is lerping. No, I just made the speed so fast that it was just like... It was not only lerping quickly, it was like... extra. It was like looping around again. Okay, so this is better. Still some timing off, but I still want to set it up so the projectile has a travel distance, and then that travel distance determines when the attack happens. Something I don't want is necessarily for it to continually track it, but maybe I can let it go. If it works, it works, you know? I don't like how it returns back to like this like default position. I kind of hate that. But maybe I don't. Maybe it's fine. You know, like maybe I'm overscoping, wanting it to be different. What I'd like is that it just stays at the last position it was. But then again, I mean, maybe it's kind of okay this way. Maybe it's fine. It works. I mean, I will say, this is working very well. I think we are actually at a good point here. It still needs more stuff, like the projectile working properly, but... Update the idle position to the last position. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, I know. Yeah, so I need like an idle position. I guess that's the other thing, is like, where am I gonna set the idle position? Where does it even go? What is it even pointing at? Is it pointing at the collector? I'm just gonna unlock the camera here for a sec. Yes, so that's why it's pointing. This is the collector. This is where we object pool all of the targets. Yeah, this is good. There's good progress happening finally. It's finally coming together. Major props to Dormouse. I probably already gave you a credit, but I gotta give you another one because that really saved me. That's some good code. So that's where it's defaulting to. Basically, when... Well, I guess what we could say is if there's nothing in range that it sees, that's when it goes into its idle state. So when is that? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I remember. On attack target detected. But that's something that's like updating constantly. We'd want to say wherever it's checking within the radius. Here, check distance from target. If distance is less than or equal to detection radius. So here we could do like an else. That would be its idle state, right? Else. Tower idle. Funk, I gotta reorganize this. Funk tower idle. And all we really care for it to do here is we actually want it to call with the last place it was looking at. So how do we know what its last place it was looking at was? Oh wait, I see, my mistake. Whoops, I almost screwed that up. Here we want to do else tower idle. If not, target to attack. Attack target detected is connected, so it does all that stuff. And it runs on attack target detected, which makes sure aiming is true and attacking is true. We could even like have it be... I guess we could store here. Oh, I think I have an idea. So let's say that up here, it'll say aiming position. Variable aiming position, which is gonna be a... How do we... Oh, this whole lerp situation, right? I guess we could run aim at target again from here. We don't need the delta. This is hard. Yeah, then you just need it to be target to attack. I think that's what it could be, right? That could work. Maybe. Where did I started making a variable somewhere? I don't think we need that variable that I started making. In tower idle, we can just say wherever I left that. Aim at target, target to attack. But how's it gonna? But no. We do want that variable. Yep, we do want it. Variable aiming target. And that's gonna be a path follow 3D. And so the last thing it was looking at will be the aiming target. So here when we're saying for the target to attack, but that's not necessarily going to be the last. No, it should. I don't actually know. Target to, well, no. I think you want to do it here. aiming target equals target to attack. Then we call this idle with aiming target. And that becomes target to attack. Delta doesn't really matter. Does it? Does it need to be a number? An important number? 1.1? I have no idea what that needs to be. We're gonna find out. What is that? What is that like? Okay, trouble. We got trouble. Invalid access to property or key global position on a base object of nil. Oh. Because target to attack hasn't been set yet. Because it's trying to idle already. So we actually only want that to happen if target to attack is not set to null. You could make a function for that that returns if target attack is set. Whatever. It's not really necessary, is it? There we go. Okay, it's jumping the different ones. Now when it... Oh, it returned back there. No. I do have a lot of errors happening. What's all that about? Attempted to push back a variable of type float into a typed array of type vector 2. Is that a new one or an old... Is that an old error? Hold on a second. Let me just comment this out real fast. That might have been an old error that I just missed. Oh yeah. Okay. Let me fix this bug real quick. Right, we did change some stuff. We sure did. What will the real towers look like though? Will they even have a rotating turret? Yes. So, here's what the real ones are gonna look like. They're gonna be a toy soldier, a spinning top, a snow globe, a rocket, and a water gun. The only two that won't have a rotating turret are the spinning top and the snow globe. The rest of them will. Yeah. No, it's important. It's important to think about. Oh, because we're appending distance. Okay, got it. My bad. It's kind of amazing that it still worked. It was like, all right, I'll do it, but you shouldn't. You really shouldn't be doing that. What's the point of a typed array if it doesn't stop? I guess just to give me that warning so I see it and I go fix it. All right, so now that error is gone, now I can test this other thing without wondering what's going wrong. Okay, put this in here. See if there's any kind of error coming along with that. It could be my delta replacement. Could be Garbo. Yeah, so we're not getting any errors from that. I don't really know. Okay, so aim at target. Lerp angle. So the weight is currently 0.1 times 20. So I think you'd want it to be 1, if anything. Maybe we want it to be like a bunch. I don't know. Let's see, does it return back? It sure does. Oh, oh, it's doing something. Let's see what happens. Is that every time it's running tower idle? I'm gonna do a print. Oh, I still have an aiming print here. Ah, Tower idle is happening constantly. That's why it's like jerking around like that. I'm just gonna get rid of something. Okay. So tower idle is being called when check distance from target is happening if it doesn't have something nearby it. So that actually makes a lot of sense. So instead of it being an else from that, if the less than or equal to detection radius, so like once it's done, once it sees no more things in its radius. A hamster in the tower. Is there a hamster in the tower? What an imagination. That is fun to imagine. It's like stuff that it sees around it. What is it? Where do I have a place where it says, yes, I see things? It's constantly checking all the time. Only if the distance is less than or equal to the radius. So in here is when you'd want to call tower idle. Well, no, because when that's not true, but you only need it to happen, it only needs to go to the idle position one time. And then it needs to stay there. So tower idle should really be getting called, I don't know how to make it stay. I don't want to say in process. We just want to make sure it isn't getting moved back to a target. Do we... If targets... Oh! It's aiming constantly. That's why. Because we're not using not aiming. I see. So let's say that it only stops aiming once. Okay, I see. Okay, I got this. I know what to do. I think we can put this back to if aiming. Now, if this is true and it has set a target to attack, now aiming is true. So wherever else you have aiming to be true, on attack target detected. Oh, that works. That works. Okay, actually, no, you can put it there. It's fine. But I kind of like it being, you know what? I kind of like it being sooner. So it's like looking at it, but it's not yet shooting. It's not like the Bloons original. I did kind of want it to be that way. So that way the player's attention gets grabbed when it's gonna shoot. Not just like all the time. But... I think it's gonna be really hard to engineer. So I think it's actually better if we just do it this way. So it's going to be aiming as soon as it sees anything, whether or not it's actually going to shoot at it. When it becomes false is when this else statement comes in. Else aiming equals false. It's assigning an aiming target. So then I think then we can run the tower idle. But you probably still want that check in there. Does this, did I make this work or not? Very possibly not. Whoops. Oh, I broke it big time. I broke it massively. I'm gonna comment out aiming false real quick so it never goes false. Okay, it didn't care that I did that at all. Right, but if tower idle is running constantly, it might counteract it. Okay, I'm commenting out that whole else statement. I'm attempting to comment out that entire else statement. Does it go back to normal? Wait, now I'm very confused. Oh, aiming is going false somewhere else. No, 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 don't do that. Don't do that. Can you make the tower look directly at the enemy? Even if it does tilt the tower, it would be a step in the right direction. I don't understand. I don't think we need to do that. I don't want to do that at all. It sounds horrifying. Okay, so I'm going to... I don't know about that. I had attack false being set because I wasn't doing, or I had aiming false being set somewhere. I only recently added aiming back in. Okay, so I'm commenting out aiming equals false. Not quite what I want. And it's still trying to... Yeah, it's still trying to get into that position. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to get it to stop. I really want it to. I really don't want to just go back to some default spot. I kind of despise that. And that's just like a stylistic choice for me. Like, I don't like it. I don't like that it goes back to some default position. I want it to stay in that spot, and I'm kind of struggling. So let me check this else statement. Print nothing seen in radius. Is that functioning correctly? So I'm looking at those prints down there in the bottom left to see if it sees stuff, and when it does. Where does that code branch live? What exactly happens when nothing is in range? That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's exactly what I'm trying to figure out. So this is printing messages over and over again. This is confusing. I don't understand. So we check distance from target, update target distances, update target distances, update targets to track. Update targets to track happens at the end of every interval. Oh, that was a good question, Cam. That was an excellent question. So that's why that's happening at all of the intervals that it's going to look at something. We don't actually want it to be changing its target at every interval. Heck, we might even want to say that the interval stops. Maybe that would be good. I still need to figure out when it should stop aiming. I guess I could start... Oh, this is confusing. When does the timer start? Start attack timer happens as soon as it starts tracking something. So what if the attack timer doesn't start until it has something that it wants to actually shoot? And then, what if when the timer stops, that's when it stops aiming? I'm just doing that for now. There's other stuff I need to do, but I'm just curious what that's like. Yeah, because it doesn't have a target yet. It's picking that spot, Guy, because that's where the collector is that has all of the object pools. So all of the actually they're not loaded in. So at the beginning of the game, this is where it's set up by default. Like when I have my project not loaded yet, it's right there. Now as soon as it starts detecting things, or we starting moving a wave, there's gonna be this where is it? There it is. This pile of objects here. So that's what it points at. And so it's just looking for the nearest target out of every target that's available, and these are all the nearest targets. So that's why it's looking at that. Now this would be, if I was using collisions, this would be a lot easier. But because I'm not, I have to think in a very different way than I normally do. And I'm here for that. That's what I signed up for. So, okay. Well, actually, so I was just testing something. It's kind of seemed fine. Maybe. I'm a little confused about where the projectile's going. Like, the projectile isn't always appearing in the right spot. Or at all? Which is weird. I'm not sure I understand what that's about. Now, the biggest change I did was I was just having it only be aiming. So there you can see it's sitting normally. Like right there. It's always when it's going from donut to brownie that the projectile is gone. That can't be. I'm gonna update my globals debug array. I want the... Just give me a bunch of brownies. Let's start off with. So I just updated my array to say only do a bunch of brownies. Or actually it should be donuts. Here, I'll do this. I did the second one with a bunch of donuts. Okay, shoot it. So no projectile is appearing. It's barely even aiming, and that makes sense because it's moving to the collector. So that's why it jumps back to the collector, because that thing that just got teleported to the collector. So therefore it doesn't know what to look at anymore. Yikes. There's some problems here. This is not good. I think the interpolation is a problem. I don't really want the interpolation. I'm just gonna say it. I say screw the interpolation. I think it should just immediately look at it. I don't need it to interpolate. I don't want it to interpolate. I want it to work just like Bloons, which I think is actually going to be simpler, because then I don't have to worry about what happens right here. Those brownies look like French toast, I have to say. Okay, what are the donuts like? A laser? Oh, I don't know. Am I? Am I looking for a laser? So no, actually the projectile I do want to interpolate. What I'm saying is the aiming. I want the aiming not to interpolate. I want the aiming to jump immediately. The projectiles, I will want to try to figure out how to interpolate. This is crazy. This is like so much work. If I had just done collisions, we would have been done with this a long time ago. I'm just saying. That's like what part of what's making this so complicated. It seems like the projectile doesn't show up sometimes. Yeah. All right, we're getting ahead of ourselves, Cam. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's just chill on that. All right, we're not doing that right now. I am doing my own. That is. Yep. Yep. I'm really confused about the projectile emission. Oh man, this is chaos. And if I don't have the aiming ever stop, what's that like? Does that like better in some way that I care about? Exactly, guy. I think that is what Rorik means. Why does it still go jerky? Oh my god. I'm so burned out on this task. Man, I hate this task. Yeah, because it's like, okay, cool. We got it to work initially for detecting things with our own collision system. Where it starts to get really frustrating is that now for every single aspect of the collision detection ray, I have to take into consideration the fact that I'm using my own collision system. It has like long-reaching effects. And it's bogging me down right now. I know it. I know it, Kaga. I know it. Oh my gosh. Alright. My brain almost feels like it needs a break. It's like borderline thinking it needs a break. I'm gonna take a break. You know what I'm gonna do to take a break? I'm gonna make something in Blender. Yeah, I'm gonna make something in Blender. I gotta step aside. I gotta step away from this for a second. I gotta take my brain off of it and put my brain on something else. So let's make a tower. I'm not gonna finish it, but I'd like to get started. This is what's gonna happen right now. No, not shopping. Yeah, like one of these. One of those. What a horrifying toy. Yeah, maybe like this is the one that I have in my mind. This one. I gotta mix it up. I have to. And then I'm gonna return to it with freshish eyes. Now, obviously, this is kind of a difficult thing to make because it's like actually an entire human being. I mean, I'm basically making a person. So not the easiest thing to whip together quickly, but that just has to be okay. Alright, let me set up my Blender the way I like to for you guys so you can see what I'm pressing on my keyboard. Okay. Get rid of all this stuff. So I'm gonna use a skin modifier. So let's get a plane. Oh, this is nice. This is nice. Just something a little different from all that. I'm gonna get rid of all these points. And, well, actually, let's not do it like that. I'm gonna get a cross section of the center. Then I'm gonna get rid of all these points. It's Toy Story time. Exactly. Do we have a point in the middle? Let's do dissolve. That's what we want. Alright. Nope. Wait. Oh, I gotta do a point. There we go. Okay, now we got it. Because we want to keep that point in the middle. There's other ways to have done that. Of course. There always is. Okay. On-screen chat has... Oh, it's behind the keyboard. Thank you. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Move it up. Why are you not working the way I want? Delete those. Do not dissolve them. Dissolving was incorrect. Okay, now I have a point in the middle. And we're going to add a skin modifier on here, which will add some geometry. I'm going to add a subdivision, so it's circular. I think you want it this way. You sent a flurry of Blender Ruins emotes. It didn't come through. It might be a live chat thing. YouTube might have thought it was spam. Okay, try it again. Now it'll work. Okay, so then when I have that skin modifier, what I can do... Let's put the army guy up here. And actually, let's give it a mirror as well. Yay! Oops, I meant to do that on the mirror. So that way we can do the body proper. We're just gonna make a person here. Sort of a person. Somewhat a person. Let's move this up first. Why is it... No. Extrude from there. Here, turn the mirror off for a second. I see, because there always has to be like a root. Where's that army man primitive when you need it? It probably exists. Maybe. This is not exactly what I want. I think I should start it from the head, not from the hips. I think that might be... Oh, it's still doing it from the origin. I see. All right, so then let's come out here, move it up. Then if I come in here, I can extrude down and make it mirrored. Oh, okay. X-ray. I really needed that X-ray. Okay, now we're cooking. Now we're getting somewhere. So this is the head. We'll put like a neck in there that's a little smaller. Can do another one. It's got some feet. Extrude that out. Give it some more torso size. Gets a little weird in there on the skin modifier. There we go. Nice. Skin modifier, shaking my head. What has society wrought? Welcome, Milo! Another Dreams friend! Welcome! It's been Dreams Family Day. Good to see you. How you been? Thank you for continuing to support the channel. Look at all those gears. My gosh. There's a lot of gears next to your name. Zang. Dremmers. Hope you've been well. Thanks for stopping in. I'm working on my Bloons tower defense like. I got a little burned out on some code, and so now I'm making an army soldier that will replace that cylinder there. So it's a tower defense game. Call me Gears of War because I got a lot of gears. I will call you Gears of War. And you know what? You're not even a console exclusive. Not in my heart. Yeah, so this is for the Game Like Jam. A new month-long jam that Hyper Game Dev is doing, where you imitate other games. And Bloons Tower Defense 1 is the game to imitate this month. And this is my second coding session, I should say. Working on it. Not my second session, because I spent a couple times doing art stuff. But yeah. 4.9 out of 5. Thank you! You watched another Dreamer the other day? Who? They still a dreamer? No coffee to do with the donuts is why. Alright. I bet that makes sense. I bet there's a context that what you said makes sense in. I don't doubt it for a second. Oh, Acert! Yeah. I just looked at an Acert tutorial by... I just happened to search like Godot stuff, and I found an Acert tutorial earlier. Context is like coffee. Strong. Disgusting. Acidic. Hey! What have you done? You put it back. Okay, I need to save this. Let's save it as towers. And this is gonna be tower 1. Toy soldier. Excuse me? Disgusting? Excuse me? I'm not a coffee drinker. I'm a tea drinker. I'm a tea drinker. What's as gusty? I hate coffee. I don't like it. It doesn't taste good to me. I don't get it. I don't appreciate it. I like the smell of coffee. I get down with the smell of coffee. You can drink both of them. Okay, while that's true, Twitch emote user, while that's true, I still don't like it. You hate tea, see? You can't drink both of them. You can't. It's either one or the other. Porque no los dos. Not porque no los dos. No, porque no los dos. Because not two. Not both. I guess in the meat eater, chill, y'all. Chill. Just talk it out. Re-engagement. Yeah, there you go. This guy, by the way, this guy looks hilarious. I just want to say. I want to make a game just about this character, but we can't, so let's continue. We don't have time. I want a real neck on you, buddy. A real proper neck now. Come on. That ain't it, and you know it. Nice. AeroPress, does that make coffee something I will want to drink? I also don't like the way it makes me feel. It's the acidity really hurts my stomach. It just like upsets me. It gives me GERD. And then I also don't like how the caffeine hits. I like the caffeine hit of tea better than coffee. It's a many layered preference. Oh my GERD. Exactly. Why don't you use your army men from Harvest Earth? I could, but I want this to look like a toy. I don't know, cause I guess I want to just do this. I don't know. I want to make new stuff, and I just feel like, oh, it makes it less or not acidic. Really? Okay, that's actually very interesting. I don't know, maybe I just would like to make it different. I don't want it to look the same as that. Plus, I think that's could be. And the other thing is, I don't know. I think it's overly complicated for this purpose. It's like has an armature and stuff. I don't need this to be animated. It's just like a single thing. You know, that's got all kinds of. I don't know. There's a lot about that I don't, cause I don't want to. A lot of reasons. It's not very like good quality. I think this needs its own special thing. It's a good question. It's a good question. Now, I don't have to pose it here using the skin modifier. I think I will try to pose as much of it as I can here. But I don't necessarily have to. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong side. Invented by the same inventor of the Arobi boomerang. Wow. Boomerangs and coffee. I guess everybody drinks coffee, so even if you're a boomerang enthusiast, you probably also drink coffee. Now the other thing is I can't keep using the mirror because I want them to be different, but you know, we can move that later. Okay, boomerang. Yeah, Kai Guy is a boomerang enthusiast, an enjoyer of boomerangs. Now I'm gonna need these arms not to get funky on me. Alright, I'm gonna need you guys to behave here. Yeah, because I think this would actually be pretty hard with the one from Harvest Earth. It's just not like designed, because they don't even like do this in Harvest Earth. They just kind of like do this. Anyway, a lot of reasons. Okay, so then again with its legs, same kind of thing. I'm moving them both at the same time. So if I'm gonna modify them, I have to move them later. So there's not really a whole lot I can do here yet. And I do want it to be kind of cutesy. It doesn't have to look exactly like the reference image. Let's see if we can make a helmet here too. Oops. I'm basically trying to get as much of a base shape as I can that has as many of the features I need, and then I'll go into like sculpting mode and I'll manipulate that into something more like what I need it to be. But I want to do as much with this as possible. It looks like Toad riding a motorcycle. Oh, be careful, Toad. It looks like I'm making a Mario Kart game. You had your first quick boomerang throw catch of the season? Nice. Yeah, it's getting nicer out in our neck of the woods. Mervkins thinks their game code is done. Nice. High five. Kapsh. That's awesome. Just need to tweak tower stats and do the art. That's incredible. You guys are moving fast. This is peak Toad Army, man. Yes. Yes. Bit longer of a torso there. Bit longer legs as well. Probably needs more of a derriere. Yeah, that kind of confuses it. When we start messing with the root there, it gets a little upset. Alright. I take it back. Oh, it was already looking like that. Whoops. Your range circle works, but you have to click the tower a second time to close the upgrade menu, or most mouse over the tower buttons. Yeah, that's kind of like one of those things you could fix, or you could just like call it a feature. I hate those decisions. That was peak derriere. It does give it some more some more shoulders to the soldier. So that's fine. Okay, now let's give it, see if we can give it a derriere. There we go. Kinda. It's kind of wacky to be trying to do it this way. Now it is supposed to have like clothes. That'll be hard. Sounds difficult. Oh yeah, sounds hard. Great. I guess I do need to game over and restart, but that's probably easy. Now that's famous last words. Kind of depends on how your game is set up at this point. Nice. You know, it can be like a little cutesy, maybe. It doesn't have to be like a perfect representation. I think things like the color are really going to give it that look. Oh, it's getting angry. Like a praying mantis. Doesn't need game over and restart. The players will finish it first try. No need for a game over. Come on. Oh, skin modifier can be this way sometimes. Little weird. Can have some strange results. It just be like that. Sometimes marking it as loose can help. It's like it's doing the Thriller dance. Nice. Thriller toy soldier. A Thriller. That's probably were some Thriller action figures back in the day. Sorry to everybody who was around during that time that I just referred to as back in the day. I feel like that song might have come out when I was born. No, I think it was a little before I was born. I guess for like the hands, I don't really want to do too much. Truth be told. And technically, I mean, the gun is connected, so like I could, but then you're gonna have two guns. So maybe we'll add the gun later. Okay, I feel like this is kind of good enough. Maybe we could shore up the little like baggy pants. I think it's gonna be a little tricky, so probably easier to deal with that later. So let's deal with it later. I mean, you could keep extending the length of the legs. I think you need another point in there. There you go. Nice. Oh, that's actually a lot better. Good. And it starts to get a little weird. I think we can probably use sculpt mode to get the rest of the torso looking correcter. Would be my guess. It's kind of leaning its head forward more than I have it. That's gonna be a little tricky to set up. No, it wasn't tricky. It was easy. Its head is kind of even like angled a little to the side, which isn't really gonna work with the mirror, so we should do that later. Okay, so we'll maybe start with this for the beginning. Smelling the funk of 40,000 years. What does that mean? Like at work? Like something horrible is going wrong at work? I do hope that gets resolved quickly and easily. See you later, Kai Guy. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck with the funk. Not the good kind of funk. Oh, is it Thriller song lyrics? Whoops. My bad. See, somebody got it. Somebody else always gets it. Even if I don't get it. Alright, let's call it, and this will be our base shape. It's a wacky base shape, but that's how it goes. Alright, so I'm going to apply everything now, all these modifiers that we have. Oh, you got it when they explained it. Sometimes it's good to explain our references. So now we have this mesh here that it has made for us. There's some horrible things going on inside. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna also remesh it so it gives it like a new situation. Now the inside is not utter chaos. Can even oversimplify it a bit. Nah, I don't see the point of that. I think a bit of detail here is nice. Okay, apply it. Now I do care about topology, because this is going to actually come in as a 3D shape. Alright, now I do want to hang on to my base shape. So before I start sculpting on that, I'm just going to create a new collection. So this will be base shape, and then I'll get rid of that, and we'll say this is sculpt 1. And now let's try to sculpt it into shape. Here we go. Sculpt. Nope, not vortex paint. Sculpt mode. Okay, so now I can do stuff to it. Let's go with dynamic topology. I want the detailing to be constant detail. And let's bump this up to like 35 or something. That's kind of a lot of detail. Maybe a little less detail. Okay. Now to actually make it look somewhat like that image, or more so like it. Let me see if I can smooth it. No? Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah. Alright. Alright, yeah, no, whatever. I don't need to smooth it. Did I forget to apply the remesh? No, I think I did apply the remesh. Huh. Okay. Wow. That's what it looks like smoothed. Alright, we got some work to do. Oh, you know what'll help? Potentially. It might not. But if I do like this draw with a strength of 0. Oh, gotta turn Dyn Topo back on. My god, that is a lot of polygons, y'all. It is very complex of a shape. Overly complex, I would say. Way more than it needs to be. Alright, cool, cool, cool. Great. And then we'll just try to get it to look a little more correcter. I really need that helmet to be like very smooth though. Oh, and then I also want to make sure that I'm doing symmetrical editing. So it does it on both sides of it. If I can remember which, there we go. Smooth that helmet a bit. I'm technically flattening it. It's a little messy. it. But that's okay. I won't totally finish it before I go back to code. Probably. I'm starting to feel almost ready to go back to the code. Okay, let's get a crease in here. Oops. Well, I didn't particularly want to lose the rim. I just wanted to define around the rim a little better. But it is crunching it up into a little mess. So that's fun. Oh, that is a sharp crease. Wow. Yeah, my god. That is such a sharp crease. It's too bad because it looked pretty okay before, and it's just kind of like a little worse. Actually, this isn't bad. But I would want to flatten that brim out. So it's not so pointy and polygonal. We're losing the crease. Hopefully I can restore it. Yeah, the flattening is kind of merging it into the helmet again. But maybe we can drag it back out. Some more sharp crease. It's a little messy. It's a bit messy, I would say. Just a tad. Let me try something else there for that. Instead of flattening that, let's try grabbing it. Yeah, it's gonna grab a little too much. Let's do a proper grab. That was elastic grab. Let's just do regular grab. Now this is of course going to be seen from very far away relative to the view we have on it right now, which is pretty important to keep in mind. So it doesn't have to have the best detail or anything. Certainly not the best. And maybe now I can get away with a little flattening without it. Yeah, it's still kind of a little goofy there. But you know, from far away, it kind of looks fine. I would like it to stick out like more. I'm a little afraid of using an inflate. That's not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. Yeah, it's the thing about making it one whole unit is that they're kind of like you know, it's all melding together a bit, like I'm moving the head and the helmet. But, I mean, these toys technically are one unit melded together. So maybe somehow it kind of works. See if I can get away with a normal crease at this point. Nope. Oh, I gotta reverse it. Yeah, because if we inflate it, we can then bring it down further. I'd rather do the sharp crease myself. Now it's looking a little too puffy because of that inflate that I did. This is tough. I'm making a slight mess of it. But we'll bring it back around. It's just kind of a nice thing to change pace a little bit. Especially in game dev, there's so many different things you can work on at any one time. Any excuse I have to do other stuff while also, you know, it helping my process because I'm not having to get too stressed out looking at code all the time. I'll take that chance, that opportunity. I'm not sure I've particularly improved this. But it's pretty messy. It's pretty sloppity. But perfection, not super important here. I think we could maybe do a crease in there. Oh yeah, nice. It's pretty sloppity. Just trying to clean it up. So it's more like a proper rim instead of a big bulky thing. I'm gonna just pull this down a little. I'm gonna try to pull it down a little. A little more than that. So it's not so wavy. It's a bit more like straight across. Do a little more creasing. I'm doing a lot on this helmet, but I feel like it's kind of one of the things that distinguishes it the most as the toy it's supposed to be, is that helmet. It's probably fine, I say as I continue fudging it around. Alright, I'm gonna stop obsessing over this helmet. Let's do... We got a lot more body here to do. And we kind of do want some, like, texture on the body a little bit, but maybe not a lot. There's still the base. The base I'm not going to worry about. I think we can do that near the end. We want the arms to be in different poses. So, like, from one angle, one arm is closer from the other angle. Or you can see that they're, like, not in the same orientation. Whatever. So I don't want symmetrical editing here. You can see it pulls the head forward just a little bit. That's okay. And you gotta be careful because we lose some of the rigidness of the forearm. And obviously that's sort of changing the density of the shape as well. And then one arm's kind of up close and the other one actually comes inward to the center. But it kind of bends inward, like this. I'm just kind of like working with clay here. Yeah, that's the thing about grabbing and moving, is you get that density shift. Almost kind of stretches it like taffy or something. It would be kind of helpful to have the gun in here. But I don't. Make that a little smaller so I can get some more fine adjustments here. Oh, hi kitty cat. What's up? How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, I'm modeling in Blender. Oh, it's going okay, thanks. How's cat stuff? Yeah, totally. Alright. Well, I wish you luck with that. Thanks for stopping in. Means a lot, buddy. Okay, then this one needs to be a little more, they kind of, you know, they both have to be near the center, like they're holding something. You can see my model's just all mushed up now. I honestly don't really mind it. Maybe I should mind it. But it just turns out I don't. Okay, so you've obviously lost some volume on here. So let's return that a bit. It's not the worst thing in every place here, but yeah, because things do bend and flatten out.
Obviously, this is all a little fudgy. I like fudge. Not for a baby, though. The baby should not have any fudge. It's a pretty wacky model. As for the rest of the body, it's alright, I'm calling on the hands for now. As for the rest of the body, it's got like this like jacket around here. So we can just sort of go around. Oh, I should be doing proportional editing for this. Let's do that over. On x-axis, y-axis. So that way it applies it all the way around. And I only have to do it on one side. Now obviously we've got this huge split down the middle, which is not great. It's a little tricky to deal with. I'm gonna try to draw on some new... Yeah, that's a tough one. Not a great thing to have in my base mesh here. Oops. But we can kind of try to smooth it out. There is a bit of like a jacket zipper in the middle. Yeah, but it's like never quite right. Let's get a crease in here. Let's add some more topology back in there. See, it's still gonna kind of act like there is a crease there, but hopefully we can kind of get around it. Yeah, making art be like that sometimes. You're jealous of my Blender skills? I'm just sculpting. Thank you. Yeah, I like Blender a lot. I just like really enjoy it. I find it very usable. Not everybody does. And it's nice, you know, the sculpting tools, because they're much more intuitive to use. So I'm just trying to get this like jacket sort of thing going on. And, you know, as long as my base shape like generally hints at the overall shape I'm going for, it makes it a little easier to come in here and sculpt around a bit. Are we inflating right now? Wow. Oh, this is like a perspective thing. I thought it was getting deflated. It wasn't. But yeah, there's something. It's getting there. You know, it's got some funkinesses here and there. That's okay. You know, considering how it's going to be seen like up here, and it's like a toy mold, like anyway, I think it being a little funky can work in its favor potentially. You have another project you'd like to do? Scan a bunch of old models that aren't being made anymore. You have the scanner, but the scans need to be touched up in Blender, and that's beyond me at the moment. Scan a bunch of old models that aren't being made. Interesting. Yeah, you know, I think just like starting out with like watching a couple tutorials that teach you like a broad range of skills. You know, the donut tutorials, stuff like that, you know, can give you a lot of the tools that you need to do all kinds of different stuff. And then I just play around. But it's tough because there's often a lot of like things like, why can't I do this? And so I think also looking up, like asking a lot of questions online can help a lot. Because a lot of it is not very intuitive. And there's just like these little tricks you just kind of have to know. Yeah, one day. But yeah, I needed a break from the code for a second there. Cause I was getting a little monotonous. I was like not thinking right. So now, you know, I'll return to it momentarily and be thinking to myself, okay, what does the script do? You know, I'll look at it with like fresh eyes instead of thinking I know what it does and struggling. We'll see how that goes. Don't really want to smooth that. We kind of want a harder edge between the bottom of the jacket and the leg. Although I do want the jacket to look like its own unit. You know, the most fun thing is doing this sculpting stuff, because you just kind of try the different tools and see what they do. And then remember, oh, I like that that one did that. And then come back to it next time when you need that thing. It actually starts to feel like a creative process, which often working in Blender sometimes doesn't. Often sometimes. You know what I mean. Alright, I could obviously use more detail in a lot of places, but you know, I'm just trying to distract myself from the code for a little bit, so I don't necessarily want to get it perfect right now. I think we need some more on the shoulders here. I say that, and then an hour later, I'm still working on it. I hope that's not true. Damn, does that say 8 hours? Holy crap. That's brutal. Yeah, you know, if we weren't doing the 1 hour game jam, I might be willing to add in like an extra stream to work on my game. The 1 hour game jam will be ending soon, honestly, thankfully. And go me. And then hopefully for these game like jams, I can schedule extra days to work on it. When it's going particularly slow, or I'm struggling with this or that. You might be able to participate in the 1 hour jam? Wow, there's only a few more left. The next one's the third to last one, I think. Oops. I accidentally left on the symmetrical editing, which I did not mean to do. You've always been busy getting kids from school for the others. Yeah, because, you know, it's a very specific window of time. And if you can't be there for that really specific time, yeah, it's pretty much impossible. You know, of course, that's also part of the fun of it. You know, jams like the Tri-Jam, which is like a 3-hour game jam, I think they do it over a weekend, maybe? And so you yourself decide when you're gonna do the 3 hours, so it's a bit of an honor system there. But at least then, you know, you're not consolidating the 3 hours into one very small time frame for everybody to try to show up to. Yeah, I don't know, that code was just a little brutal today. I feel like we want the, yeah, it keeps interfering with the face. That is one reason why it is good to make separate pieces and not be working all in the same mesh. Smooth some of this arm stuff out a bit. Okay, and then the legs, it obviously needs to be in a bit more of a Oh god. Yeah, that's rough. That's a little rough. That's gonna be tough to move. I do wonder if this wouldn't be better done out here, perhaps? It's gonna be brutal. It's gonna be brutal. So do proportional editing. And just move it on that one axis back here. And it's really got that other leg turned out quite a bit more. It's getting a little weird here. Looking a little wobbly. Yeah, it would have been good if, you know, on the base mesh, that leg was already kicked back. But we can make it work. It's not bad. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of looking like what it's supposed to be. Actually. It's getting there. Ah yes, dishes. I did like just enough dishes today so I could actually use it. Ooh, I forgot to do symmetrical. I did like bowls and spoons, but I didn't do anything else. And I probably should. Always appreciate you reminding me. It genuinely helps. Just like keeps it in my mind. And yours too, I'm sure. I know, and I'm still thinking of going back to code in a second here. I've said a second, I've said a minute, I've said soon. And I'm just like, Artland. This is nice. Now, it's kind of hard to tell, but I mean, look at that. Look at this. It's just like the gun and the face and the hand and the shoulder are just like one whole conglomerate over here. So we can really phone in a lot of that. Don't have to tell me twice. I will abide. What does a additive flatten do? Not really what I thought. Okay. Or like a reverse crease. Kind of. Not bad, not bad. I think it's time to get the gun in there. Now for the gun, I think I'll kind of do that separately, and I'll make it similar to how I did the other stuff. I'm gonna make a plane. That's a cube. And I'm gonna get a cross section of it. And do this right the first time this time. Get rid of the verts. Add skin. Add subdivision. Don't need the mirror. That gun isn't really much of a gun either. Would be helpful to have this visible while I do it. So I can just kind of see where it's fitting in. Okay, go back to editing it. Let it blend in with the face, no problem. Kind of don't need much more here. I mean, we could do this so we sort of emulate that, I don't know, like some degree of like chisel or something. Oh, proportional editing was on. Kind of does the same thing down here. Something like that. It does kind of have some semblance of like that. Let's make sure it's actually like kind of flat. Or that it's like pointing straight. Maybe something like that. It's pretty close. Still a lot of things I think I would do differently. Or that I'd want to touch up here and there. Could be a little, some broader thighs. So it looks like it's holding that stance proper. Maybe fix some of that chaos in here. Something like that. So I'll work on it more later, but I think I feel pretty good on it for now. And then from here, let's say this is the gun. I'm gonna make a new collection. I'm gonna say base gun. I'm gonna drop that in. And let's apply those modifiers. I mean, we can leave it for now. I'm gonna duplicate that gun. And I'm gonna move it into our sculpt here. I'm actually going to duplicate the sculpt collection, turn off the original. We're just gonna call this final one. It's not really final, but... And then I'm gonna join the gun with the body. Uh-oh. Oh no, is Blender crashing? Oh no. Oh no. I don't know when I saved it last. Apparently, joining these two things. Oh no. Do you know why? I know why. Because I didn't apply the gun modifier. The skin, the subdivision. So what's happening is it's taking the modifiers from the gun and it's applying it now to the mesh, which has thousands of vertices. That the skin modifier is now trying to look at all those points and create a bunch of like blobs around it. And subdivision is going in there, so every one of those blobs, it's subdividing. It's actually probably not going to come back. I think instead. Oh no. I don't know how far back that sets me. It might not set me back very far. The last night, I found that the autosave was working pretty well. Sometimes I have not had good luck with the autosave. I don't think there's any amount of time that I can wait for this to work. Because it's actually an unthinkable amount of stuff that it's doing right now. It's blowing it up into pieces. My guess is it's probably just going to shut itself down before it completes the operation. So I guess I could take this as an opportunity to go back to the code, see if it survives this horrible thing I've done to it. I'm not particularly optimistic. All right, so we're just gonna not fret about that for right now. And I'm gonna actually try to return to this code for a bit. Oh man. All right, so where were we at? What was I trying to do? I wanted it to aim at stuff. Right, we broke it. We broke it heavy. Oh my. Okay. Just everything broken. I guess I was experimenting with different ways for it to look and track things, look at and track things. Well, it does like jump to the thing that it's shooting. And then it's going, but sometimes when it kills it, it does it really fast instead of waiting. And so I kind of don't want that interpolation at all. I want to let it do its jump thing, and that just be okay in what it does. Problem is, I don't exactly know how to do that. I had tried setting the interpolation speed to something obnoxious. Maybe I'll ask the other chat for some thoughts on how to achieve that. Yeah, but see, then if I do that, it's just like, it's spitting all over the place. What's another way to do this that doesn't interpolate anymore, but just snaps to the right spot immediately? I'm asking the other chat. Keep it quick. Oh, just set the rotation Y to the target angle. That's smart. That's smart. Okay, let's see what that's like. Because the interpolation on some of them, it's making it tricky, and I don't want to deal with it. Oh dear. I think, so with those like, they look like French toasts, but they're actually, oh no, it's working, so it's just going really fast. With those, okay, so actually this is working. It's working right. It just is moving back immediately. With the ones that it kills in one hit, it snaps really back. It snaps back really fast, is what I was trying to say. It's interesting that it still kind of looks around sometimes. But something I was trying to do was get it to stop once it moves to that target angle position. So as soon as this happens, I don't want it to return back. I want it to stay there. So like whatever this target angle is, we want the rotation Y to stay that way and not try to change itself again. Would be nice. That was kind of where I gave up. So I tried adding a tower idle function in here. Tower idle is not currently called by anything. Although I suppose it would be. And I was thinking that this is what it goes back to instead of looking at the collector, which is what it's currently looking at. Where all of the targets pool is what it keeps going back to. Instead, I want it to go back to the last place it was at. I do see here that I didn't even update this to aiming target. That was a mistake that I made earlier that I didn't realize that I forgot to do. Whoops. So it actually might have been working earlier and I had no idea because I forgot to do that. Yikes. Okay. Because aiming target is being set here. And I think we were saying that when we go to aim it, like what happens if we call that there? Just like what is that like? Out of curiosity. Oh, it still snaps back. So is tower idle happening right now? It is not happening. Because that's only going to call tower idle if the distance is less than or equal to. But we wanted to call that elsewise. But then target to attack. But that's not, that's pulling something else. Actually, calling this target to attack here is actually a bit of a mistake. Hey, welcome, Gag Games. GG, GG, GG. Hope we're doing good. I'm getting towers to point the right directions in my tower defense. I was modeling a little army, toy army character. And then I made an oopsie, and now it's rendering, it's trying to do something that's absurdly difficult for it to do. Glad to hear. Thank you, Gab. And so that isn't good. But I wanted to take a break from the code and do that anyway. Wonder what would happen. Would it be a disaster? I know. I did something really stupid, and it's kind of chaos. I do kind of wonder if I'm... Please, you probably shouldn't do that. Oh god. Am I making a mistake? I kind of want to check the autosave right now. I know I should let it sit. Oh wait, this is kind of fine. Oh no, dude, forget it. Look at that. That autosave is totally excellent. Get out of here. I'm closing this. We don't need it. First of all, save this. Please, God, save this. And then we're going to close that one. No, we're good. I got lucky. Autosave saved me. It did what it's supposed to do. Thank goodness. Oh, I forgot to do like the base. We're bouncing all over the place. Oh, whoa. Let's do a... Let's make like a circle, because I do want to also get the thing on the bottom. So let's actually make that real fast. I guess I'll make another collection. We're gonna say base. I'll make a circle in there. Oh, we're not at the origin. I guess we could try to move everything up to the origin. I'm back on this now, baby. Screw it. Let's do it. Let's pull this up here. I'm gonna get this circle. Let's actually make it bigger this way. It's just like a little thing, a little something. Probably should kind of be at the feet, right? Coming from the center of the feet position probably makes some sense. And then I'm going to duplicate that, put it under the other foot, and we'll just try to like bridge them together. Something like that. But I have to make sure I remove the same amount on each side, if there's even a chance of that working. Or, you know what you could do? We could just connect these like that. Probably be easier. Let's make it a little bigger. A couple more of these. Add some points on here. Let's actually add a few more than that. We'll say 4. That's 3. There we go. Right? Wait. There. Then I'll grab... Actually, I kind of wish... Let's do one in the middle. Then I'll grab those in the middle. Make sure I got proportional editing. Kind of just like... mush it out a little bit. I don't know if I like that. What if I grab both of these and like shrink it? Actually, I think I'd rather it go inward more. Nice. Then I'm gonna extrude this. Probably not that high. I doubt we're gonna get a grid fill here. Oh, we did, but it looks really bad. Don't particularly want to do an N-gon. That's kind of horrible. You know what I could have also done? Let me try this a different way. What if instead I add in a circle? Just a quick do-over. Hey! Blender! What you doing? What did I do? Oh no, stop responding again. Okay, I didn't do anything bad that time. Just when I thought we were free. Oh, come on! Why are you like this? I don't even know what happened. I mean, at least we saved it in a perfectly fine state. Alright, cool. You know what? I'm just gonna open another one. More blenders! I ain't got the patience for it. Nope. Not doing it. Alright, I have a better idea to make this base anyway. Okay, new collection. Base. Move this up. Create a circle. Make it bigger. I'm gonna add a mirror in this time. Extrude it up. Shades the gray brownie crash of Aunt 25, or just the other night. Yes. Yes, I know. Just seems to be my lot in life today, this week. So I was gonna try to merge it. It didn't turn out as good as I had hoped. It's not really as mergy as I wanted it to be. That's okay. Adverts kicked in. Thanks for watching them? Alright, this was not a good idea. I thought it was, it wasn't. It turned out it's not. I was just hoping that it would kind of be more... You know what? Dude, do the skin modifier again. I can't get enough of the skin modifier. You do get ads when you're a member. Yep. On the member streams, I don't turn on ads. But believe it or not, I can if I want. Which I don't, but I could. Alright, you know what? We're gonna do the skin modifier way. But yeah, that's a Twitch thing. Fortunately, YouTube does not have such a feature that exempts members from ads. Yeah, I know. I agree. On the other hand, it does help the channel. Yeah, if you have YouTube Premium, then it'll take them away. Alright, I got a new plan. New plan. New plan, new me. Pull this under there. Just get them generally under the feet. Is fine. Then I want to make sure that there is a point in the middle here, and that one's going to be our root. And then these will make larger. I just want the geometry to inherently be connected. Do you know if I skip the ad after X seconds, do you still get the same money from YouTube as if I watched the whole thing? I think it's a little less, but it's still some. It's still some. Still some. But I don't remember, honestly. Skipping is totally fine. You should skip it. Skip it. Now obviously it's not very flat, but we can flatten it later. This way, I don't have to try to get the geometry to connect. It will already be that way. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure you could look it up. The skipping thing. Alright. Apply the modifier. Also, I'm gonna actually, while I'm thinking about it, duplicate this gun. Move it in, but this time I'm gonna apply the modifiers, which I failed to do last time, and it led to chaos. Let's do that for our base. Looks funny, it looks like a little scooter. Not great that I did it at an angle. It's making it a little hard here to chop off evenly. Unfortunately. There's another way to do this. What was the other way? I don't remember. I could do a knife. I just learned it on Monday, the other way to do this, but I forgot what it was. Oh, I do remember now. Okay, well, let's just do this anyway. No, we can do this. I think what I want to do is select it as best as I can here, and then resize it, Z to 0, flat. Nice. Let's get some proportional editing. Then we can squish it. But you chopped off the top earlier. You don't want to do that. Undo, undo, undo. You want to do that for both of them. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. You could smooth out the crotch area. It's not like a final thing, and I feel like that's not really a problem. I mean, the legs, we can do it if it makes you feel more comfortable. I can do it. I'm not known for my mind being in the gutter. But I know we're all not built the same. I respect that. Maybe a flatten? Just kind of like, you know. You know, someone's always gonna see something. Yeah, I think it's just because we're doing the X-ray. That's why it looks like that. It actually points to some geometry that we could fix, potentially. At some point, which it will get fixed anyway. But yeah, that's just the, because we're looking at the X-ray, the inside of the topology. I'm going to remesh the whole thing anyway, so I won't worry about it right now. Alright, so let's get this peanut smashed. Should probably just do one side at a time. Oh wait, how did I do that? No, I don't remember how I did it. Did I not have... I didn't have proportional editing, so we need the X-ray on here. Smash it. Come to this side. SC, smash it. Then come in with proportional editing. And bring it down. Alright. It doesn't have it on the bottom, but you're actually never going to see the bottom. Which in retrospect, I probably could have kept it the way it was before. But that's okay. I just flipped it around. Alright, base. We got there. Okay, and then, you know, and I'm not here perfecting it, right? It has some imperfections on it. I can do that in a Monday member stream. I just kind of I wanted it to not work on code anymore for a bit, so I just came and did this as for like a break. And so I'm just like generally getting it down. And maybe I'll be like, you know what, it looks fine the way it is. But there might be some things I change at some point. We'll see. Okay, so I'm gonna make a duplication of the base. I'm gonna drop it into my sculpt 1. And then I'm gonna duplicate sculpt 1 into, we'll say, render 1. Get rid of that. Now I can join these and it's not gonna cause chaos because I've removed all the modifiers. So now it's one whole mesh. And let's do a remesh on it. So now you'll see if I X-ray through it, we don't have that weird little something in there. And then it might be nice to just see the statistics as well. That is, because we're actually going to keep this in, bring this in as 3D. That is a lot of polygons. A lot of triangles. Don't want all that. Oh, wrong direction. I just made it more complex. Meant to go the other way. Remesh, not the best way to do it. I did actually make, you know what? I got a plugin recently, the Remeshify plugin. I think this is a good use case for that. Let's try this. I might want to change this density a bit. And it can take a little bit of time, but I think it'll do a much better job. Not perfect, but perfectly usable and done-ish. Yeah. Yeah, it worked out. 300,000 triangles right now. So that's kind of a lot for Remeshify to deal with. On its own. So that'll take some time. It is not crashing. It is actually just regular style taking some time. So I will come back to that. What Remeshify is doing is it's retopologizing it more efficiently, more effectively. But it's working on quite a lot of triangles, so it'll take a while. All right, so where do we leave off over here? I think I'm trying to make sure it freezes in the right spot at the end. I feel like we're like right there. Godot's waiting too. We're just waiting on everything. Okay. Right. So that's nil. It's calling aim at target. But we should have that data. But we kind of don't, right? Because for target to attack, I almost want it to have like a dummy target that it attacks. I feel like I need a separate aiming function. You know what? Let's do that. Let's say that in the idle, tower idle, instead of trying to kind of combine the function, let's just make a new function. Because I think it's going to be easier. And it's not really that big of a deal. Waiting for Godot reverse the sequel. Godot waiting for Blender. Exactly. So we do want to look at its aiming target. Do we? Well, actually, I'd want it to be like an X and Y position. Or what is it? It actually would be a target 3D. So I kind of want to capture. So instead of aiming target, let's add into a variable, instead of a path follow, we're going to have this be a vector 3, and say aiming target equals target to attack global position. So that way we just capture its position. It's not going to be trying to look for an object that doesn't exist anymore, or anything weird like that. And we want to make sure that this is set to aiming target position in all these places. Or no, just that, just right there. And that's gonna hopefully override the rotation from... I don't know if it will. I think that's your problem. I think it might still be aiming. We'll see. I'm not actually sure. It might now be fighting for which rotation to obey, which isn't good. Oh, I got an error. Oh, right. So this is a global position now. So we don't actually need to do that. We can do it like that. Don't have to fetch its global position because it is a global position. Okay, it's running. It's still resetting. I think it's doing that conflict because I think what's still happening is it's aiming where it's not supposed to. Okay, so we don't actually have aim false happening. So let's try adding in an aiming false. I don't know if this is really where I want it. That's at the end of the interval timer. Oh, it's still going back. Man. I hate this. Oh man, no wonder I took a break from this. I just hate this. I hate this so much. Oh, Blender, are we done? 52,000. Oh, we could have done better than 52,000. I would have liked it to be quite a bit fewer. Can you add a brownie to the play area that you can drag around to test? Oh, that's a smart idea. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. So let's do a remesh of that. I'll try that in a sec here. This is honestly, this remeshes a lot better than what we had before. So now we're down to 19,000 triangles, 17,000. We want very few triangles. This is way too many triangles still. Okay, we're down to 5,600, and it still kind of looks like the thing. It's got some uglinesses around. I would like it to be even less triangles than that, truth be told. I would like to be like 2,000, but I don't know if that's gonna happen without it fundamentally looking ridiculous. I think that's gonna be a little too few, which sucks. Sucks a lot. But we could try to run QRemeshify again on it. Just to further low polyfy it. Okay, I'm gonna apply that. Neighbor kid took a matcher magnifying glass, yes. Lower than 1 to preserve more detail. Yeah, it was Sid. Let's make it a density of 5. So 5 times less dense. It should be a lot faster this time. Since we're not dealing with 300,000. But it still can be a little slow. So we'll let it think. Alright, Merv, let's do it. It's got to import that in. It should be easier now. It doesn't have 300,000 triangles. Okay, so that actually remeshed already. It only brought it down to 11,000. I was hoping for a little more than that, truth be told. Let's do density 10, see where that gets us. I just saved it again, which means Godot's gonna be trying to load that. Alright, take your time, everybody. No, what's the hurry? So much for trying to simultaneate it. Simultaneity? Simultate? I don't know. 15,000! No, that's the wrong direction. That's the wrong direction. Yeah, it's getting there, right, Milo? Do not add more triangles. I don't know if it's gonna actually reduce it because I think it's already pretty good, so that's maybe the best I can do. Alright, I think it's as good as it's gonna get. 11,000? That's too many. That's too many. That's only 5,800 vertices and faces, which isn't as bad. But I don't know if we can do much better than that. Now we could push it down over here, but as you see, I'm trying. I want it to be as low poly as I can get it while preserving the shape. Now they're going to be quite small. They're going to be like this big. This is a lot better. So I'm going to say this is kind of sufficient. Then we can give it its color. It's much better. We're down to 6,000 triangles, 2,800 verts.
For something there's gonna be quite a few of, I would rather it be even less, but I think that just kind of comes down to my own inexperience in getting it to actually have that. So I did my best. Okay, let's give it a nice green color. If it wouldn't mind. You're doing then in 3D, not 2D. Yeah, the suites I want to be 2D, but the towers I want to be 3D. And I'm kind of, again, basing it on I'm basing it on the Bloons TD-like kind of style. Which, even though it may technically all be 3D, to my eyes, the balloons look very 2D. So these to me look very 2D, even though the monkeys or the towers are pretty clearly 3D. I mean, you can see them sort of like animating and bouncing a little bit. They have more like of a dynamic thing going on. But the balloons really do look flat. And so that's why I did it the way I did it. To sort of emulate that style, where you have like a flat 2D targets, and then the towers are like 3D, and you see them like rotating around. So that's where I'm taking that artistic inspiration from. We definitely don't want it to be shiny. Well, okay, a little bit shiny. Just not a lot shiny. Maybe something like that. All right, save it. Now I can actually try to do it in Godot. But yeah, I think we should do what Mervkin said and try to set up something we can move around. Basically, it has to be on the path. So if I move it around, I'll move it on the path. But yeah, I could put something on the path and then drag its target ratio, and then it would move around. You know, we have to keep it within the radius. It's a good idea. Oh, right. Oh, God. Okay, how am I gonna do that? Make it so it doesn't die. Okay. I'll have to... I don't think I can make a unique one that does that. Maybe I can. We'll see. Alright, because I'm still procrastinating all of that, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna add in the our army character. I am. Make a new scene with our army character. Whoops, oops. My mistake. I need to set these all to no import. Otherwise, Godot is going to bring them all in, which I do not want. So no wonder it was taking so long, because it was also still importing the really big ones. Was that the upgraded fire rate? No. That'd be pretty cool though. They just like multiply. Okay, that's the one we do in a keep. Just adding a no import flag so Godot doesn't import it. Okay, we did it to this one. Yes. Okay.
Hopefully this actually loads in quickly. It does have to get rid of the other one, but there we go. Much better. All right. And then I'm gonna save it. As Tower Toy 1 Soldier. I probably shouldn't have done it that way. Let me actually move this. We want to keep that in assets, I think. For right now. And then what I'd want to do is just like I have with the targets, kind of. I'm not really sure. I'm actually not sure how I'm going to handle that. Man, I really would have liked to have gotten more of that done today. I'm worried. I'm definitely worried about my ability to get this done in the number of devlogs that I've scheduled. I feel like I'm gonna need to schedule emergency streams. I'm pretty sure. I'm like very sure. Right, so I haven't even made the tower be its own scene. We do need a shoot point in there. We need a visible radius. Maybe I will put this all in here. I could add the visible radius mesh. We could add the shoot point, which currently doesn't do anything, but in theory, that would be from where the bullets appear. Aw, thanks, Murph. Yeah, you're right. It's definitely a more complicated game than Frogger. That's for sure. And then the rest of it isn't really necessary. We do want to attach the script to it though. Oh, but I gave up on it. It was a stretch goal. I like tried to like cram that in at the last second, and then I got rid of it. Hey, Dungeon. That was a stretch goal. That was when I felt like, you know what? I pretty much have everything done. Let's see if I can do this crazy thing. I couldn't. The answer was no. No, I cannot. Alright, so let's actually get rid of that tower. Well, let's add the new tower in. I hope it works right. It's quite large, it turns out. There's a lot of different places that I could shrink it down. But I'm gonna do it here. Oh, the helmet got a little goofy. So there's some fixes that I'm gonna want to do. There, I don't know. I guess when I did all that. Yeah, so there's some imperfections, but I'll fix it later. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. Do a new project purely for testing, aiming to isolate it, and something you can reference later for other projects? No, I don't have time for that. Hell no, absolutely not. That could be a good learn along though, for when it's not Game Jam season. I think that would be great for that. Not Game Like Jam season though. Yeah. Totally. So we'll say rotation, aiming stuff, 3D, 2D, tracking, following, look adding, etc. Finally sort of started on my game like, yo, let's go! And got enemy spawning and player health loss set up. Nice. You made me want to try doing it with only math, and it's working well, but I'm bored setting all this math up. That's awesome. Nice work, Dungeon. It's so exciting. Alright, we'll say that's good enough for now. We do kind of want it to be pointing the same, probably. Collision shapes make it so easy to just go into the design phase. I know. I mean, that's kind of been... Literally, I would have been done so long ago. Because, you know, while it was challenging but doable to get it set up initially, all of the problems that I'm having right now are tied to the fact that I'm not able to track collisions in the same way that I usually am. Born setting up math? I know you like that math. I can appreciate it sometimes. When I need it. The rotation stuff is killer though. Okay, so we want to go 90 degrees, negative 90 degrees. Just so it's similar to this. And then I think we can actually get rid of this tower. Unless I left some problem in there. So yeah, I hear what you're saying, make it unkillable. Should probably make it unkillable, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. But then we have an actual little toy soldier in there. It's broken for various reasons. So let's try to make it less broken. I think setting aiming to false was the most recent reason why it's broken. I also changed the way that I think just having not only that, but I think the idle tower is the tower idle function is competing with the normal aiming. There's a lot of problems going on. I don't even remember what makes it normal anymore. Oh my god. Oh, I hate it. Let's comment out that. Anything? it's gonna be very fast. Oh man. I don't even know where we left off anymore. 360 no scope. You know it. What did I break? I don't remember. I know I want to do the practice one, but there's something else going on here that I'm trying to remember. I mean, I did get rid of the lerp that was here before, right? Did I put that on the clipboard by any chance? It would not seem that I did. But I don't think that was the problem, was it? That's not the only thing, right? Because it's coming back to the... I mean, I'm kind of inclined just to like undo it a bunch. Maybe I'll just keep the tower idle. God, I hate this. Tower idle. But tower idle isn't being called anywhere. so it shouldn't be causing any problems. So against some better judgment, I'm just gonna undo everything. Okay, yeah, that we did need to fix. Where is this at? What happened? Yeah, maybe Murph. Okay, yeah, we don't want to go that far back. Where is this at? Okay, so I just did some undoing and some redoing. Mostly redoing. I just want to get it back at like one of the least worst spots that it was. Alright, cool. Cool. Good. This is not that spot. Yeah, but we didn't end up using that. And it was still pretty decent. Right. Okay, where was this? I'm trying to be very careful that I don't accidentally overwrite my undo redo history. Yeah, definitely jam ratting it a little. I would say so. Man, it's miserable. Okay. That's when I switched it. Alright, so now we're just back to Problem Town. Well, that didn't help much, did it? But I remember when we switched it to a float, like that wasn't, it was like behaving more or less at that point, wasn't it? I thought so. Oh yeah, dude, I forgot. The toast. They're brownies. It's because of the brownies. I forgot. The ones that have 1 hit point. I forgot about that. Because when it has 1 hit point, it doesn't have anything to track after that, so it jumps back to the default position. That's why. I needed to keep doing it. So it, okay, yes, right. So this is generally the least terrible version. But there was some of the code that I wanted to keep in there. Now that I know that that was the problem, let me actually add some of the stuff back in here. That was my mistake. I actually think I might be able to go all the way back. Now that I think about it. Replace this with target angle. No, you don't have to. Keep it right there. Show me this. Just go past the first cycle. Maintain its rotation when it's not tracking. That was pretty good. Well, see, that's just it. That's been the struggle, Murph. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. That is precisely what I want, I believe, if I'm understanding you correctly. And so what I want is for it not to go back to the collector. So hopefully that makes sense. Like that's what's happening. Is there's the target collector, which is off camera directly where it's pointing. And so whenever it neutralizes its target, it looks back to the nearest one, which is going to be all the way over there. So if it doesn't see anything,
it looks back at that point. And I actually wanted to stay at the last place that it was at. I don't want it to return back there. And so that's kind of some of the chaos that I'm dealing with. And then the ones that have 1 hit point, ideally, it would stay looking at that one. So it wouldn't like go like this, it would go like that, and it would stay there. That's kind of what I'm struggling with right now, very severely. That's been my pain, that I took a modeling break for. So I was trying to set up an idle tower state, if you will, or a function. And yeah, we could set up an unkillable one. I don't know. I don't know if I have the... I don't know if I can do it tonight. But I can possibly set up one for it to look at. They're toy soldiers and play by Toy Story rules. I bet that makes sense. Oh, because I can't tell them what to do. They need to not be seen by the baby, and that's why they always step back. They can't get caught. Where's the rotation set? Only in aim at target? Yes. So aim at target, I think, yeah, so that's a good question, because I think part of this problem is that aim at target is being called too often. So we have if aiming, but it's really hard to figure out when to tell it to stop aiming, especially since I don't have a projectile. I'd almost want the target before it gets, or once it gets attacked, to say, hey, I just got attacked, you can stop aiming at me. But yeah, I need to figure out when to tell it to stop aiming, so that way it's not always aiming. But right now, the best I got is that it's always aiming. So yeah, I need to figure out where to, and if I put it when the interval timer stops, I think that's weird. Let's see, maybe that's a good place to put it, we'll see. So yeah, so that's not bad. It's going back there. And then, yeah, alright. Yeah, we'll see if that, yeah. It would be nice to know. Let me look and aim at target. Print. Aim at targeting. Let's see how often that prints. So behind me there, we've got how many prints it's doing. On the left, we've got what it's printing. Let's see what it says. Okay, so it's gonna be saying a lot of times that it's doing it, but there should be a point here where we're sure that it shouldn't be doing it, when it resets back to the default spot. So it's printing, it's aiming, it's aiming, it's aiming, it's aim at targeting, it's aim at targeting, aim at targeting, lots of aim at targetry. Okay, so now it's not. And indeed, there's no more. So it is, that's its last place that it's looking at. It isn't continuing to call it looking at that. So its aim at target is the last thing that it sees before it goes back. I don't ever want it to go back there at all, at any point. I don't ever want it to go back to that. I don't want it to look at that thing. It shouldn't even know that that exists. But that's where the targets go, so that's where it looks. So I mean, at that same place where it makes it false, in theory, we could say go to the tower idle function, which I was trying to have it stop at the last place. So, but in order to do that, we need this aiming target position. I guess I could make that a, let's put it up here.
let's put it up here. Variable aiming target position. That's going to be a vector 3. And then instead of we're going to put it here. Get this out of there. Okay. Oh, my bad. Okay, there we go. And then when we stop the interval timer, we can also call tower idle. We actually don't need that to call with anything. And let's see what happens. Just trying to like get the last target position in. It's still going back to that other thing. You can't help it. He loves to look at it. Now there it did stop, but that's interesting. But sometimes it still goes back. So something else is still getting the last word in. You can hack it by making your reparenting not change their position, hide the brownie, and reset position and visibility when you launch them in a new wave. It didn't at the end? Oh, you're right! Yeah, so like sometimes it's getting the last word in, but not every time. I want every single time it to get the last word in, or the last rotation in. But you're right, this time it did manage to go to the idle state. And so in fact, I would think that it's currently in the idle state. Yeah, so it's printing now constantly because it's sitting in this idle state. No, no, the brownie wouldn't go over there off screen. Dungeon, that's definitely like a possibility. Set the rotation once when you shoot. That would be nice. I would have to figure out how to do that. How to set the rotation once when it shoots. So I guess we could just say then that right after aim at target, aiming just immediately ends. We could say. So as soon as it hits the rotation, aiming goes to false. I would be so okay with that. Although I'm a little concerned that that would have problems. Actually, I don't hate this. We just need to get rid of the lerp. Separate your loops for aiming and shooting. Okay, that's interesting. Honestly, I don't even care. You're right, we could tween it. That's a great idea. But honestly, I don't even care if it interpolates. This just doesn't matter to me. I mean, maybe. I was kind of getting used to the interpolation. It was kind of nice. But, This is better. Yeah, you're right. It would be nice if it tweened. This is much better. This is a lot better. Yeah, that was a good call, Dungeon. Just to like... I don't know why. I mean, I've been thinking that forever. Set the rotation after I shoot. But there's something about you saying it at the right time that made it just be like, you know what I could do? It's so much better. It's considerably better. Because this is basically the way it looks in Bloons TD-1 where they just jump to the thing that they're shooting and then shoot it. It's very similar. You know, the difference is that you have the little hand going out, so we don't have that, but that's okay. You don't like that it's not animated? Yeah. Well, I mean, I want some kind of like shooting projectile. I still want to have a projectile that comes out. Oh, and all the BTDs, they jump suddenly? I think for some things there's some fancy animations, right? Maybe? Oh, you're right. Look, it is jumping. It is jumping. No way. That's jumping. You can only really see... Oops, sorry. Whoopsie. You can only really see this one moving. The one on the far left. Yeah, sorry about that, Merv. Okay, this isn't a good run example. Here, let's go back. See? No. We can see. Okay, watch this monkey on the left. See? Now you can see. It definitely is. Here, let's look at it. It might be like an ever so slight interpolation. So yeah, I think a tween could be a good idea. Okay, here we'll see it. Dude, that's fast. I don't think there's any interpolation there. That is just jumping into action. I don't think there's a single interpolation. I could be wrong. But that looks immediate to me. I guess I could do frame by frame. Alright, I'm moving it one frame at a time. Okay, but wait until the balloons are there. Oh! Okay. Back. Forward. Frame. Look at that. Instant. There is absolutely no interpolation. This is one frame apart. Obviously, this is based on the frame rate of the video and everything, but that is negligible, if anything. And you know, if that's good enough for Bloons, that's good enough for me. Like, obviously, it has that throwing of the dart. Monkey reflexes are faster than the eye can see. Exactly. So again, I do want a bullet to come from the muzzle, maybe like a muzzle flash, so that way we do get some kind of feedback there. I totally want that, of course. But why bother interpolating it? Hey, Mervkins, thanks for your help. Okay, separate the shooting and the aiming. Take care, Merv. I really appreciate your help. It means a lot. I don't know if I gave out enough credits at all today, but I'll give out some more. Give them out. Dude, it is like a buy. It is like a buy. It's kind of perfect for that. So, let's say for towers. Let's throw Merv a credit. We haven't given Merv any credits on towers. That's ridiculous. Of course, Dungeon Martian gets a credit. Okay. I think Dormouse probably gave me some extra help there that I didn't garnish my appreciation. Garnish with my appreciation. Dormouse already has 2 towers credits. Alright, no, he did. So, it's jumping into position, which is good. Wow. This is definitely the best result yet. It's kind of amazing. I mean, I feel like a muzzle flash is going to go a long way in communicating that it's doing something. Wow, it's like kind of fun now. It does feel a little sad, like not having the monkey hand reach out. Like that really adds a lot to it. So it does kind of almost feel like that's missing. And then just remind me, like on the original and stuff, how does it look when things get hit? So it actually does like an explosion flash on the balloon itself, which makes sense. It's a balloon that's popping. This has it too, like that little star shape. I don't know that I really want to iterate on that very much. You know, it's food, so like we could have like food pieces flying, but I kind of want to just keep it simple and like do something very similar where it just like gives you that feedback. But then again, if I have the muzzle flash, that's gonna almost look maybe kind of similar. You know, we could have the gun. I mean, I would have to like animate that, which is gonna kind of suck. But I could even like squish it. You know, we could do something sort of goofy, like, because it is a very cartoony game. Oh, I'm definitely gonna do that. That is 100% what I'm gonna do. Actually, I know what's gonna happen. I think we could go to the tower, which is somewhere here, and we can just have like an animation player. Not that. Not that either. It just kind of goes like it just like squishes in and out. You know, it can have a little more delightfulness to it than that, but just like a little wiggle to indicate that it's doing something. It wouldn't quite look like that. You know, we could do some other angles too, but it would just have like this. Whoa. Ooh, we could give it an idle. Oh yeah, dude. This is what's gonna happen. Definitely. Alright, so let me just make sure now that this looks great to me, I want to clean this up because I feel like I've left some things just kind of all around messy. I think I'm going to, I love how it's just like one little thing I needed to set. Target aiming and shooting is decent, kinda. Make a commit. And then I'm gonna clean it up a little bit. Before I clean it up, I need 2 minutes to use the loo. I will be right back. Very quickly. Because I'm extremely happy and excited to put this together correctly. So I'm just gonna clean this up. Let's add 200. None of those exclusively. Let's add 200 of these. That's okay. No. 100 and 150. Okay. I will be super right back. I'm gonna clean this up, and then I would like to add an animation onto it. Obviously, I didn't get to do like more towers. I haven't even gotten tower placing in here, but really, we're kind of actually getting pretty close. Like once we get the towers like shooting and stuff, like how much more is left? You know, putting the a lot, but I think this is good. All right, I'll be right back. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Just gotta use the loo. Where'd all the water go? It's inside of me. I gotta let it out. All right, I was too many details. All right, I'll be right back. I'm excited. What can I say? I'm excited.
good, but you know what makes me happy? Like getting this thing together a little bit. That's the kind of good that I want to see. And I feel like we're getting there. I feel like it's getting there. Okay, so let's make some cleanliness on this script. I'm gonna put my spawns back to the way they were. And I'm gonna open up, what, tower? Cause what I'm gonna want, like, for that moment of firing, I'm gonna wanna make sure I just have those things kind of down. So I can do that when I want it. We also have, I don't know if we need, dude, I don't even know if we need the tower idle. Like, what if I just get rid of this for a second? Hold on. So this is the cleanup. This is the cleanup phase. Do I really need a tower idle function? No, because it just stops once it hits the thing that it sees. No more idling. Now, on the other hand, if I do want it to have like an animation, if it's shooting or not, that's kind of something to think about. But I think we can do that with an animation tree, and we don't really need to worry about much else. So for now, we're gonna get rid of the idling. I'm not feeling it. The aiming, we don't need to be checking the aiming. Now the aiming, it doesn't need to constantly update. We don't need delta anymore. Delta is not being used at all here. It's useless. So that means we can have aim at target happen at a very specific moment. So when does aiming become true? Aiming becomes true right here. Check distance from target runs pretty frequently. So I would actually say, let's try not calling aim at target here. We don't even need aiming false there, I don't think, probably. Man, I can't believe it was so simple. Add this in. I don't want delta to be there. I do want target to attack to be there. I don't actually care about aiming target position. Aim at target, we don't want delta in there, because we don't need it. Aiming becomes false right away. Doesn't start attack timer make it true? It can. Doesn't really matter. As with many problems, it's a simple solution. It's just knowing what it is. Wise. Those are some wise words. I know, like, on Twitch, and we used to do it here too. We can do it on YouTube, but it's common to have like a quotes for the streamer that people can add. I always want to add quotes from you guys. I used to do that, actually. Maybe someday I'll do it again. That's a good one. That's a real good one. I want to put a star on that one. Aim equals true if aiming, aim at target, target to attack. Where really what we'd want to say is if not aiming, right? If you're not yet aiming, then be aiming. And then make it false. Right? No. Wait, I'm making a silly mistake right now, aren't I?
No, it looks fine. It looks good. Oh wow, and it eliminated all of those. Wait a minute, it's shooting too many at once. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. I broke too much. Yeah, I made a mistake. I made a terrible, horrible mistake. What have I done? The cleanup phase can be messy, ironically. Okay, I think that's better. Okay, fine. We leave aiming outside. Don't fix what ain't broke. If someday you come back and you need to change it, you'll change it. Uh-oh. Oh, crap. Uh-oh. What have I done? I don't think you can move aim at target. What have I done? Because it's seeing multiple things. You only want it to hit the one thing that it sees. What is the bomb in? Yeah, totally. Right. I know. Like, I've accidentally made several of them so far. And then it's gonna be fun to try to, like, undo it to make it back again. Totally dungeon. But also, not yet. We must be in control. Wait, what changes did I make that ruined that so badly? Surely it wasn't the process function. We don't need tower idle. Here, put this back in the... I'm just Control-Zing my life away here. Put that back in the process function. Now it's hitting one at a time. Why did that make the difference? Because I'm actually not sure. Are you sure there's not something else getting changed here? It's kind of hard to tell with the undoing. I can't really tell what's being undone and what's not. Okay, let's just do it one thing at a time. So I'm removing aiming and all of that from here. And then I'm moving it into here. And we're getting rid of the delta check. And that is causing it to attack multiple. Right? Just to like isolate what it is that is the problem. That's it. That's wrong. Yes. That makes it shoot multiple. Why? Well, this runs many times, but wasn't it? It was running many times before as well. I think because you want target to attack to be checked, like maybe outside of this if statement. That doesn't make sense. What's all that? Nope. I mean, it just has to be that. All right, you know what? Fine. I'll put it in process. I don't care. I didn't want it to be running more times than it needs to be, but apparently now it's running more times than it needs to be. But if you think about it, this is only going to run once. I don't know why it doesn't run once the other way. I don't know. I don't have the brain. I don't have the brain. I don't have the brain. I can't do it. I'm sorry, everybody. I never claimed to be super smart. Alright, so I guess I won't move that out of there. Never mind. Oh, well, I will say also that this was a child of that, so we probably should have moved. If I was going to do that correctly, I needed to also move the if attacking emit projectile, because I think maybe emit projectile turns off the attacking. That was it. I bet you that was it. I bet you not a lot of money, like enough, like a safe amount where I don't have to take a big risk, but if I do win, even though I don't win a lot, I get the joy of knowing that I seemed to take a risk. Okay, so I would have lost that bad. Okay, cool. Good. Alright, that's fine. Just put it back, please. Just put it back. Question, do I need to have delta in there still? Because I don't think delta is being used. Delta was for when we were doing the interpolation. If I take out delta, that's one less thing. At least I can enjoy that one less thing. Give me that. We already know this is going to be fine because delta isn't being used. So there's not going to be an issue. It's going to do one at a time. Yeah, right. So, right, exactly. Yeah. That was that was a holdover from when it was moving around. I was hoping to not be checking aiming all the time, but whatever. Emit projectile, yeah, that's when it makes attacking false. That's fine. On target add to path, that's fine. Start attack timer, that's fine. These are all just kind of everywhere in here. Update targets to track. I think it's all fine. I don't feel like cleaning it up anymore. I'm stressed with cleaning it up. I don't care. I just don't care. Change to attack when projectile reaches target. Why not remove the aiming check and just rotate when you do the attack? The attack seems dependent on the aiming. I think it's all connected. I beg you, if you really want that question answered, I beg you with all of my heart, check the GitHub. And then, like, I'm burned out on that. I'm so burned out on that. I feel like this is something the next time I work on it, I'll come back and I'll wrap my head around it. Oh, I knew it wasn't in the description. Dang it. Okay. Alright. There it is. I'm adding it to the description right now. Right now. Let's get it in there. No more pussyfooting around. My Bloons TD-like GitHub, or we'll just say Git repo. Not that arrow. Come on now. All right, give me a computer. All right. It's in there. Never to be forgotten. Probably. Alright. So what do I want to do now? I want to do the animation. I want to do fun stuff. There's still a lot of stuff to do. I know that's right. Let's go to the tower here. I don't even know. I don't even know if I'm going to do projectiles. I mean, I do need to do projectiles. Like for the bomb, there's definitely projectiles that I need to do. Don't get me wrong. But dude, does this even have projectiles? I don't even see projectiles on here. Like for the... I do see it for that bow and arrow. You've got like a big ol' stripe, but for the little single darts, I don't think it even bothers with projectiles. At least on the more modern one. I know it does on the original, but if they did away with it, why am I gonna waste my time trying to set it up? Obviously, I'm going to have to set it up anyway for the others. Darts have a sprite, you can see when they miss. Right, yeah. But I feel like on this... Oh, I do see it. Oh, you're right. I see it. Yeah, you're right. Alright, well. Not tonight. Let's add an animation player. Let's make some animations, because that's fun. I'm gonna make an idle animation. It can conflict. No, we'll be good. We got this. Let's get that mesh. We want to get the scale keyframe down. Now it is going to, if we do it this way, the bottom of it is going to drop down. That's a me problem, or that's a problem. What I mean by that is I did that when I made it in Blender, so I'm gonna fix it so it isn't that way. So the object origin, I need to move it down. Ooh, ow, ouch, my non-linear transforms. Yeah, well, because I'm doing like squish and squash, which I feel like for a cartoony game is gonna be totally okay. So as long as I get to that little orange dot, as long as I get that down right there, we'll be golden. So we're gonna take this, set origin to 3D cursor, and then we're gonna save that. Let Godot load it back in, which means its position is gonna change a bit here. That's okay. It'll be for the best. Because it should go. Yeah, let's make sure its Y is at 0, right where it belongs. And now, it's much better. So we can do kind of like this. Okay, so I'm gonna keyframe its scale down. We already are scaling it around, so it's smaller overall. Which, you know what? No, let's keep it. Well, I was gonna say we could do the tower. No, we should keep it within here. Yeah, we'll just do it like this. Okay, so this, click on the mesh, make sure that's keyframe down, keyframe refresh one, and then, oh, it made a reset track. Let's get rid of the reset track and just have it do a fresh one. Just because since I updated it and changed it, I just want to make sure it's actually the same. Okay, keyframe that. It makes a new reset. Now let's just move it up a little bit. And shadow recalculation though. Don't do that. What's up with that? Weird. I haven't done much with my shadows yet. Maybe it's that. It might be that. But I also wonder if it doesn't have to do with the unoptimized shadows. Let me see what if I want to see if that shows up in the gameplay. Here, let's go to the main scene. We just have to make sure it's actually, so let's set it up so it actually runs it. So we would want, well, I want it to be an animation tree. So, okay, hold on. Let me actually do that. Animation tree. Tree root is blend tree. We want the animation player to be set to the animation player that we made. And in the animation tree, compatibility sliding is trash. Yeah, right. And so I just want to like tinker with it a little bit. Yeah, it's we're asking a lot of it. That's for sure. Okay, we're just gonna run the animation. Okay, so there we can see the goofiness. Does it appear in this? It sure does. Does it appear in the runtime? It probably does. Big time. Okay, so now let's see if we can adjust some of the lighting. To not do that, because this, honestly, this to me, this is just a Godot thing. Like, Godot has some pretty crappy default shadows in any mode, in my experience. Okay, none of these things are helping so far. I'm just dragging some stuff around. And none of it is helping whatsoever. How would this squish animation be in Blender? Maybe. It might. Ugh. I guess I could do that. Let's call that a backup thing to do. Big mode dynamic. Oh, I'd love if it was not dynamic, honestly. That'd be kind of awesome. I don't care if it's dynamic. Doesn't matter to me. I don't think I actually understand what this does. Hey, Ditcha. Yeah, I am. I am. 8 to 11 hours. We're almost at that 11-hour mark. Maybe it'll be longer than 11. It can't be too much longer than 11. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna mess with things I don't understand. So then the other place that I would change stuff would be in here. But again, I barely know what I'm doing. Oh yeah, material stuff. That's true. That's a good point. Oh, okay. Never mind. No, I'm not gonna restart it. Yeah, that's a directional shadow. So we should have seen that change if that was gonna do anything. Alright, let's check the material out. It is using the material that it comes with. That ain't helping that much. In India, your stream starts at 11:30 p.m. I watch the stream till 1:30 a.m. midnight. Wow, so that means it's like the morning now. Good morning, Aditya. You know, I also like that about doing a long live stream is that I can catch people across different time zones, which is nice. I'm glad that worked out. Yeah, it might just be the nonlinear transformation. I think that might be our problem. Oh yeah, if we make it unshaded, sure. Yeah, then it'll be fine. No problem. If it's unshaded. I actually do want it to have a more cartoony shading situation anyway. Flickering is on the keyframe itself. Yeah, it does. But I think if I like bring this down a little bit. Oh, those were linked. Whoops. Unlink it. It's really only if I go quite that high. So I could just also go a little less high. But it just kind of is like, what is that? It's like if I just go one step too high, then it starts to happen. But I also think, like, what is that? Like, when is that gonna become a problem? So I guess if it's not a problem now, whatever, who cares? It's kind of weird for a toy soldier to be breathing. That's the kind of game world it is. A weird one. Okay, but actually I even think it's a little too much. So I'm just gonna tone it down anyway. Alright, great. That was very interesting, but I got bored with it, and I'm glad that we stopped. I'm gonna add some easing in here. Or something. And then let's add a new animation for shoot. Or I'd rather call it attack, so that way I can match it across the different animation players and keep the code the same. Would be nice. That would be very ideal. So once again, we're going to capture its default position. Or its scale shape. I'm going to squish it in a bit. And then we want it to go back out. And then come back to normal. And we can do it a little differently too, like have a couple other aspects change shape. Maybe it gets a little wider, a little shorter. Nope, that looks silly. Oh, sorry, not wider. I meant to say we want to convey tension and then release. Like that. Except I kind of like it being more exaggerated on this axis. I like how overly simple it is. It's obviously not like a very complex animation, but hopefully it kind of works for this. I think it needs to get back to normal much faster. Cool. We could do some easing here too. I'm just gonna loop it so it's just easier to see what it's doing. Although we want it to end at the very end. Which is a little hard to do with the snap that we have going on here. Wait, what? Wait, what was that I just changed? Oh, this is different in Godot 4.4. This used to be the snap down here. Whoa. Apply snapping to the nearest integer FPS. That's not what that used to be. Apply snapping to the timeline cursor. That's what it used to be. Weird. I mean, I don't even know what to think about that, because it's different. Different is confusing. I ain't mad at different. I'm just confused. So I'm just trying to make this like a vaguely perceivable endpoint number-wise. Okay, so 0.325. Okay, then I'm gonna loop it so that way I can actually okay, hold on. Okay, wait a minute. Let's actually make it longer. That was a mistake. Okay. Come here, then add the easing. It's a little hard to see the easing since it's so fast. Boing, 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 boing. And the easing is almost negligible here because it's just all happening so quickly. There we can kind of see it. I'm not sure the easing is doing us many favors here. So, alright, that's fine. Anyway. Let's bring it back down to 0.325. Right. Not loop it. We don't actually want it to loop. Then come to the animation tree, and I'm going to add in a one shot. And so this is going to interrupt the animation with the attack. So that way we can have our idle. And then blend into the attack. And we can give it a little bit of a fade in time and a fade out time. It's probably going to be a little long, considering how short it is already. I did 0.1 on each end. No, it's good. Great. And then we just have to make sure that when those moments happen, it talks to it, which is kind of an unpleasant thing to do because the code is like not that intuitive at all, and it's not well documented. At least it wasn't before. Maybe it is more now. I don't know, but it didn't used to be. Probably still isn't. I don't know if they made changes to animation players. I have no idea. Or animation trees. It'd be kind of helpful to see like Godot 4.4 changelog. I can just like search through it all. Does that exist? I could just hit Control F. Oh dear God. Probably not. I don't know how to, this is not fun. Animation Tree documentation has a bunch of stuff that says depreciated. Okay. That's promising, right? Godot 4.4 interactive. Changelog. Thank you. Thank you so much. When is it interactive? I was like, I don't want that. Oh, that's what I'm talking. How is this interactive? This is the opposite of interactive. All right, I love this. Perfect. Okay. Animation tree. Improve select markers. Thank you. I gotta give you a Godot consultant for that. I appreciate that. Improve select markers dialog in animation tree editor. I don't think that's... No, I don't care about that. Make backward be parameter of the animation tree in the animation node animation. Don't think I care about that. But I bet that's really cool. And then update animation tree parameter list when updating animation node transition input names. Nope, don't care about any of that. All right, so it's still the way it was before. Painful. So I'm gonna look back. I think on my Frogger-like, I did stuff. I mean, I got it all over the place. We can look at it on here too. I think if I just look up one shot, we should find something. Nope. let me look for... I know that there's the... request. Animation set, parameters feed request 1. I think this is it. Isn't that ridiculous? Like, how am I supposed to know that that's like a one-shot? And I feel like it's not really well documented at all. I just found this searching around the internet. Someone taught me this in the chat, but I still had to go look it up a lot. Transition request running. Yeah, because the 1 is the fire. So like in here, on the animation tree, this list, so this is 0, fire is 1, abort is 2, fade out is 3. And so we would say one shot request 1. So it does the fire. It's pretty ridiculous. And then it's like animation set for some reason. And it's really hard to like find that stuff. Like if I look for set. I mean, first of all, set is everywhere. Like, what am I supposed to do? I don't think request is gonna pop up. So I have to like look at like an animation tree. I don't even think it's gonna be in here. It's basically impossible to find in the documentation. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So we got the code. Let's set it up. So for the tower, I'm gonna want to on ready its animation tree. We're just gonna call it animation. And the shoot, well, we want to make sure that the idle is happening all the time. Which it should already be. And then for the one shot, we want to say, I guess when it attacks, maybe when the signal gets emitted. This one? On target, on attack, target detected. I wonder if animation tree is kind of like the grid map. Ancient and clunky. It works well enough that no one wants to replace it, but it'll never get fixed or finished. Maybe. I mean, I will say the animation tree does work really well. It's really good. Functionality-wise. But accessing it through code is not pretty. And like at this point, it seems like it'd be hard to change. You know, it could like mess up other people's projects and stuff. I don't know. But maybe it is kind of like that too. Where's if attacking? Oh, emit projectile. We could do it on emit projectile. When it shoots the bullet. There's kind of a lot of places we could put it. Is the risk of your entire project breaking in any given Godot update, like most engines. Let's try putting it here. We'll see how it actually goes. Okay, so then I need this code. Set parameters, so we don't want grow. In this case, it's one shot, but I'm gonna rename it to attack. So that's the name that it's looking for. Attack request 1. UI changes broke people who were really dependent on only specific files being in specific locations. Oh. That sucks. Okay, so the shoot is happening. The shadows are devastating. Yikes. We got shadow issues. We got real bad shadow issues. It sure is. It sure is. Yeah, it could be worth checking how doing it in Blender goes. Yeah, I think there's some possibility there. I'm gonna fiddle around with a couple things though before I surrender to that fate. A couple things I want to do here actually. I'm gonna adjust the debug to just give me a bunch of targets to work with, so I don't have to keep going back and forth. And then I'm just gonna drag some sliders around. It's probably not gonna matter, but I have to try. I have to. Okay. Let's try stuff. You can see when I move the slider, the shadows everywhere are getting affected. Wasn't there something else with the orthogonal camera, like changing the like near and far? Okay, the normal bias is actually helping a little bit. There's still some terrible things happening. But that normal bias is doing a little bit of something at all. Transmittance bias. Reverse cull face. No shadows. Perfection. The other thing, what was the other thing I was gonna try? Yes, Blender, but something else that I promptly forgot. That I very much forgot. Could do material stuff. No, that's not what I was thinking. I don't remember. Hey, Kai Guy. Army Man works so well. You also added some cartoonish bloop. Yes! Yes, indeed. It's working so much better than it was before. Now I'm just trying to get its shadows to behave. What was I gonna do? Dang. I hate that. I hate when stuff just gets forgotten. I can't like search through my, I can't rewind the live stream in my brain. If only I had said it out loud. Did I say it out loud? I don't think I did. I think it was in my own thoughts. So things are flashing, disappearing. I don't want that to happen. We could animate it in Blender. That's definitely something worth trying. Hey, what's up, Starbit? Thank you. I appreciate that. It's going well. I had some struggles getting it to point at the right thing.
but it is now pointing at the right thing, which is good. And I took a break from that to make the little army toy soldier do the attacking, or look like it does, just make it actually exist as an asset. And so now it's there, which is nice. But now I want to get it to not have these crazy shadows. But it's going well. I'm feeling good. The visual, thanks for asking. I hope things are going well for you too. The visual equivalent of the Metal Gear Solid surprise sound. Oh yeah, what was that sound? Bling? It's not quite that, is it? I know it if I heard it. Something else I could... No, I don't really want to try that. What if we turn off the animation for a second? What happens if I resize the node at the top level? Oh, it doesn't like that. Wow, it's just ignoring me. Okay. Alright, I'm actually a little surprised that that isn't doing anything. Is it doing something in here? It is. Brain is not brain. It's not. I'm so frustrated because I was gonna try something else and I felt pretty good about it. So I just gotta move on. Okay, so another wacky idea I have. It is wacky. I'm gonna actually turn off that layer there. And let's add in a new track. Just on a morbid curiosity. Like, what if I animate this instead? I don't know if it's actually gonna work. You're not participating in the jam. You just like to watch game dev streams while watching on my side. Oh, that's awesome. Thanks for hanging out here. It means a lot. Wishing you and everyone else that participate the best for the jam. Yay, thank you, Starmit. That's some good vibes. Starmit, I gotta give you some moral support for that. Look at those vibes. Duct tape and hope. Where we got moral support here. Moral support credit. And I'll put these credits in the game once I'm finished with it. Thank you for those good vibes. It means a lot. So real though, I did ya. Of course. Right back at ya. The heart. I forgot to put the default position in there. So let me actually undo all of that real quick. I don't think this is actually gonna take, but I have to try. Squish. Doesn't have to be super perfect here. It's not a great animation, but I just want to see if it behaves differently than the other one. Okay, I'm not sure it's even gonna work. Truth be told. Yeah, because it's that top level node and it's not gonna like doing that. Alright, I tried. I could be super obnoxious about it. And just on a morbid curiosity here. I'm gonna make a duplicate of the base mesh. I'm gonna put a node 3D, put it in a node 3D. I don't know why this would be. I don't think this is gonna be any different. I'm basically 100% sure this is gonna be the same. But I'm determined to find that out the hard way. And hope that my other idea comes back to me.
But then I'm definitely gonna try the Blender animation. I will. I'll try it. At this point. Okay, we'll just do that much. Okay, so that should actually animate, but the idle is already animating poorly. So I think that might confuse this test. Oh, okay. That didn't work? Or not? Alright, you know what? I'll do a separate track for the idle animation too. Yeah. Put it at its default. Stretch it up. Keyframe it. Surely that works. Wait, why not? We are getting a bunch of errors down there. I should probably look at that. Animation tree is inactive. Oh! I forgot to turn the animation tree back on. Oh my gosh. The brain really isn't braining. Okay, that looks still bad. It's not better. I didn't think it would be, but I had to try it. Okay. Undo all of that, please. Please get it red immediately. Let's try animating it in Blender. I don't really want to, but I'll do it. Because it's just a whole other thing. So, Blender animation. Ugh. Alright. Control Z on editor stuff makes me worried. Yeah, actually it makes me worried too. I shouldn't have done that. I probably made a huge mistake just now. I probably just like broke the whole project, right? Yeah, it does. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. That's really true. It's a super risky thing to do. I shouldn't have done it. I regret it immediately. But I think it turned out okay this time. I think it worked out. I shouldn't have done that. I should know better. Ugh, Blender animation. Okay, so to do that, wow, I really gotta change my brain here. Shift gears, as it were. This is crazy. I'm barely even gonna try to explain this to anybody, because this is bizarre stuff. So we want to go to the nonlinear animation thing. We actually have to pull up a couple things. Instead of playback, I'm gonna make this dope sheet. Except we're gonna change it to action editor. Just trust me, this is what you do. It's really weird. I don't know what else to say. Blender's weird. And this is gonna be called idle. And we're gonna push it down. Just what you do. We don't need to push down because there's nothing in it yet. My bad. I also need to set a length. So I actually need the timeline back that I just got rid of. So let's add view. Whoop. View area. Horizontal split. Make this timeline. And then in the timeline, we don't want this to be very long at all, really. You've been struggling with animations in Godot 2 for the past few hours. What great timing! Oh, nice! Oh, cool! Nice, Starbit. When you said you weren't doing a game jam, I thought maybe you meant you didn't do game dev stuff. That's awesome. Let's go, game dev family. Okay, so let's get some keyframes. So the keyframe that it is right now, let's actually just do I or K, and we're just gonna do scale. It's the only one I'm bothering with here. So that'll put down a keyframe right there. Come over here. We want it to get a little taller. And then I'm going to keyframe scale again. We needed to loop around. It's a little different than Godot. So I'll actually go just outside of it here. And paste it back right there. It's a little fast. A little faster than I think I had in mind there. Let's make this 20. Still a bit fast to me. And it's a little extreme as well. I'd like to pull this value down a bit. Now we see the problem even on the idle. But I'll make an attack too. Okay, now I can push it down. And we have this idle track. This is what Godot is gonna find. Is this right here. Okay, then we make a new one here. And we're gonna call this attack. I've been meaning to make a tutorial about it. I probably won't, but I think it's something that would help a lot of people because this is not very well documented anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the whole world. So for shooting, I want to make sure we're not in the idle state. So I'm gonna make sure it's all reset. It looks all reset, so I think we're good there. Then I'm gonna keyframe down the scale. And for the shoot, we have like some tension that builds up. For all this work just to be like, oh, it didn't fix it. Scale. So it'll just be something I explore a different day if it doesn't fix it. Starbirth has been using Unity since a while ago and fully switched to Godot last year. Congrats! That's tough, you know? To be like, you said a while ago, to be like embedded in a particular engine and then try to switch to a different one, that's brave. Because it's not easy when you're so comfortable doing something to just throw yourself into a more difficult space. Nice work. Love Godot. I tried Unity, but I didn't really stick with it. And it was mostly their runtime fee stuff that made me just, because I just barely started learning it, and then all that went down, and I was like, you know, maybe I'm not gonna use this engine. Might as well quit while I'm ahead. Or while I'm behind. Quit while I'm not ahead. Why does that look so weird? You were a bit confused at first, but thankfully there's a good community. Yes, the community, and that's honestly, like, that was one of the big reasons why I continued with Godot and stuck with Godot, because of how good the community is. Love to hear it. You're able to get comfortable with it very fast. Same. Why does this look so wrong? What's up, Nikita? English only, please. You might be saying something very nice, but since I can't understand what it says, it might be saying something bad. So I have to just moderate it. But welcome, probably. Hello, Nikita. Alright, they'll just have to do for now. It doesn't have to be perfect. We can always update it. We're just trying to test something here to see if it's even any better this way. It may well not be. Yeah, you're welcome. The shorts? I'm so glad. I do have more on the way. I've just been busy, so I haven't been able to do it. But I've got like 3 recorded that I haven't edited, but I'm gonna put up. And then I have so many more planned that I want to record too. More of those are definitely coming. Once this 1-hour game jam is over, not this jam that I'm doing right now, but the 1-hour game jam that I do every Friday. Eventually I won't be doing that. Actually, in a couple weeks I won't be doing that anymore. That's gonna give me a lot of time back. Alright, so I think we have enough of these. Push down that. We got the 2 we need. I am not confident that this is going to solve anything, but now over here we're gonna see a animation player appear. Now we do have a bit of a problem because we're gonna have 2 things named animation player, and so you see it's giving me a warning, and it's like so presumably, so it actually renamed the one that I created because the one that imports from Blender gets priority. And so that's just the way that is. It might be better. Honestly, it might be better. I got some high hopes here. Okay, so let's go to the animation tree and make sure it's set to that animation player, which it is. My hopes are getting higher than they were. 1-hour game jam every Friday. Yeah. I've been doing that for over 2 years now. Every single Friday. I missed 1 game jam because I was having shoulder surgery. I've done a lot. And I don't want to anymore. Yeah, Starmit, I've been doing it. I've been streaming it, live streaming it every Friday for over 2 years. And it's gonna happen this Friday. There's only 3 more left. This week, the week after that, and then the week after that. It's a very draining thing to do, which is, it's often very rewarding because we have so many people who participate and we get to see awesome games like every single week. It's super amazing. With that said, I'm getting a little exhausted doing it, especially since the since the Game Like Jam started, because that's what I'm working on right now, is our Game Like Jam my Game Like Jam entry, which is a month-long jam. So as soon as I started doing a month-long jam, I was like, wait a minute. This is so much nicer. I'm learning so much more by spending more time working on my stuff. But it's still not as much time as like a giant project. And so I just kind of realized that for me, the 1 hour jams weren't helping me grow as a developer anymore. And personally, I just don't really want to spend my time doing game dev stuff that I don't find enjoyable anymore. And personally, the 1 hour game jam, I'm a little tired of participating in it. So yeah, I am gonna stop it soon, and I'm excited because there's the new game jam, the Game Like Jam, which is currently happening, and I love it so much, where we make a game based on another game. So instead of just coming up with a random topic every week and making something in 1 hour, I'm currently picking simple games to recreate, and you don't have to make them exactly the same. So think of it like, there's roguelikes, souls-likes. This, in this case, is a Bloons-like, and for this one, there's only 2 awards, probably. I might add more, but for now, there's only 2. Most like the original, best twist on the original. So you are encouraged to make something a little different, but the whole idea is that you know what kind of game you're going to be making. You don't have to, like, plan. You remember the steak game? The steak flipping, yes! You don't have to plan out if you're going to flip a steak and how that's going to work. You already know what the game is going to be. The last one we did was Frogger, which is considerably simpler than Bloons, but that's alright. So yeah, I really love this jam. I'm not finding that I'm getting the same benefit out of the 1 hour jam anymore, so I am stopping it. But there's 3 more left if you guys want to come through this Friday, the Friday after that, and then the next Friday after that. Basically, this month is the last month for the 1 hour jam. But you are welcome to join and get involved with it. I'll make sure you have all the links. Here's the Game Like Jam, and then for the 1 hour jams, let me get the link. This is the current 1 hour jam. So if you want to join into this one on Friday, you're welcome to. On that note, just to be sure, the last 1 hour jam is the 28th, and it's an iterate option. I mean, yeah, if you want. I'm not gonna really push it anymore. Yeah, it's the 29th. You can, really, you can just do, maybe we can even, you know what? Maybe for the last one, we can say, do whatever you want. I don't know, we'll see. No, I think it'll be fun to do the wheel one last time. But yeah, I don't know. At this point, if you want to iterate, you can iterate. If you don't, you don't. I'll probably just announce it that way, too. Should give it a try. I don't know if I'll come up with something good. I really struggle with coming up with ideas, but that could be a fun experience. Yeah, I mean, look, and here's the thing. I think it is valuable. Like, for the first, 10, 20 times, I got a lot out of doing this jam, this 1 hour jam. It's just, for me personally, doing it 100+ times, it's starting to be like, all right, I think I've gotten out of it everything I'm gonna get out of it. You know? Oh, man. It's too much. And I think it's great for you guys since you haven't done it 100+ times. But I don't want to come here and do something that I'm only doing just so everyone else can keep doing it. I have to want to be doing it too. So yeah. Okay, so I think this animation is looking better, and it should be set up. The only thing I have to do is I do have to make sure that I set the idle to loop. I have to do that in Godot. I can't set it in Blender and that come through. It looks like an alien. So I gotta go to the idle animation, and then in loop mode, we're gonna set it to linear, and then re-import it, so that way it loops around and around. And it should start looping right away. Yeah, I know, but I'm renaming, I don't know what to tell you. Animation player old, like, what do you want me to say? I'm renaming it. Okay, so the idle works. So far, not so bad. Okay, now it's playing. Let's see if it has resolved the problem. Not so much. It's still a little goofy. It's better. It's actually better. Actually, it is better. It still has some goofiness, but I actually think that that goofiness can be fixed by the settings I was tinkering with earlier. It's better. No, it's better. The size is huge. Oh, I forgot that I shrunk it down. What if that was causing the problem? What if it was the competing sizes? Not that I'm doing it in Blender versus Godot, but the competing sizes. I forgot about that. Where was I shrinking it? Whoa, what have I done? Okay, hold on a second. I did something horrible. Okay, I see. Reset. Put that back. Break it not, please. Was it the base mesh that I was changing the scale of? Maybe this is where I did it. Maybe I did it like 0.4 or something like that. Does that mess up the animations again? Oh, it just overwrites it. Okay, well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go and, well, actually, we might have some problems if I do that. Let's see. If I shrink this in Blender, I'm not actually sure what the problem was at the end of the day. Kind of don't know. I'm going to say that I wanted to transform pivot point at the 3D cursor, so I can shrink this down this way. And the animations should be okay. Nice, good. Let me make sure that I've switched this. Okay, it's back to normal, it looks like. Okay, now come back to Godot. So now it should be a lot tinier. And then I'll just like keep adjusting it until it looks good in the scene. Kind of what I should have done a long time ago. It's still a bit large. I think it needs to be shrunk a bit more than that. Okay, edit mode. Shrink it some more, save it. Bring it in here. Just until it looks like a good size. But this is definitely better. It was a good call, Dungeon. I think we should make it smaller still. I'm still not quite sure it's because I did it in Blender. I think it might have been because what I was doing before is I was scaling down the node itself, and then it was also animating the mesh underneath that to have a different scale. And I just wonder, well, that's not what I was doing. Why am I saying these lies? Because I don't know what I'm talking about. No, I didn't do that. I scaled it down, and then it was animating it at the scale down. No, that's not true. I was not scaling down the node. So, you know what, Dungeon? You're right. It was because I did it in Blender. It was better. Yeah, alright. What would I do without you? I don't know if you guys realize, but Dungeon Martian is always at the top of every single one of my credits lists. I don't even know what to say. Godot consultant, Blender consultant, coding consultant. I'm just gonna say asset design. Maybe animation? We could do animation. Let's say animation. That's incredible you kept the 1 hour one going so long. And no, you shouldn't have to do it forever. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, and I was all in. I was all in for the 1 hour game jam. I loved it right the frig up until the Game Like Jam. As soon as the Game Like Jam was underway, I was like, dude, this is making me so much more better as a game developer than the 1 hour game jam has in a long time. Is really what pushed that more than anything. Thank you. I appreciate that, guy. It means a lot. Okay. I think this might be a little too small at this point. But let's find out. Yay, love! Lots of medium projects is the way to go. Yeah. Yeah. I've learned that. That is what I have discovered. Okay, I think the tower, I don't know if it is small, because we still need a lot of room for a bunch of them to be there. Honestly, maybe it was a little too big before. I think it could be slightly larger than this. Something I want to add a shader that gives it an outline. I want it to have like a really good cartoony look. I do have an outline shader that I've used before. I just have to get that all set up. I'll probably do that in the member stream. Definitely don't have time today. Oh my god, I have to stop within the next 30-40 minutes or YouTube is gonna murder the VOD. YouTube doesn't save live stream VODs over like 11 hours and 55 minutes or something. So if I go over that time, the VOD won't be preserved properly. Okay, I do think that's a little bit too small. But we do want enough room to be able to add more things in. Just gotta help a friend out with stuff this Friday. Following Friday is the big annual Comic-Con I tend to go to each year. Go! Go! Gaga, you've attended so many. Not only that, but you've participated in a couple and got in entries. I know, it sucks though for like the last ones to line up with that. But you've definitely been an integral part in these jams for as long as they've been happening. Well, not as long as they've been. Maybe. Actually, maybe. Alright, we'll say that's a good size for now. I like it. You should plan on being there for the final one. Alright. Right now the projectile is pretty ugly. It sucks. But that's okay. It was just being used as like a marker to help me do stuff, debug stuff. For now, I'm just gonna make it invisible because it's just kind of mucking everything up a little bit, and I hate it. Alright, let me put this back to normal. Now I feel that radius is a little large for this tower. I think that made sense when the tower was bigger, but at this size, I don't think it makes sense. So I'm gonna bring down the tower radius. So let's say it's maybe half the size. And then I'm also gonna move the tower to be a little closer.
I don't love that it's facing like away, obviously. But like even in like Bloons, right? Like where do they have to default face somewhere when you first put them down, right? So that there it's facing straight up. Okay, so it faces straight up at first. And then it starts moving. Okay, I could be okay with that. Almost 1 year for you? Amazing. I really appreciate them and just you putting yourself out there. Been a stepping stone for this here game dev newbie. Yay! Yes! Yeah, man, like putting myself out there, it's like the whole concept for the channel, right? Like I'm not coming here and being like, I'm great and I'm gonna teach you stuff. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. Come not know what we're doing together. I kind of have this like, guys, I kind of want to try JavaScript. I think I might do a learn along stream. So like on the off season, the Game Like Jam, when I'm not doing the Game Like Jam, I'm gonna do learn along streams. I kind of want to do one for JavaScript. I just keep like running into situations where JavaScript is useful. I'm like, JavaScript is very popular and is used in a lot of things. And it seems pretty like readable and usable. Some people for the game like, or the 1 hour game jams, make JavaScript games in the browser. They just put the HTML on itch.io, just slap it in there, and it just works. JavaScript. So web Java, JavaScript, not Java, JavaScript. But like, gdevelop, for example, is a game engine, and you can code stuff using JavaScript in it. So I think it would also apply there too, potentially. Okay, so if I want to get this thing to point upward, how am I gonna do that without messing up other things like our rotation stuff? I guess I might just have to change what the up vector is. That sounds hard. It sounds difficult. Godot can run JavaScript in browser. What does that mean? That sounds cool. Dude, I would love that. Yo! Then it could still be a Godot learn along. Learning JavaScript for Godot. So you can do fun browser stuff like tell people their country and stuff. That's awesome. I want to learn that. Yeah, because like for the Hypergame Dev website, hypergame.dev, there's stuff I want to do, and I want to have Godot projects on there, and I want to have the page be smart and do things, and JavaScript is the way to go. And right now, I'm just like begging AI chatbots to code JavaScript for me. And there's a point where I'm like, I'm pretty sure that if I learned it, I could get a lot more done. But I just haven't really had the chance or the reason or the opportunity. So I just kind of want to give it to myself. A Java class wrapper. What does this mean? This is crazy. The Android one? See, I even have to learn, like, is this different than JavaScript? I honestly don't even know. Oh, look, JavaScript bridge. Look at that. Those are words. Singleton that connects the engine with the browser's JavaScript context in web export. You see? You see? You're right. Okay, this is cool. I gotta add this to the learn along list. Absolutely must happen. It must. JavaScript Godot web stuffs. Love it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me an in to do a JavaScript stream without it not being a Godot stream. It does sound useful. I know, because I really like, for like the Game Like Jam, the 1 hour jam, and then our community creations streams. For all of those, I use like a queue, and I really want, I use one that's kind of built into YouTube, and I use one that I have on the hypergame.dev website. And it's just like a form you fill out, and then you join it, and it's not the best. What I really want, very, very badly, is an embedded Godot project. And that embedded Godot project will be like a multiplayer scoreboard queue kind of thing. And it will let you be able to see your position in the queue when you join it, and even change your position, potentially, or remove yourself from the queue. And I want to build that, so it's just like much easier and works nice. And so, you know, there's things with the website that I've been trying to connect the website to the Godot program. And yeah, if I had some fundamental JavaScript integration, oh man, that'd be sick. But there's JavaScript all over the website. The website is actually open source, by the way. I think there's a link. It's not directly on here, but I do have this website open source, and there's JavaScript all up in here. All the up in here. There's the website. But like 90% of it, okay, 11% of it is JavaScript. And like 90% of that 11% was impossible without AI chatbots. I would like to ship that around where 90% of it is because I actually know what the heck I'm doing. Wow, that's super exciting. Okay. I must contain my excitement. I want this to be facing upward as my last act, potentially, of the night. So, I mean, I could just come in here and rotate it around. It might be exactly what I need. But I want to be able to have it. I don't want to have to rotate this, right? Because right now it's at the origin, and I'd like it to be at the origin. Yeah, but is facing up really what I want? Like, that works for Bloons TD because it's... No, don't make it facing straight up. Maybe it faces to the left. Maybe that makes more sense, since everything comes from the left. And like this kind of angle that we're looking at it, like that would be best. So that way, no matter... Yeah, actually, let's do that. Let's make it go to the left, not the top. All the stuff you can scrape from a user easily. I think there's a longer list somewhere. I was gonna make some of the books in my Library of Alexandria tell you your country and screen rest and stuff. Wow. Dude, it's gonna happen. We're gonna do it. Maybe that'll be the first one that the first learn along, but public learn along will be JavaScript Bridge. That's hype, dude. That is so hype. That is crazy hype. Oh yeah, this is just like general stuff. Yeah, I got you. I think facing from the left by default makes more sense. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. Whoa. Why isn't your last message? Oh, there it is. This is cool. Kind of scary what websites can glean from just hitting them. Yeah. I know. It is a little upsetting and a little scary. You're not wrong. You're powerless to do anything about it. Unless you want to experience the weirdest, most broken internet. Alright, so if I'm going to make it face that way, I kind of want to rotate the model itself, which means we're going to have to change the up vector. So right now it faces that way, where I would like it to face this way. Right? Wait, did I do that correctly? I don't know. We're gonna find out. Oh wait, I forgot. I want it to be to the left. I was like, we want it to point up. No, I don't. Okay, I did it the wrong way anyway. How quickly I forget after 12 hours. Okay. Now show me. Okay, so that's good and all. However, we're gonna have a problem in the runtime because I don't think it's gonna be aiming that way anymore. It's gonna look like it's pointing like away from it. Why does it not look like it's doing anything at all? What's that about? Is it because I changed the radius? Is that what broke it? That was the only thing I changed. Okay, yes. So it was because I made the radius too small. I know, I was pretty scared there for a second. But it is indeed facing the wrong way, as I predicted. But why is the radius being that small so bad? I guess the interval is never hitting in that little tiny section. So maybe that's too small? I'm a little surprised that it doesn't sometimes hit there. Yeah, it was just too small. It wasn't enough for it to actually see anything. All right. I also do have the oh, and I don't think we need to do that anymore. I had the radius get a little bit, like the visual of the radius be a little larger than it actually is. Because I think before, when I was tracking it wrong, it wasn't. Okay, so that actually made a big difference. I needed to magic number it a bit. Okay, so let's actually bump this back up a little. So in terms of making it face the right direction, I think I just have to like turn something to negative, probably. And that might be fine. Okay, this looks better. So in the rotation, aim at target script, something in here needs to be negative. I don't know what. So I'm just gonna start making some things negative and see what happens. Something's bound to fix it. Not that. Okay, I'm changing something else now. Just trust me. Nice. Is that better? It's a little hard to tell, but I think so. I think that's better, right? It's really hard to tell. Yeah, it looks better. It looks correct. Now we do still have some funky shadows in there. I think we can fix that. By adjusting these shadow settings. I hope. I think that should help it quite a bit. Okay, it's still facing the wrong way a little bit. All I did was I made the target direction Z negative. I'll try making the X and the Z negative. Oh gosh, because we only moved it. Well, actually, we moved it 180 degrees. Hey DJ, welcome. Good to see you. How you been? It's really hard to tell when there's so many and it's only focusing on the ones at the top. So I'm just gonna get a different wave, debug wave setup here. Let's give it, yeah, so this is for the game-like jam, the current game-like jam. The last one was Frogger. And this one is Bloons TD. So yes, very much a tower defense. The original Bloons TD, mind you, not the more recent ones, although I am taking some inspiration from the more recent ones. The goal is to keep your scope within the original Bloons tower defense. And we've got 18 days left to make our games. 17 now, probably. And so I'm setting up my Dart Tower, my most simple tower. All the Frogger entries, I remember, were really cool, right? Can't wait to see what you maniacs come up with. Yeah, that's so nice of you to say. Yeah, the Frogger ones are awesome. There were so many good ones. It was just like, it was an incredible experience. It was so eye-opening to see what was possible with a prompt like this. And already people in the Discord are sharing their progress, and it is also amazing. Okay, so let's make much smaller waves here so I can actually tell if it is correctly aiming at things below it. Now I noticed the animation isn't always firing. That's a strange bug. Could it not have that problem? I didn't even realize that. Let's try moving the animation to a different place. Yeah, because, well, I don't know. I guess if attacking, because when it dies, it behaves a little differently. I don't know. I'm a little unsure what is the best way to do this. Emit projectile does all of this. We could try it here. That was interesting. I'm gonna even make the wave smaller. And so this one's gonna be all brownies, all lowest level units. Alright, it's animating correctly. It's coming around. Why doesn't it animate on the lower ones? That's weird. What's the difference? I think, but it is doing it on some of the brownies. What? One Bugtopia? Because it's not just that they're brownies, because it's hitting all of those. It's only when they're down at the bottom. I wonder if it has to do with that it exits the range? No, because it's doing it right away. What is happening? Oh dear. It looks like I got some debugging work to do. It's so weird that it seems to correspond to what direction it's pointing. Like, okay. I mean, whatever. But let me just try this. What if I move the tower over here? And so it's only going to be pointing down, more or less. What is that like? I moved it a little farther. Okay. And there it's animating every time. Thanks, Starbit. I appreciate it. You heading out? Good night. I gotta head out soon, too. Oh my goodness. I must. Otherwise, the VOD's gonna get cut off. Thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. I appreciate your vibes. So there, it's fine. Might not have liked it that I moved it during the runtime. So what if it only is gonna see them there? It might see them in that little corner. Okay, it did. It's coming around. Now it's animating. What gives? What was the edge case that made it not work? I don't know. I guess I'm gonna need to add some like debug outputs to like see what, you know, what's happening at what times and what is happening when the animation is playing and what isn't happening when it isn't playing, and try to deduce from there. Obviously, I can't do it tonight, but at least I kind of know. Yeah, there, now it's not doing it. Why? What is it about that setup that confuses it? Interesting. Oh, we got some misbehaving shadows. Very badly misbehaving. It is. It's so strange and random. I completely agree with that assessment. Oh, we got shadow chaos. Oh dear. It looks like our bad shadow days are not yet over. Still less buggy than Bloons TD-2? I haven't played Bloons TD-2. I haven't played anything other than the first one. That's good. Alright, I'll take that. Y'all, I'm about ready to get rid of the shadows. I mean... Battles, it's the versus mode for BTD. Okay. What are shadows like in here? Out of curiosity. Nothing. All they are is just a little circle underneath them. And the muzzle flash will mask it. There's not even dynamic shadows in here. There's not dynamic lighting in here. So honestly, yeah, small circle. Honestly, I feel like we need to reimagine the lighting entirely. I don't want all this crazy lighting. I don't need it. It can all just be the same flat situation. It doesn't have to be able to dynamically change if we move it around. I don't want any of that. But I have no idea how to make it not happen. I just don't know. But I know there's a way to do it. I mean, there's this bake mode thing, but I don't think that's what that is. I'm like basically certain that's not what that is. Maybe I'll look it up. Godot, how to make lighting static. If you want to disable the dynamic real-time lights, then you can set them to editor only. Did I go out on a limb? It has something to do with disabling the shadows. I don't understand. What do you mean? I haven't done any of that. Oh, right. We might have to do a light map. I forgot about that. So I might have to like create an area. Oh, nothing can move? So I guess I'd have to make everything be lit on its own. Like, every tower would have its own light that's baked. There's gotta be a way to do this. I don't want it to be unlit. I'm gonna get rid of the shadows. I don't even really want shadows. Like, I don't want all this dynamic crap in here. I want it to look exactly like Bloons TD-like. This is what I want. Where the light hits the little monkeys, it doesn't change. The shadows for the little monkeys, they don't change. They're just sitting there. They're like underneath it all the time. Right? As it's moving around here, you don't see the light. You know what I'm saying? Like moving around it. None of that is happening. It's staying put. Did I adjust the near and far in your camera? I think honestly, yes, I might need to do that. But like also, what if just none of that though? What if just none of that? I want to be ultra performant here, and I love how this does that by not bothering with dynamic lighting at all. Surely there's a way to do that. I just gotta figure out what it is. But yeah, it could be that too, Dungeon, actually, very possibly. That was the thing earlier I was trying to think of to try. That was the thing that I forgot about. And my brain wasn't working. Okay. Just unlit materials. Right, so then I just have to like put like a texture on it that like appears to be lighting, that like looks like lighting. And just give it like no shadow. I mean, if we do unshaded, I mean, it's gonna look like that. Which means I then have to make I have to UV map a texture on here that simulates the shading. Hell no, I'm not doing that. I guess what I really want to do is bake it in on a per thing basis, right? Like somehow drop this in. Oh god. Now I'm regretting wanting to do that. I can't imagine a less unpleasant thing than trying to trying to do all that. Yeah. Oh god. I hate all of this. Wouldn't you turn the cast shadow mode off? Yes. For shadows that yeah, I would. Absolutely. Use a toon shader? Yeah, maybe use a toon shader. But I feel like that's still gonna be responding to the lighting. Hey Edward. You know, it's not gonna override the lighting. So maybe that's just too much. Alright, let me do the near and far in the camera thing that I totally forgot about. Okay, we see the goofy stuff on there that we don't want. All good, DJ. Ain't no thing, my friend. Like, oh yeah, that's DJ's personality. Just apologizing constantly. It's okay, man. You good. Is that making it better? Is that what better is? Yeah, that's what better is. A Fresnel. Oh, nope. and there it goes. Ready to extract all the vegetable oil? Thank you. Yeah, that didn't help as much as I was hoping it might have. Honestly. I hate shadows in Godot. I honestly think Godot has horrible shadows, and it's like one of the worst things about Godot are its shadows. I see it in some of the highest budget Godot projects. They have dog crap shadows. Yeah, unshaded feels like a big no. You know what kind of sucks too is like here in the editor it looks really good, but then at the runtime it looks like really bad. Yeah, I don't know if that's a compatibility mode thing or what. It's probably not LODs, right? It's LODs! Because we're so far away from the camera. It's adjusting the level of detail of the mesh. That's why it's changing. I never needed to animate it in Blender. That's why it's changing. Okay, hold on. If I don't have to animate it in Blender, I ain't gonna. I got like 2 minutes left, guys. I gotta go, or the VOD is gonna be void. Okay, so let me try. So I'm gonna switch the animation player to the original one that we were using. It might not work so good though, and it's tinier. Okay, so that's not great, but the shadows look better. So, yes, that was the problem all along, 100%. It doesn't look great because I made that to be tinier. Oh my gosh, that was it all along, man. That was it. Sorry for the chaos. I'm just undoing it. Okay. Now we still have other problems where it's still not playing the animation everywhere that it's supposed to play the animation. But it kind of just has to be okay for now. Because this was one heck of a session. So I've only been coding this game for 2 sessions. And so far we've got a tower. I'm able to place or spawn the entire game's worth of targets, which is very good. By the way, guys, leave a thumbs up if you haven't yet. Like the stream. If you're still here, oh my gosh, I appreciate you. Liking this means more people find out about these live streams. Hit that thumbs up button. Hit the thumbs up. Go ahead and like the stream. Thank you for doing it. I appreciate you. Alright, let me put it back to the normal one. And then I'm gonna actually move the tower to not quite be there, because it's not the ideal place at the moment. Let's put it there. Put her there. We've got units that spawn in according exactly to the specifications of Bloons TD-like. We've got this old tower that points at things and shoots them, which is good. Right? It points at the right things and it shoots the right things, yeah? Yeah. Oh, I like how it tried to shoot that one, but it didn't make it in time. So that's wave 1. We can do the next wave. Or that was wave 2. This is wave 3. The units do break down into their requisite things, but really the accomplishment today was that tower.
If you're watching this after the live stream, by the way, tap or click in the bottom left to see the last time we worked on this project. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next time, and I hope I see you there. I hope I actually made it for the VOD. Goodbye, people. Thank you. This is not bad progress. I feel good about this. Thank you to